and the guy pulls the gun out to the teller. The teller generally just focuses on the gun. So a lot of times they won't even be able to tell you how the person looks because you're focusing on the threat. And that could be the possibility with this officer and not seeing the gun. You could focus on one thing and not notice anything else around you. So that's something I think it's just, you have to understand the limitations of the human consciousness in that particular point in time.
Whose arms are down as he appears to brace himself against the pavement. In one hand, he still holds his phone, and in his other, his glasses. The agent in gray who removed Preddy's gun carries it across the street. Preddy is disarmed and falling to the ground. But the agent who first pepper sprayed Preddy and later beat him with a canister also pulls out his gun. From a distance, despite the fact that Preddy is lying motionless on the ground, these two agents fire 6 more shots. Neither is under threat.
All right. So the officer who instigated all this, who sprayed the pepper spray and all that, Preddy's already shot 4
You
times.
definitely need some consequences for that shit.
Because we have a pause. They move back. He's laying down, face down on the floor. And the officer who initiated pulls out their gun and shoots him, and the other officer, the initial officer, also shoots him. I don't see how you don't get murder from this.
So this is funny because this is the scenario that people were talking about when it came to Miss Good. Oh, there was a pause. There was a pause in between one of the 3 shots. No, this was a clear pause. There's several seconds that goes by from this man being on the ground, being shot, bleeding out, and then boom, 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 boom. I agree that those subsequent shots were absolutely unnecessary. Should they have had their weapons trained on him? Absolutely. You'd make sure he's down. But firing into him? No, I don't think so.
I'm kind of just sitting where I sat before. I'm mostly focused on the first shot. I don't think it's justified, and so that's kind of enough for me to press this forward.
So do you believe that both the officers that shot that second volley after the pause, do you think that could rise to criminal charges?
For the second officer, it's a little bit more challenging because he's responding to the first officer shooting, and so he might be able to rely on that because we have to judge it from his frame and his mental state. So,
well, I disagree. From a reasonable officer.
Well, both, yes.
Yeah.
We have to judge it both from his own subjective mental state and from the reasonable officer's point of view. And him seeing his other officers shoot provides another basis for him to think that there's a threat.
A reasonable threat, yeah.
So I think his liability is possible, but less obvious.
All right. The first officer that shot, do you think he's gone?
I think the balance of probabilities favors the homicide. Yeah. Yes.
And I'm assuming that's what you think too.
Yeah. So I think, and people are going to hate me for this, because of what these federal agents have been going through. Because keep in mind, they have been stalked, harassed, doxxed every day, have stuff thrown at them, and then to make matters worse, and I think people overlook this, the population there has been trying to keep them awake by finding their residence, whether the Hilton or wherever else they're staying, and they sit outside and try to keep them up. Now, here's the thing: if you're on a mission, right, you need at least 4 hours of consecutive hours of sleep in order to be barely functional. And if these officers aren't getting that because the population they're animated to the point that they want to just try anything they can to disrupt whatever's going on, that sets in motion these type of events. Because this officer, if I'm defending him, I'm going to say, look, the people who are out there are the ones keeping him awake at night. He's not in his right mind to function because of their actions, so that plays a role.
I hate that entire line of argument. I have to be honest. I find that line of argument repugnant. It's if you're a law enforcement officer and you have a gun is a deadly weapon, and everyone, whether it's civilian or not, when you have a gun, that carries a lot of responsibility. You have the right to use it in self-defense. But I was groggy and they were keeping me stressed and there was whistles and all the rest of it. It's like, I'm not buying any of that, man. It's like, no, you have to believe that subjectively and objectively that there's a deadly threat that requires an imminent use of force. That's the analysis, not There's been some whistles, and I wasn't able to get good sleep at my Marriott last night. That's not none of those things, man.
What do the people have to say? What do they think?
Well, let me see, because I don't have the other line. Let me take these super chats starting to pile up.
If you're really tired, maybe take a sick day or something. I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't be carrying a gun that day.
It says, Nick, please stop apologizing. You just went through something really serious, and anybody who doesn't understand, compound stand end of. Yeah, well, I'm actually not apologizing. Well, I am apologizing, but I'm just giving people context of what I've been personally going through, because I'm trying to get back on the horse and, going through. And again, it was brain surgery. Like Kurt keeps telling me, and my wife keeps telling me, you need to stop it. Understand? You got to relax. So it's true. So, and I'm getting through it. But I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me or sorry for what I'm doing, because, the community here has given me a great life and given me a great platform and have allowed me to be honest with you guys. Like, I can say, I think this shooting is good. I lose maybe 100 subs either way, but the community stays because they know I'm giving you my honest opinion, no matter what the backlash is going to be. But I have a responsibility to give you my honest opinion in a way that's not personal, that's not animus, that is just based on the facts and the law, as objective as I can. And the Rashard Ritchie video was not that. And the Andrew Bronco video was not that. And I will do better. I promise. You don't have to, and I appreciate that. I promise to do that. Congrats on 1K uplift simple. Woo!
The gym work is still going. Appreciate that.
But for Peretti to have a run-in with the cops a week prior, then the next weekend, she'll up
With the poo
with the pew pew is not irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. Yeah, it is irrelevant. I understand, but you would have to show me that those cops knew he was that type, but I just don't
They can
see
only rely on what they know.
Yeah,
At the time. Yeah, they can't get lucky.
It's Graham v. Connor. Now, it's funny because Graham v. Connor is even codified in Minnesota law. We looked at it this morning. It's codified in Minnesota law.
You understand? By the way, when I say irrelevant, I mean legally irrelevant.
Yes.
It's irrelevant to the legal analysis because for something to be relevant, it has to change a fact in dispute, make a fact more or less likely. But it's irrelevant because what happened a week later or a week earlier can't possibly inform what was going through the officer's mind, unless they personally were involved or had some sort of personalized knowledge. But short of that, it can't possibly inform their knowledge of the situation.
Yeah, definitely. Here we go. Let's finish out this video.
Let's go!
In total, the agents fire 10 shots in 5 seconds.
So that's the end of the video. So that's the end of that video, because we're about to review another one. But so from that perspective, and I'll say this, if you take, because we have to take into account the totality of the circumstances.
Is this the wrong guy? Where's the...
So we're talking about
Where's the other
pushing
guy?
and shoving that was shown on this video too. They weren't resisting, the pepper spray coming out, and the officer being overly aggressive. I honestly cannot see how anyone can clearly say this is justified based on the totality of circumstances that we see here. What say you?
Excuse me.
I think the DOJ is going to back the officer and say, look, he's put in a bad circumstance. The population's against him. And so, you know what? He may have acted in a way that isn't ideal, but not overtly malicious. I honestly think that's going to be the defense.
It's premature to think about defenses. It's because we're just in too much of a zone of uncertainty. All I can say is based on what I can see, it seems to be a bad shooting, so it warrants pressing further. It could be a lot of things when it comes to defenses, so that just feels premature at this point.
Okay, what? It's the guy behind the thing then, right? Yeah.
A lady I know who really watches the news asked me, why all the news about ice in Minnesota? I'm from there, and that is all we have in winter is ice. Reporting something I don't know. I love you, Nate. God continue to bless you and your family. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Judge Knapp had a good interview with Sheriff Hathaway. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out because I love that judge. If the officer had asked them to step back and they hadn't, could the officer then put his hands on them? We have to understand what reasonable and proportionate force is. stand back, stand back. Now, if you're doing crowd control, maybe. But if you look at the beginning of the video, the women are standing in the middle of the street and they're not blocking the officer's path.
Yeah,
So
he has to actually step forward and push this. I can think if she were like in, like if she was as close as Kurt or Nate is, I think that he actually had to clear some distance and then push her. And that's, to me, that's what told me it was unnecessary.
and then I just also want to say, he crossed the street and kept assaulting them. So they were being pushed when they crossed the street. So they weren't even near where the ICE officers were. They were across the street, and he pushed them again. And all those, and I keep saying, all of those use of forces have to be justified, because if they're not, they're assaults. Think about this: if you take the badge off the cop, that's an assault, right? But you put the badge on the cop, it's not an assault only if it's justified.
And then when you're asking stand back, the legal question is why? Why is the officer asking you to stand back? You know,
Because he said so.
yeah, that doesn't work. There are legal reasons and illegal reasons. You know, the cops just can't give me any arbitrary order. They can only give me lawful order. So it's like, okay, if you ask them to step back, why? For what purpose? What's the law enforcement purpose for causing you to step back? Why are you doing that?
Because he said so.
That's no, that doesn't do it.
Because he's in the middle of
But
the street.
But for Peretti to have a run-in with ICE prior to this, and have suffered a broken rib, then return the next week with a pew-pew is not irrelevant.
It's
it's
irrelevant.
It's irrelevant to the legal analysis.
It's irrelevant to the legal
Yeah,
analysis.
it's just irrelevant to the legal analysis. We are all humans. We admire you, humanity with Bronca. Thank you, humility with Bronca. Thank you so much. Shipwreck suggested shoving a woman, and Peretti were waving traffic through the operation and were told to leave but refused. Officer then used force. Well, being told to leave a public street that officer cannot. Like, Peretti, to me, was filming. He was filming from a distance, and he only stepped forward when the women were being pushed by the officer. And the officer really has no right to tell a civilian that they can't be on the street unless, for instance, if they're in the middle of
A
their
federal officer in particular.
Yeah.
Federal officers are not there to enforce traffic law.
Yeah,
So, like, even if she's standing in the street, okay, maybe that's a big deal, maybe it's not, but it's not ICE unless there's a reason for the federal operation. So how do they connect together?
Get off the street because I said so.
No.
My street now.
No.
video from the other side of the street prior to the original video shows one of the protesters, possibly Peretti, saying something to the effect of "I'm going to hurt you." I would need to see that video. I've not seen that video.
That could be relevant.
Yeah,
But
Could be relevant.
is it geared toward the officer that did the pushing though? Because just saying I'm going to hurt you.
Yeah, who was it said to?
Right.
yeah, but even if it was said, if he's saying that to the officers in general, I think that's highly relevant
that
to your
could be
state of
relevant.
mind. Yeah. So if that's true,
That could be relevant.
that would change the amount. But then you still have. But then even taking it's a factor within all these other factors. So it's not, it may not be determinative, because a lot of people want to look for that one silver bullet. But when you're dealing with factors, you're weighing them against each other. Well, yeah, he said they'll hurt them, but then if he runs at the officer with his hands up, you can't just kill him and say, well, he said earlier. You know what I'm saying? You have to kind of really look at the totality of the circumstances. As a Minnesota resident, it takes all of the chaos, all of this chaos is on Waltz and Frey and Peretti quit his job a month ago to join the ICE watching.
That's cool. You know what? As to that aspect, Peretti is a free person like anyone else. He obviously has the right to quit his job or not. If he wants to engage in lawful speech, even if I'm pro-ICE, I'm pro-deportation. If he wants to join a group to watch ICE and report on their movements, that's freedom of speech.
The agitators are two women and Peretti. They were breaking federal law, aiding and abetting federal illegal.
That is not at all obvious.
Yeah, that's not true, nor. Well, I don't know if that's true.
And
or
even if it
obvious.
was true, it still wouldn't justify the use of force.
Yeah,
Because you can't shoot someone merely because they're breaking federal law. That doesn't work either.
If you break a minor law, because
Yeah.
I think even if you break a misdemeanor,
Yeah, there was a book written by a law professor called 3 Felonies a Day, in which he argues the average American commits 3 felonies a day because when you add up all the regulations, all the different statutes, all the different levels, federal, state, local, county, and everything else, and how broad they can be written, it's like, so I might have committed a felony today. If you put your thinking at hard enough, I don't think I should be shot either.
Draconian.
Yeah.
Do we know the details of the snowbank part from the pink coat lady video? Yet to know if the woman was being detained at the time of the shove. From my view, she was not being detained at all. She had been shoved to the floor, and it didn't. I don't even think they were arrested. So
if you're trying to get control of somebody, right, you're not going to push them away from you, right? If because just like with what's your name? Good. They told her, hey, stop, get out, come to me. They're trying to push the person away that you're trying to grab is counterintuitive. So that if somebody would have to have some video where it's like, hey, she was being detained, but even so, the officer's being an asshole. Just pushed her. Can you read this for me?
You pretend no previous interaction for 3-4 minutes before ignore lawful orders to get out of the street. I haven't ignored it. I just haven't seen it. I don't know what the nature of those interactions are. So 3-4 minutes before could be contemporaneous enough to be relevant. So it could influence the analysis. I feel embarrassed for you. Go watch the full video of the first interaction arrest of the other protester.
we have.
I mean, we've watched. I don't, it could be informative, but 3 to 4 minutes is a long time in a shooting. That's a long time to trace back. So, what are the nature of those interactions? How does it influence what happened later? You have to wonder it. So, yeah, I haven't ignored it. I haven't seen it, but how relevant it's going to be is going to be probably tangential. Unless he, said something to the cops like, "I am going to murder you,"
or he flags him with his weapon or something.
Gun or something. Like something like that that would give them that heightened alert response. Then maybe. But
then even if this is true, why then push them? Why then one? Remember, the one cop pushed them on bias. Why then pull out the pepper spray? If this is true, then it's even the DOJ policy says force is only to be used as kind of a last resort. It's not supposed to be the first thing you come to. The first thing you're not supposed to be doing is pushing yourself. I understand the need to kind of make these agitators look like they've done some criminal effect, but that doesn't mean you should.
And they might have done criminal things. But it's like still It's like when you get to the moment of shooting, you need the justification for lethal force.
Yes. We're gonna pull down a couple more of these. Put down the 5 videos, and we're gonna go to the next video. Watch the CBS News video of the many minutes before alleged assault, where the women and Peretti were repeatedly removed by ICE from the street. So, matter of fact, I'll look for that while we watch the other video. You've all watched this 100 times and still aren't sure about what happened. That's why we watched this one, because it has more detail. But the officers should have known.
I'm not sure what happened because the video. I'm not sure what happened because the video doesn't necessarily reveal.
I went the wrong way. It's
to dispose of the case.
And let's not forget though, there is body cam cover, body cam video. All the officers there were wearing body cams. Yeah. So if they release those body cams, they will know for sure what happened. So I don't know why they haven't released it yet.
Yeah, sometimes in a video, it's pretty freaking clear, and you can kind of move to the end of the page. But it's like, yeah, in this situation, I can't quite move to the end of the page. There's enough space in my mind, for there to be questions that I can't get all the way to the end beyond a reasonable doubt. But it's like I can get the probable cause.
But yeah, I think when the body cam footage of Miss Good came out, because remember people were debating, oh, he never got hit. He was in no danger. He never got hit by the vehicle. And then when his body cam footage came out,
like the phone
cam.
The Good situation was enough. It's like, because there was enough information in that Good situation for me to say, okay, I think it's a justified shooting.
Right.
So sometimes I can call it. In this situation, I'm like, I think it's more likely this, but there could be things that I'm not quite aware of. So yeah, one of the views, what is it that Socrates said? The start of wisdom is saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It says, Nick, the officers say that he heard gun, 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 which I would believe it says, saw someone grabbing the gun and thought Peretti's hands were drawing the gun from his hand. Well, I'll even be even more charitable than this. Just because if someone says gun, gun, gun and pulls one gun off you, that doesn't mean you're disarmed, right? An officer now, because generally I've seen it in my career, where if someone does have one weapon, sometimes they'll have a knife or some other weapon, and they could even have a secondary gun. So just because you removed one gun doesn't, I think, lessen the height. But then I still think you have to understand that you still have to be able to articulate that you're facing a serious threat to your safety. And here, someone face down, his hands are by his head, and it's going to be hard to articulate that based on what we've seen now. That, again, that's my opinion, because again, like I said, if what we've seen here is all accurate, then I don't see how you don't charge these officers. Also, in Minnesota, it's illegal to conceal and carry without ID. Yes, but I don't think they were arrested.
First of all, did the officer know that?
Yeah.
Second
Yeah.
of all, what does that have to do with anything when the gun was fired?
He's a criminal.
It's actually illegal to be in the street like they were. It's illegal to jaywalk. Right. If all that stuff that they were doing was technically unlawful, but that doesn't rise to the effect of now we can now.
I find the he didn't have an ID argument particularly hilarious. I find that just really funny because like the right wing people, some of them are like looking to the finer points of concealed carry. It's like where he wasn't really doing this exactly right, exactly so. And I'm like, really, you're making this argument? It's like, give me a break.
Just a little ironic.
Give me a break, guys. Come on.
Another point of such inconsistencies is a standard operating procedure that discerns gun threat. What say you?
Ooh, yeah, I think that's the point that I was trying to make, is that he knew that there was a weapon on his persons at some point because his colleague called it out, right? And just like Nate said, hey, there could have been other weapons there. Now, for the first shot, second, okay, yeah, but the 6 shots after the big pause, yeah, no, I don't think so.
Ice Pistola, right, or Postola, from psychological warfare. It's possible.
I think that played a big role. I think absolutely. I mean, I know when I was in the Army doing stuff, like it's not having a lot of sleep and me having a weapon is a bad idea. But there's a reason I was a medic. So like that, it does. Having a lack of sleep and being irritated absolutely affects your performance.
Nate, love you. Joe, Kurt, and Bronca, you're both snarky in the beginning. Yeah, I really enjoyed the conversation at the end. So glad to hear. And even from that conversation, you can kind of see, because Kurt actually called me during that. But I don't know if you can see the transition. Like I was very amped up at the beginning, then I was very mellow at the end. And it was funny because my wife even noticed. She was like, "Yeah, you can tell." But you know, it is what it is. I actually enjoyed the conversation at the end. So, I believe he's actively resisting arrest. And they found a gun on him while he was resisting arrest. Good job, ICE. Well, we can all disagree. What's the legal process if Piete went to that location and took his gun because he knew it would cause an incident? If we can find proof beyond a reasonable doubt, what is the legal view for the officers? But
Very,
again,
very, very marginal.
because the officers would have to know.
Yeah, it's very, very marginal because it potentially inform Reddy's subjective intent, but that only really gets you so far because the officers, when you're thinking about the objective and subjective, you're thinking, what did the officer know subjectively in his own head? And what would a reasonable officer in that position know in his own head? With all available evidence.
Yeah.
So, like, Reddy's internal mental state is marginal. So even if you could find proof that he, intended to do whatever, it's of marginal relevance.
But I think to me that's kind of a slippery slope, because then any police officer could arrest you for something and then go later and say, "Oh yeah, by the way, this guy, had some weed in his car, so he was
Also, intent alone isn't illegal. You need intent and action.
Yeah.
some type of conspiracy or something."
Yeah.
Because of the elevated responsibility as a pilot, if I am too fatigued to function, I'm obligated to call in fatigue
Yeah.
and not show up for duty.
Or truck driver, right? I was really tired. Yeah, I was really tired doing all these long haul routes.
I agree with you guys.
That's not going to really work very much, guys.
I absolutely agree with you guys, except the Department of Defense does not care. Excuse me, Department of War does not care. You will operate under suboptimal conditions. They do not care. I'll tell you that from personal experience. They don't care.
I do. I appreciate this. We're all debating this in a prison camp. The liberals won. We're all debating whether this is murder or not. The liberals accomplished what they set out to. ICE is being pulled and backing down. Yeah, they won, but I think ICE has not helped their situation. They've helped the ball along. Devil's advocate question: you see officers often ask people to back up and even push them.
Und now the
while
right.
they conduct an investigation. Again, it's
Depends. It's all
depends.
context
Yes.
dependent.
What changes this into this one into assault, in your opinion?
Well, it doesn't hurt that in those situations you're talking about state level authority.
I love
where
waiting.
They have authority to generally police issues such as crowd control generally, traffic generally, right? Federal law enforcement is much narrower in its scope. So that's not what the federal law enforcement officer does. So if a state level officer tells you to back up, there's a whole lot more situations in which that's a lawful order because the scope of their authority is broader in a practical sense.
There would have to have been an active operation happening. Like in order for that to be justified, hey, we're trying to subdue this guy, he's dangerous. You guys pushing in presents a danger to the public. So yes, we're trying to push you back for your own safety. That's the scenario that could be justifiable, but in this, I don't think there was any active operation. So it's just like you guys just being asked.
There's a crime scene. Someone's been shot, so the police, want to block off an area, of 100 feet in every direction so they can survey the scene. That's perfectly legitimate. There's a lot, but it's all context dependent. What are we trying to do? For what purpose? And so forth and so on. Yeah. Law's fun.
Problem is that to be tormented and starved for this long, again, it's the government, so we'll make the most devoted on the edge. No way we can take all those factors into account. But the law demands that if you're on that job and you're doing that particular work, it must be reasonable. So even though you're right, all of these things can play, they're going to say, well, what would the reasonable officer standing in that place do? And they're not going to say they were tormented.
It's our government. We have every right to observe what they're doing.
Gun plus fertile movement plus black object in hand and at waistband level, which you seem to ignore, seems justified enough to me.
I think that's sort of the point that I was trying to make, is that I would understand from the I understand from that officer's point of view right now. Keep in mind, none of us actually know. None of us are saying definitively we know what that officer saw. That's literally impossible unless we're seeing through his eyes. There's a body cam. There's something where we can see his body track. When the officer who initially shot his colleague cleared the weapon by reaching his right arm across Preddy's back, unholstering the weapon, and then dragging across his back, pulling his shirt up. From my perspective, and I think what's his name, Officer Tatum also said this. I don't think the initial shooter saw the weapon being cleared. His body language did not change. He didn't even acknowledge it. But I think because Freddy was trying to get a base, trying to defend himself, that the officer saw his hand go to his right side toward the holster and then fired the shots preemptively.
Good. All right. So I think gun, fertile movement. I do think you have an argument, but I think based on kind of what we see, it's again like I think Uncivil keeps saying it's not as clean cut as either side is trying to make it up. Always appreciate unbiasedly. These issues are always nuanced and complex. Critical thinking requires proper perspective. Amen to that.
But that's why we don't just sit here and agree with one another. That's why there's a variety of different takes on some of this stuff. And hopefully that's why y'all come to the channel.
Let me see.
I'm not ignoring the argument, by the way. Everything you say could be true, but it would depend what that officer see. Like you say, there's a furtive movement. Did the officer see that? What is the perspective of the officer? Right. So there's information we don't have here. And like you could be right. These factors could be true, and whether or not a jury believed them, like the officer can testify that he did or didn't see it, and they will choose whether to believe it or not. It's a question of fact. So it's like all I'm trying to say is, on balance, I think that this warrants moving forward. It could be right in the end.
It should
possible.
Be investigated. It should be. Any shooting should be investigated. If anything, to clear the officers.
Want to see what happened to all the super chats?
Uh-oh.
Nah,
Lost.
Graham purely to objective. Let me see. Graham applies purely to objective, reasonable tests. As per noted, criminal liability is different. It requires both subjective and objective analysis, including the officer's mens rea. The problem with this is is that hold on? Where's these? Where are the comments go?
Did you lose your
Oh,
comments?
show comments on stage.
No, that's not what you want.
I need
Nate pressed a button and lost all the super chats.
Sorry.
Let me see. Yes, yes.
Nate screwed up.
Yes.
It's the brain tumor. It's the default excuse for everything.
Yeah, it is. I get the default excuse. I don't know what the hell happened to them. They were here. I didn't have what was on.
Nate clicked something.
Media outlets, banners, yeah. Comments. That comments.
What about that drop down to the left?
This
right
one?
there?
Yeah, so regular small comments on stage. No. Wow. And that shows the comments on stage. Yeah, all these are
What'd you do, Nate?
I think so again, people, I'm gonna try to find the super chats. But if unfortunately I don't know if I can find them. So I'll let you guys.
Nate
talk
doesn't.
out.
Nate doesn't love you.
Yes.
So this is the
Critical drinker.
yeah, this is the critical drinkers breakdown of Starfleet Academy. We're gonna move to that until I can fix this. Please don't super chat anymore until I can find them or find a way to put them up, and then we can go back to that because I want to I just want to make sure I at least get your super chats. But I do want to.
Nate did it on purpose. I saw him with malicious intent in his eyes.
Exactly. He knew you guys agreed with me, and the super chats magically disappeared.
Just tell me when you guys want to stop this from running while I try to fix this.
Academy is a bit like opening a daycare center in a strip club.
Oh, he fucked up.
Could be done in theory, but man, there's a whole lot of obstacles in the way. After all, we're witnessing the final death throes.
Oh
of
no,
a
I did this
60-year-old
on
man
purpose.
Survived a decade of cancellation, the end of the Cold War, and the visual and intellectual diarrhea of the J.J. Abrams movies. It's like watching your favorite long-retired boxer lumbering back into the ring for one more fight, punch drunk and overweight, and a shadow of his former self, getting completely pummeled and humiliated by an opponent half his
You need
age.
help over there, Nate?
But leave it to that bastion of hard-hitting journalism, the Mary Sue, to cheer everyone up. Wait, do they still exist? Wow. Whatever. Let us examine this fair and
Displacing you,
complete-
Nate. I'm gonna see if I can fix this.
Okay, we're switching spots. So one of the things I noticed initially about the new was Starfleet Academy, it reminded me of that scene from the Lord of the Rings spinoff where they had like every child under the rainbow, like every color and variety of minority was present. And I'm gonna say I don't really like that. And I know that's odd coming from a guy like it's
It's too far away.
tokenism isn't fixed by making the whole cast tokens. It's clear that you're trying to check boxes. Well, where's the fat stupid one? Okay, where's the black gay one? Okay, where's the super strong female archetype? You know, hey, where's the trans one? Where's like it's if you can look at the cast and just throw a dart, and this is some type of like oppressed minority, I don't think you're gonna set up a good story unless that is the context, right? But I don't. It's cringy.
No, also one thing I'll say about Starfleet Academy is that they seem to forget they're taking the woke world of today and imposing it on 1,000 years in the future, and that's just not the context of it.
future, Nate.
Move over a little bit.
The future
Sorry.
is awakened.
Yeah, but it's not. It's gotten to the point where like even the holograms are fat. It's like these are holograms.
Okay,
Yeah.
with the puffs. Okay, so she's a. I didn't understand this because I watched two of Drinker's videos. The hologram is a person now.
No,
How is if it's
All right.
Not
if
quite.
the hologram is physical, is it still a hologram? How does this work? I need to watch it. Honestly, I do need to sit down.
Well, the hologram must have been designed fat. I mean, that's the only possible.
I mean, but it ate
Oh.
part of its badge or something like that. I have so many questions. I'm so confused about if a hologram is a cast member here, okay, can hologram Tupac still be shot? That's what I want to know. See, I'm asking the real questions. Kurt didn't even know what to say.
Yeah.
So
So
something about Tupac.
Yes,
Okay.
hologram Tupac, the one that performed on stage.
I'm going to continue to play this.
Okay.
Let's go.
I
The
lost.
unbiased article.
Sorry, I dumped out of the conversation.
Shall we? Those dude bros mad at Starfleet Academy aren't actual Star Trek fans.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
You see, dear viewer, Starfleet Academy isn't actually an insult to Star Trek, storytelling, cinematography, character development, or even basic human dignity, and that's why the internet's been dogging on it since its release, in much the same way that Disney Star Wars is just as good as anything George Lucas ever managed to produce. Oh no, it's actually a small minority of toxic dude bros like myself and Gary who just can't accept the greatness of this show.
Nate's
Time and
fixing
time
it.
again,
I
we're
see him
confronted
fixing it.
with fans of
He's on
something
it.
who continue to miss the lessons within the media they're consuming. We've seen it with Star Wars, our superhero stories, and it's become an increasing problem with Star Trek fans. Oh dear, it's such a drag being media literate, isn't it?
He's now
Well,
hand-scarring
recently,
all this
men like the
stuff.
Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic, known for hating anything that seems to be left-leaning, have been dogging on Paramount Plus's slate of Star Trek shows. The issue with these right-wing figureheads talking
I think this is probably one of the lamest excuses ever. If so, both Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker are fans historically of Star Trek. They have videos on their channel about it, and all of us who have watched Star Trek understand that there's tons of very progressive, very typically left-leaning, let's say, philosophies that are baked into the narrative. The issue, though, is here that the big difference between the way that it was done in the past, and even with Captain Janeway and the others,
It had taste.
it wasn't done with the refinement of a bull in a china shop. It wasn't this whole ham-fisted, there's a message, accept it. Just, are you going to do, or you're a racist? It's just, there's no type of the finesse, right? There's no type of subtlety to interweave it into a greater narrative to teach the lesson, if that's the goal. But that's just me.
It's funny because Star Trek wasn't political, even though they did, like in the 60s, they had the first interracial kiss and things of that nature. But it was always like, it never reminded me of how we live today. It was always how we, how things should be. And
Yeah,
like,
exactly. How it is tomorrow. How we want it to be tomorrow. Humankind has advanced beyond such stupid, ridiculous notions as race and
don't forget,
fucking
like,
sexism and all
down
that
to
shit.
the future, we take a pill and you'd be fine. You know what I'm
We're
saying?
just working together towards a common
No, I'm
goal.
saying I'm not fine. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying the future to me seems to be.
It's a literal utopia, for crying out loud.
It should be a reflection of how we
Or Earth is
now.
at least,
It should be a
right?
reflection of how we should be, because I think Gene Roddenberry said that Star Trek was essentially his version of heaven, of a utopia, right? And
Well,
and
the thing about Star Trek was like all the races were equal. Like race was not a thing. Like no one cared. Like everyone was treated as an equal. Everyone was treated the same.
Unless you were a Klingon.
Yeah, I guess unless you were a Klingon. And meritocracy was the thing. Like everyone got to their position because of merit.
Yeah.
Everyone was really
And
good at
actual
their job. They
standards.
weren't
Well,
hired
you're not good
because
enough for the
of
Federation. You're a little too fucking violent. Get the fuck out of here, right? So like, I mean,
Whoopi Goldberg.
standards,
Diamond?
guys.
What's going on with her and Q? I still never understood. Like, there's some weird power struggle between them. It just.
Well, they leave a lot of details about Guinan species somewhat ambiguous.
Okay, that's fair.
But she's a very long-living species, and so she has some sort of power.
Because Q was afraid of her to some degree.
Yeah, and she has some sort of power. It's a little ambiguous.
Okay, that's yeah. I think these are the type of questions I would love to debate and discuss, and not how does the fat hologram eat things or something.
All right, so I assumed I got all the super chats back, so I'm gonna continue to play Critical Drink and let them react to it while I just finish off this whole super chat and craziness.
About Trek is that they missed one important detail about Star Trek. It was never for them. Oh really? Then pray tell, who exactly was it for? Because I've spent most of my life watching and enjoying Star Trek, progressive messaging and all. I grew up with it, in fact, and I've spent dozens, if not hundreds of hours online talking about my love for the movies, the Next Generation,
Same.
the original series. Shit, man, I'm one of those crazy people who even enjoyed Voyager, the first Star
Same.
Trek show led
I even liked Enterprise, bro. Like, it's not that bad. Considering what we got now, it's definitely not that bad.
Nerdy. The
As opposed to
reality
you?
is they just speak loudly and incorrectly about these franchises. Look, you can use your money to buy every Star Trek toy out there. Doesn't mean you understand what this series is saying to you. And now with the new series,
Oh,
Star
it must
Trek
be that. It
Starfleet
must be-
Academy, we've seen
There must be only
an
one
uptick in their lack of
interpretation of the media. Yeah, this is a famous issue, right? In art, of course, there's only one valid interpretation.
Right.
Right. This is commonly accepted by all art critics everywhere. There's only one valid interpretation of the art, and if you have a different interpretation, you're wrong. That's how our interpretation works.
Racist and all this other.
Right,
Oh.
yeah,
Oh, no.
don't look. Race,
Okay.
homophobic,
All right. Yeah,
okay.
All right.
transphobic, fatphobic, tall phobic, pretty phobic, phobic
Standing on
phobic.
what Gene
Competence
Roddenberry's
phobic.
got to do with Star Trek.
I'm Alex Kurtzman phobic.
Cheers phobic.
Actually,
Yes.
phobic is a bad thing because that implies some irrational fear. My fear of that guy is very rational. The guy's a lunatic, right? You can tell by what he writes.
Authority on anything. We're just people with opinions. We put those opinions out there on the internet, and we invite others to engage with them however they see fit. If those opinions are well thought out, capably argued, and backed up with knowledge and experience, then well, people tend to listen to them. The problem for you seems to be that more people agree with our opinions on Starfleet Academy than yours. Sucks to be you, I guess. But that being the case, maybe it's time you asked yourselves, why? In the great marketplace of ideas that is the internet, why are people rushing to consume ours while yours gather dust in a bargain bin? Is it perhaps because you're not being entirely honest about this show's merits, and you're trying to dismiss any and all criticism of it with the tired old argument of, this was never made for you? The reality is that Star Trek was made for everyone, no matter their background or political persuasion. It was the very definition of inclusive because
I
it
never
presented its audience
understood
with
that.
ideas
Pause real
that they
quick.
were invited to consider. And
Awesome.
I never understood because I've heard that with I think it was Doctor Who, where it said, well, it wasn't made for you. Well, where is the fat, gay, black, female, whatever unicorn, helicopter identifying thing? So where does that exist in such an abundance that it's going to carry an entire franchise that historically hasn't been on whatever that specific demographic is?
Yeah.
I genuinely don't understand that.
I mean, I'll agree.
really-
I'll agree that Star Trek Academy was not made for me, and apparently anyone else, as far as I can tell.
I don't know. Maybe somebody can help me with this. I just
Guys, so I've been having issues, so I'm gonna have.
It's the tumor.
No, it's just the tumor.
I'm just
I've had other
I'm
issues.
just gonna get a
you know.
sign. It says
It's
it's,
a
the
tumor.
tumor.
It's a tumor.
Hold
No,
on.
it's not a tumor. I've been having other issues, so I'm going to step off for real quick.
It's not
I'm
a
gonna have
tumor.
Greg And Uncivil do the whole. Well, Uncivil's
We'll
going
read
to
some
take
super
over.
chats for you.
and
How
read
about
some super
that?
chats.
I have a terrible Arnold, I know.
Read your ass.
better read them correctly.
No, well, that's not guaranteed. But I'll do what I can. It's fine. All right, let's read some super chats.
All
while
right.
Our friend Nate is going. He didn't take the mic with him, did he?
No, I haven't.
Great, fantastic. Did Preddy obstruct when he helped the woman? I don't know.
If there was an active operation going on, you could kind of make that argument. But even if there was, that still doesn't mean that they need to escalate force by start pushing people.
Kurt, I still giggle about that video you did years ago about the Barney Fife sled doing that house raid on the house in Myrtle Beach. Yeah, sled is special. They're fun. Oh Lord, that's the
Right.
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, by the way, the state level police, and a little bit, yeah.
You saying they're incompetent?
a little,
Don't do that.
Manicure Auden said, "Hey, Nan crew, prior law enforcement. Watch your breakdown last night. Well done. Two women who approach agents are idiots.
Yeah,
That maybe that's
I
they might be
agree.
stupid. That's fair. That all set off, but ICE should have picked their battles.
yes. Again, thank you. A reasonable response. Yeah.
If body cam video cleared the agents, Trump would not be backing down. I don't know. That's not necessarily true. He could be backing down for political reasons.
It still
or
looks bad.
Other reasons, yeah. I
Even
mean,
if it's justified, it's still there's people are dying. It's still it's a bad look.
Oops.
Because Bavino is gone and Human is
Favorite cocktail I was a similar drink. That's a good question. Go-to cocktails for me. Old fashioned is always a good one.
Adios, motherfucker.
What?
The drink.
Oh, adios. Okay.
Yeah.
I like a martini, gin martini, stirred, straight up with olives.
Not shaken.
I usually like a 5-to-1 ratio on my gin to vermouth. So I'm a little picky. I like a London dry gin. I like ginger ale and gin. That's what I usually drink on a plane. That's very good. Those are the ones that come foremost to mind. But nothing wrong with a good old fashioned.
Yeah, no, that's classic. It's classic. Well, there we go.
These protesters were creating a chaotic and dangerous situation. How can anyone think with constant rage-inducing whistling? How's that not relevant? Well, to the extent that the protesters were protesting in a lawful way, it's lawful.
So I think they're saying to the greater point, if the protesters are trying to keep them up at night, right, and trying to deter them, that has larger implications on their ability to do their job. I think that's the point that they're trying to make.
Yeah, and be that as it may, it's like when you have a gun and you're using a gun.
Yeah, you're still responsible. You're still, but it to me, it adds in another layer of, you know what, we should probably take this into account, but how relevant to be in a court?
I've been in an armed protest in front of PD. You know what we didn't do? We didn't get in the cops' face and harass them. We did on the sidewalk peacefully. Yeah.
I mean, there's a way to do it, and there's a way to not get shot, but you know, some people are just really, really desperate for bullets.
Yeah, I went to armed protests every year. It was very armed protests. When I was in Virginia, I was an executive member of the Virginia Citizens Defense League, which is a really notable pro-gun group in Virginia. They arguably do more than the NRA does, and so I was an executive member of them. And like every Martin Luther King Day, they would go down to the state capitol to protest for gun rights, and there were several hundred to 1,000 of us, and the vast majority of us were armed, and it was always fun and interesting. You know, we'd be inside the Capitol complex, you know, and there's so many of us. Obviously, we can't use the elevators, so we're running up and down the stairs, and everyone has guns, and it was a thing. So
security nightmare.
Yeah, no, we got to go through well, they had a back entrance for the CHP holders, so you could go through. So, but you weren't allowed to bring in a knife, which also is hilarious. So, like, if you had a knife on them, right out. You can't bring in the knife, but you can bring in your gun.
It's a little loophole.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. You know, what can you do?
Now, I'm going to say something crazy right now, literally crazy. Please stop super chatting.
Slow down.
The reason being,
I'll take your money,
is that, don't get me wrong, I'm extremely happy, but I want to be able to reach all your super chats. Now, even though you sent in a super chat, it's it's always been the policy, doesn't mean it's going to be read. But I want to try to read them all. We're going to try to run through this. Now, if you want to see us read super chats, please stay. But we actually have something else that we have planned to do. So we have about a half an hour left. So again, I appreciate, I love all the super chats. We're gonna try to read and answer them all. But please stop saving them, because if you keep saving them, it's going to keep us here forever. So go ahead, Kurt. Let's run through them. Let's try to make it out.
Read fast.
Yeah, great. Who fired the first shot? Unclear, but
Unclear.
Yeah, we're doing what we can.
Greedo.
What's ICE culpability if DHS acknowledges that 320 has issuing and ICE issues that weapon? First of all, if the government is issuing the defective SIG to their people, we need to have all separate discussions.
Yeah.
But well, if they knew about it and were aware about it and issued anyway, that's even more of a problem.
Then the
for them.
government would be
That's
culpable for that.
That's more of a bad issue.
That's a huge lawsuit waiting.
SIG may wind up drowning in this. We'll see.
Oh yeah.
Take a poll. Does Starfleet Academy sucks? I don't think we need a poll for that one. I think we got it. Holly Hamilton said, "You haven't seen the video of the first warning telling Freddy to get the stream being shoved. Well, it may be relevant or not, huh?"
I did see that. I
Was it massively informative?
No, it was the first where they pushed him out the street and he's on the sidewalk. But then they go back, right? Because people forget. So after that, when they push him to go off the sidewalk, all the agents, after whatever they do, they get back into their car, and it's the one agent who's arguing with the women, who doesn't get in the car to drive off. He actually gets out and starts pushing the women.
How are you?
So, so I would say it's informative that they did have some type of words before, but I think it's irrelevant to the later shooting. But we do have to take it in consideration. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's if Preddy flagged the guy or threatened him with the weapon during that exchange, but he didn't do anything like that. Yeah, so there was no actual escalation.
What are the legal ramifications, if any, if the P320 fired by itself? Yeah, if it turns out that SIG fired first and led to this, I think SIG can and should drown it.
You really don't like that?
Well, because it's an issue that they've known about for a while. Like, this isn't a first thing. Like, if it was the first time ever and it was just a defective gun, that's sad, but not super duper sad. If it winds up being the gun that they've been on notice about for God knows how long at this point, that somehow misfired and led to all this, Sig Sauer should drown in it. It may be the end of Sig Sauer. Sig Sauer should drown. They have it coming if that winds up being what's going on. I'll tell you what. JT Brown 51 says, listen, folks, if we want to hold our political leaders accountable for seditious conspiracy with their signal chats, we also need to hold law enforcement to high standards.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, equally, yeah.
Holding people to standards is good. When Preddy resisted and eventually sat up, you can see his hand move towards the area where his gun's holstered. Does that play into why he was shot? Maybe. I'm not sure that that's what's being shown there or not.
If that actually does, because I think a lot of people kind of see that. But the officer who shot him would have had to have seen that and said that was my justification, and also have not seen his colleague clear the weapon from behind Preddy's back.
Yeah. Corn Flake fan says that sounds a lot like totality situation. Was it? What's the recent spat about that? Well, if you're referring to Felix v. Barnes, yeah, the U.S. Supreme Court decided that case. What was it? 2 years ago?
Yeah, last year.
Last year. So yeah, you have to go to the totality of the circumstances. Now, what totality of the circumstances means, and the time frame of it is going to be a little bit open to dispute. But it's like, okay, could what happened 4 minutes earlier be helpful totality? It could be, but it's like, what exactly happened and what was the nature of that? So, yeah, it's possible.
But just to color the totality of the circumstances, it's different for each event. For instance, like with Kyle Rittenhouse, for instance, like an hour before, the guy,
I think it was a couple
hours before, the guy actually threatened Kyle Rittenhouse,
Says like,
and there were witnesses.
It's like, if I see you, I'm going to kill you. So
yes,
that's informative.
And think about how important that is to the totality of the circumstance. But we also have to understand too, not everything, because the Supreme Court is very clear. The totality of the circumstances doesn't mean you have to, you have to say, okay, this matters. You have to also take into account the reasonableness and whether it's relevant or not. It's relevancy.
Yes. Just one linchpin that you're waiting on.
Exactly. Because the moment of the shooting may be determinative, right? That may be the determinative factor, but it says you can't just focus on that alone. You got to look at the entire context, and that just makes sense, right? We look at the entire context. So sometimes, if you say, like people are saying, Peretti got into officers.
This is gonna take a while.
Well, that could be totality if these were the same officers, right?
It all goes to
that would go that.
It all goes to the officer's knowledge, because in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, Kyle Rittenhouse knew that because it was said to him. So it formed his mental state because it goes to his subjective fear, right? Because we talk about the subjective and objective frames. So when a couple hours earlier someone says, if I see you again, I'm going to kill you, and then a couple hours later we see him and things are happening, that goes to his subjective knowledge or his subjective fear. That's why it's relevant to the circumstance. What happened, 4 minutes ago or a week ago isn't relevant unless it somehow informs the subjective or objective framework of the officer or what the officer would be aware of or have reason to know. So it's not, it doesn't really fold into it for that reason. So, this is what we do over here. Just Rhonda says, I just want to tell Nate that apologizing in the live stream with Bronco and Joe is a big show of humility. I had unsubbed from your channel before I saw you come back. I'll subbed again. See, there you go.
Oh,
you picked up a sub, man.
Well, listen, thank you, and for everyone, thank you for bearing with me because, again, I know things have been a little chaotic recently, but thank you guys so much for staying with me. I really appreciate it.
Century 21 channels, Power Video Preddy at VA. Okay. If it's at the VA, I'm not sure how that's necessarily relevant, but okay.
Unless he's threatening all, and then again, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Zero Chill says, I saw someone arguing that Minnesota has a duty retreat law. Predator retreat knowing it's on. Thoughts? We're not. This has nothing to do with Freddy because Freddy isn't the one. Duty retreat applies to the use of force. So
Right. That's
Freddy wasn't using force, so there's no duty to retreat.
There was a case a few years. Let's say a few years, about 10 years ago. There got
Yeah,
there was a black woman that was arrested, and people were saying that she could have used the stand your ground law. I don't know if you guys remember that case, but the people brought up that it's not the same thing with what's his name, Zimmerman, because she had a duty to retreat. The black woman in question, when she got in a dispute with her male partner, kids were there. She went out to her car, went out to the garage, got her weapon, came back, and fired the weapon at her male partner, but the kids were standing right next to him. So she had a duty to retreat, but she tried to say, well, I felt threatened, whatever. It's like, no, you had a duty to retreat. You didn't do that. You went and then escalated the situation with a firearm. So no, you don't get to say stand your ground.
You know what? I do think it'll be interesting. Well, now that I've taken back over, I think it'll be interesting because I think Colin Noir, he's got a piece here that I want to actually play because I think it'll answer a lot of these questions. So I'm going to just put his video up real quick, the one that we watched earlier, and I think I agree with his assessments from this. So, and I want to see if you guys agree, and I want to see if the people here agree because they haven't seen this yet. So check it out.
Yes. Under Minnesota law, he was legally allowed to carry a firearm. He was legally allowed to bring that firearm to a protest. Minnesota. Smart to bring a gun to a protest where tensions are high and federal agents.
YouTube just crashed for me. What?
Protect the right, because at the end of the day, legally allowed to carry a firearm. Yes. Under Minnesota law, he was legally allowed to carry a firearm. He was legally allowed to bring that firearm to a protest. Minnesota statute 624.7142 does not prohibit carrying a firearm at a protest. That part is not debatable. Was it smart to bring a gun to a protest where tensions are high and federal agents are present and put yourself in the middle of an interaction? I wouldn't do that shit. But whether something is smart and whether something is legal are two completely different conversations, and people keep collapsing them on purpose.
Yeah.
Now, let me say this clearly, because this is the core 2A issue. Simply having a firearm on you does not make you a criminal. Simply having 2 magazines does not make you a criminal. It does not mean you're planning a mass shooting. For Christ's sake, you got people in the gun industry who would literally say, if you don't carry a spare mag, you're doing it wrong. Nothing about his behavior gave me mass shooter vibes. Nothing about his demeanor gave me aggressor. And honestly, the license argument doesn't even matter as much as people think it does. Yes, we know he had a license, but even if we didn't know that in the moment, simply possessing a firearm does not automatically turn you into a criminal. Besides, they weren't restraining him because he had a gun. They didn't even know he had a gun until he was on the ground. You may not like the fact that he was protesting ICE. That still does not strip him of his Second Amendment rights any more than if someone who is pro-ICE went to protest against the protesters while carrying their gun.
Preach it.
Yeah, and he has a point. He has a point. That's because I see that argument a lot. Yeah, he had a gun. Why would he bring it? Yeah, okay, fine. It does sort of. It's. I feel the same way to the folks that over where I live, where they bring a firearm into IHOP with them, and yeah, I don't know. They just do it. But I know my cousin does that as well. But he's a cop. Like he's still a cop even when he's off duty. So I understand why he does it, but still, it doesn't make you a criminal. How you utilize it or how you intend on utilizing it, that's when the criminality comes into play.
The Second Amendment is for everybody, not just people you agree with, not just people who vote like you, not just people who make you comfortable. If your belief in the Second Amendment disappears the second the person carrying a gun isn't on your team, then do you actually believe in the Second Amendment? Now, let's talk about what actually happened on the video. From what I saw, it looked like he was filming 2 women who were actively agitating the officer, blowing whistles, getting in his face, escalating the situation. From my perspective, it looked like documentation, not participation. I don't know if he told them to stop. I don't know if he tried to de-escalate verbally. All I can tell you is what it looked like to me from the footage.
Any comments? What do you think about that?
No, I agree. It looks like he's not trying to actively do a protest. He's just trying to figure out what's going on because he wasn't with the two women over there clearly. He's on the opposite side of the street, but it does look like he's just trying to keep an eye on like a first auditor. That's honestly what when I first saw this, I was like, oh, he's doing the First Amendment auditing stuff. Okay, fine, that's not illegal. Filming the police not illegal. Filming ICE not illegal, but the fact that he was annoying the ICE agents, I think that was the only crime he had committed.
And yes, those whistles were annoying as hell. They annoyed me just watching the video. But annoyance is not illegality. Blowing whistles is actually protected speech under the First Amendment.
And I'm surprised, like, so many people don't understand that. Like, it is protected speech, there's like case law on this.
But then a lot of people also don't know that flag burning is protected as well.
Texas v. Johnson, baby.
A lot of people don't know that. Yeah.
At the same time, I also saw the agent pushing one of the women to the ground. Was that legally justified?
That doesn't feel
Was he
necessary.
enforcing something specific?
He could have stiff-armed her.
I'm not going to
and
pretend I
walked
know
her,
just to
he
make
didn't have
me
to push.
feel better. Now, the dynamic clearly changed when the guy stepped between the agent and the woman after she went down. Do I think he was trying to be malicious? It looked to me like he was just trying to protect someone who had just fallen. Did that decision introduce risk, especially while he was armed?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something right now with that. Colin, we just had a whole decade of women saying, "Hey, don't interfere with us, leave us alone," and all the other kind of stuff. So the fact that he was doing that, it wouldn't have been me, right? But especially for people who are armed and already pissed off, I would have said, "Hey, look, y'all should probably back up and leave them the hell alone." But people won't fuck around and find out. So hey.
And here's where the two-way reality kicks in. You have a right to protest. You have a right to carry a firearm, even at a protest. Protests can turn violent. You still have to get back to your car. You still have to go home. All that shit. You're not any more safer at a protest. If I were protesting something, chances are I'd be carrying too, because I can legally do that. But I'm not going to engage federal agents while they're working.
That's
and
a bad
I'm
idea.
definitely not stepping between a federal agent while he's actively
But this
pushing
is like,
someone else.
I think
that agent
last time
doesn't
we
know
were,
me
pause for a second. When last time I was here, I think I was like, hey, if you really think that that's going to work out, you go and step in between a federal agent, a federal person of any stripe, of any uniform, while they're trying to do their job. It's not going to end well. I'm pretty sure I said that last week. And yeah, so I'm like, that's. But for those of you who heard me say that, this is what I was talking about. By the way, stuff like this happens.
My intentions, so I'm not risking it. When I carry a gun, I have two personalities, Pussy and John Wick. I'm the most passive person in the world when I'm carrying a gun. But if someone is trying to kill me or someone I love, you get to meet John Wick. When you
That's such a good line. Like,
cold conditions, movement during the struggle, and negligently discharge the gun. 2, the officer disarms him, moves away. Questions are,
In total, the agents fired 10 shots in 5 seconds.
the real questions are, who caused it? And why did the shooting continue afterwards? There are 2 plausible scenarios. 1, an officer draws under stress, finger on the trigger, cold conditions, movement during a struggle, and negligently discharged the gun. 2, an officer disarms him, moves away with the firearm, and then negligently discharges it while trying to secure it. Those 2 scenarios lead to very different conclusions. If the first shot came from the officer moving away with the gun, it's still negligence, but maybe they can argue how other agents might believe that lethal force was being used against them and they just reacted. Still negligent, but if the first shot came from the officer with his finger on the trigger and he knew it was a negligent discharge and then continued firing, at that point, we're no longer just talking about negligence. We're talking about something fundamentally different. And this is where the law matters, not
Murder,
violence, not politics.
some would
Under
say.
Graham v. Connor and Tennessee v. Garner.
What is that? What was that case?
They say Graham v. Connor. Graham v. Connor.
Graham v. Connor. Is that relevant?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, but he works in the field. Anybody who works in the field is using Graham v. Connor. It's not, and again, Bronca, unfortunately, he just doesn't know this. He doesn't understand this. And it's good because I think he gives a great presentation and talks to us. But he just doesn't, he's legally ignorant to this particular presence of the law. Not to say that when it comes to personal self-defense, because to be honest with you, if it's a self-defense from a civilian where I use force, I think Bronca, he wrote the book on it. But it's incredibly different when you're talking about law enforcement agencies' use of force in this country.
Deadly force is judged under the Fourth Amendment's objective reasonableness standard. Officer by officer, second by second. A gun existing is not the same thing as a gun being a threat. A holstered firearm, once removed and controlled, changes the legal math immediately. Another officer yelling gun or even an accidental discharge does not automatically authorize everyone in the scene to open fire. That's not my opinion. That's just law.
Any disagreement?
Nope.
Is that case law? There's a case law for that, right? Case law?
I'm sure there's case law, but he's right though. He's absolutely right. Somebody yelling gun doesn't give you, there needs to be more, and that's what we were saying earlier.
I mean, every federal agent receives training
Yes.
on how to use a weapon and adverse conditions. That we have it's called up-down drills. There's target discrimination practices that always go through. So I think that's the one thing that a lot of people are kind of hinging this on. Hey, these guys should be trained. I can't speak for the training, right? I've not been trained by them, but I've been trained by the federal government at some point in time in my life. So it's presumed that they've also had some target discrimination training.
Bro, they have the same spawns. It's so annoying.
Great trigger discipline.
More
Yeah,
weavers,
no,
please. I just need 2 more.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Until we know, one, who fired the first shot, whether it was negligent, and what each officer actually perceived, I'm not going to pretend certainty. All I can give you are contingencies. If this, then that. If not this, then something else. And I refuse to let this get hijacked into an ICE debate. I'm talking about guns. I'm talking about rights. I'm talking about constitutional consistency. From that perspective, here's where I land. He did not lose his rights because of his politics. He did not lose his rights because of where he protested. He did not lose his rights because he carried a gun. But bad decisions, bad training, bad reactions, and bad assumptions stacked on top of each other one by one, and someone ended up dead. None of this shit looks good. Not the agitation, not the interference, not the anti-gun rhetoric, not the negligent discharge, not the follow-up shots, not the rush to tribalism. And if that doesn't bother you, no matter what side you're on, something is wrong.
I'm at least happy like a bunch of big YouTubers are saying the right thing.
I agree. He's saying basically the same thing I am.
Yeah.
I mean, we might potentially split partially on like finer points or like, but he's like doing exactly what I'm doing. It's like if this, then this. If this, then this. He's doing kind of the same thing I am. So yeah, we broadly agree.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand. But I understand what folks are saying out there
bollocks.
too. We're taking the totality of everything. That,
Blah.
you know, hey, this officer is operating under duress, but that is part of the job. But it also is a human aspect to that. That hey, look, everybody has a breaking point, and so what is the culture that within these circles that would allow something like this to happen? Because there's all type of questions you can ask about it, but you know, there's a lot of other factors that just sort of makes all this worse.
Let's run through the super chats. If the body cam video was exculpatory to the agents, we probably would have seen it already. Yeah, I agree. Who sets the limits on what impeding is?
Agreed as well.
The 8th Circuit. I think I brought this up. I've looked up the 8th Circuit doctrine on the particular statute you're talking about, 18 U.S.C. Section 111, and there is a requirement of force. The 8th Circuit with Minnesota is they require forcible, sometimes either the threat of force, where the person is threatening, if you come at me, I'm going to beat you up, something like that, or the person actually makes contact and is pushing you. That's impeding. But in this particular case, when the officer was trying to leave, run away, get away, there was no impeding at that time. They weren't blocked. Because even you can get impeding even if you're sitting there blocking the car. But the requirement of force is necessary in the 8th Circuit under that particular law. So, yeah, if even without the element of force, you don't have impeding in the 8th Circuit particularly. I can look up the case, but I've looked at the case.
Oh my God!
Cannot linger in the street.
Stop spotting regular Morgan.
Yes, but federal agents can't enforce that because they can only arrest them on federal law. If they were local police, Yes, right? Local police could pull them over for a red light, could stop them from in the street. But federal agents don't have that authority. They can't arrest someone for a traffic violation.
Physically move you. Absolutely. They can physically move you out of because if there's something going on, but you can't be charged with a crime because they don't have federal agents don't have that type of authority.
He worked in the ICU. He can react to situations calmly, professionally. He chose to carry a weapon into the situation, volatile and
Yeah,
unpredictable.
well, all I have to say to that is this one over here, because you are now saying the Second Amendment and First Amendment can't go together at the same time. And
Thank you for this. Thank you for becoming a member. What if the officer heard gun, which we did see, lucked down, saw an empty holster and assumed that Freddy had pulled the gun and had it in his hand at the moment of the shoot? That's extremely. I think that's well. I think that's well thought out. I think this is a well placed super chat. But again, that's why it's important to see the body camera footage. Because the body camera footage gives you that perspective. And the officer, after the shoot, they interview these officers, and he would have had said that. So I don't know what the officer told the investigators right after the shoot.
Yeah.
But
I think to this, and this goes to my point. The fact that the officer didn't even see, from what I could tell, the weapon being cleared, because you would think if the weapon being cleared, you would keep an eye on it right as it's being moved out. But yeah, I don't think he saw it at all.
next, people in the chat explaining to 3 lawyers.
2 lawyers.
No. People are they're asking questions, and that's what we're here to do. We love answering these questions. What if the evidence comes out that the
Bro,
officer knew
me
about
spare me storage.
act specifically, i.e.
yeah, that would help.
That would be
help.
Yeah. We've been saying that all the time. If they knew, but it's on. They would have to say we knew this.
I do. Dagger.
I see what people are getting at with that.
I'm not even
we
sorry.
talk about this, before we go live. If Freddie and that particular agent had a run-in like an hour ahead of time, and the officer said, you know what, hey, I'm sick of this guy. I'm tired. I've already been patient with him, but I'm done. You could say that played a role in it, but we would need evidence of that. There has to be
I
something
stole the fuck
about
out of that mob.
situation where that guy threatened him directly an hour ahead of time. Like, so he knew that unequivocally, this guy's a threat to me. He needs to be neutralized given this situation.
Not standing in the street waving traffic. Why was that a problem from the perspective of the federal officers? Why was that a problem? How did it stop, impede, delay, interfere? Maybe it did. Maybe there was a problem with it, but it's not immediately obvious.
If it was a convoy, let's say if there was a convoy or something like that, then you could make that argument that he's impeding. But if there's no active convoy that's being, because they can drive around it like that's possible. But it's just
and even if it's illegal, again, it's like I feel like a lot of you guys are clutching at straws. I have to be honest with you guys. Let's assume that somehow what he was doing in the street was illegal. What does that have to do with the shooting? I mean, guys, are we really at this point? How desperate are some of you people to make this a righteous shoot? Oh my God, he was in the middle of the street.
He had a gun.
That's what they. But it's
a week before he got into a tussle with ICE. What are you guys doing over there?
No, this is the same thing like the Kyle Rittenhouse case, right? He had a gun, automatically he's a murderer. No, we got to think about this. Oh, look, it's so wild to see the arguments just totally switch. Just based on
2 weeks
what
after
happened, right?
2 weeks after the Kyle Rittenhouse incident, Kyle Rittenhouse was at a bar because his lawyers took him there to meet some Proud Boys, and he said something along the lines of, something like, my sister was threatened, or if she was threatened, I defend it. And the prosecutor wanted to use that evidence to go to his mental state 2 weeks earlier. And we're like, fuck no. And the judge said, fuck no, because what does this have to do with anything? It doesn't have anything to do with the price and tea in China. Judge Schroeder was right. Be like Judge Schroeder.
It will be interesting if this goes to court. I think it's going to court. I don't. Matter of fact, I don't know how it does it unless they just straight up cover it. Because they would have to justify this. A lot of truth will come out. We learned a lot of truth in the written.
Thank God.
I do believe in stress and loss of sleep. I just disagree. Why
Moving on.
I believe they started to watch Kurt's cooking videos and started having nightmares. Shot. So if the state police aren't there to enforce state and local laws, like standing in traffic, ICE just have to let them, even for safety purposes.
Yeah.
Well,
unless it's interfering with the ICE operation in some way.
all right. So
Convoy.
yeah. So the difference here, I'll give you the mic. The difference here that then Renee Good. We all agree Renee Good with a clean shoot. And the reason why we all agree with Renee Good with a clean shoot because she was physically blocking ICE. She was physically stopping them from doing their job, right? They placed a car in the street and then waved them around. And when they were asked to leave, they didn't leave. And the ICE officers did say, get out of the car, making clear commands that get out the car because they were going to arrest them. And when they heard those verbal commands, instead of complying with those lawful verbal commands, she turned the car, hit the gas, and hit an agent. That is a totally different scenario than what we have here because those agents weren't being blocked, they weren't being threatened, and the protesters learned from the Renee Good thing. Don't stand in front of these cars because they can be hitting. So that's what I think.
Oh, 2 levels and a little bit more, I can finally start mounting up.
They could move them. There would be safety, but in this particular instance, if they're just standing in the street blowing whistles and they are not impeding you in any way, there's nothing you can do unless you're authorized by the
It's gonna be
state
handy.
to be able to make an arrest under state law. And ICE agents and Border Patrol are not. Does the number of times he was shot have an impact on the officer's part and intent and bearing an intent? Well, it all depends if they were successive shots.
Which one?
No, well, I would say, let's say it was a accidental discharge. Then I think you have probably a clear.
So if the SIG went off,
yeah, then you have
say that. Okay.
then you're responding to a deadly threat. But a matter of time only really matters if you have a pause in the action, break in the action. Because what was the name of the case? The Plumhoff case, where the cops shot 15 times in 10 seconds and killed the person.
I don't know the name of the case.
I think it might be Plumhoff. It may be a different case. But there's a case in where the cop shot 15 times in 10 seconds. Maybe 15 times in 10 seconds.
I know you're right. I just can't remember the name of the case.
But even in that, the court essentially said it's going to be treated as one use of force as long as the shots are continuous, consecutive, and there's no break in the action. Ba 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 ba. You're responding to the threat in real time. So the number of shots, like if you're doing a mag clip after the threat went away and you're just doing a mag dump, then that makes it a whole totally different situation. Whenever you would like to something.
What can I help you with?
Oh,
I'll read it. Always appreciate the unbiased legal breakdown. These issues are always nuanced and complex. Critical thinking requires proper perspective.
Yep.
Roddenberry has strict fitness standards for the original series due to the reasoning that medical technology and diet fix obesity. And also cussing was considered primitive and unenlightened.
Nice.
But that's true though, because they're not using the language you use today. And matter of fact, they're even using curse words 1,000 years from now. Like if you look at the way language is, English from 1,000 years ago, you wouldn't be able to recognize. Like we wouldn't be able to understand it. It's that different than the English that we have today. Because
it's like gutter snipe.
Yeah, it was like I was looking at the generalist papers and he was doing like the history of English, and he starts and goes through and was like, and you see like how it just changed so dramatically. So yeah, so I think they even use douchebag in the new Star Trek series. There are no douchebags. It's been 1,000 years. They're not, I don't think women are still using douchebags in Star Trek, right?
Last time you've heard a woman be called a strumpet?
Yep, not really in my vocab. Yeah.
I just so happen to know a lot of those words.
Nate Delora would consider doing a video on a peaceful assembly that was constantly protected. I like to share your voice on them. What's it? Peaceful on a peaceful assembly that was constantly protected. Yes. All right. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Cause I'd have to figure out which one. If the first cop was unlawful, then the next cop knew he was acting unlawfully. No. I don't.
How would the officer know that?
Thank you. You would have to show that the officer knew, because the second officer for the second series of shots would have had to have said, you know what? I'm just going to mag dump in this guy. Like he told his colleague, hey, I'm just going to shoot this guy. Fuck it. Like you would have to demonstrate that he knew that, because all that officer knew, this guy could be still reaching for a gun, because mind you, gun doesn't mean that, oh, there's just 3 guns or just 1 gun. Nobody knows, right? So the second series of shot was clearly based on the first series of shots. So obviously there's going to have to be an investigation, but you would have to demonstrate that that second officer knew certain things, which is hard.
Trump is not backing down. Every illegal immigrant must commit multiple other felonies to live and work in the United States. Crimes like tax evasion, fraud, and identity theft. All right, so you're saying if they're living here, they can't pay taxes. All right. I get it. In other words, just being here illegally is one part of it, but then you have all the other illegal activity because they've got some type of income.
They can pay taxes. I promise you, the IRS will cash their check.
No, but the fact that they aren't paying taxes, you say, the left has won. Everyone keeps saying ICE when it was Border Patrol. That's true. We've been saying ICE, but we should say federal agents. Yeah, there are two different components, but no one wants to get rid of CBP, just ICE. That's true.
It doesn't really matter.
That's true.
Fair.
But they were on an ICE operation. That's also important too. Federal report says 2 Border Patrol agents fired their weapons. No negligent discharge. Well,
there goes that argument.
Yeah. So let me see. Yeah, just 2, and no negligent discharge. All right. I don't know.
That'll help.
Nate, why are you using facts to make good legal arguments for your case? Shouldn't you stand outside, cold, and cry for 12 minutes like legal? Yes.
You know that's actually not the worst idea I've ever heard. Maybe for today's video, but we have no snow. Maybe I could fake it. I'll put up a green screen and borrow Legal Eagle's background and make a video.
You tried.
I could film it in my studio. See how sad it made me.
Oh man.
Maybe I'll do that.
Thank you. That's actually just as word. Thank you so much. Now it's debatable whether he should be considered a predator. He is protester. Sorry, predator. But again, I can't see. So let me see, because like you said, I only got one eye, which I thank you for telling me about. Yeah.
Remember earlier? Tumor.
Oh yeah, it's a tumor. I think I have that for the next 6 months, but then it's gonna run its course now. So he is a part of an organized group taking ships, actively obstructing law enforcement. Do you have the right to obstruct? No, you have the right to organize protests. From the civil rights movement to COVID protests to Black Lives Matter protests. Yes, you have a right to organize. Matter of fact, it's a constitutional right to organize. Yeah, to assemble and peacefully. That. So you're right. I don't believe you. Well, I believe you have a right to obstruct. You just don't have a right to obstruct.
It's getting busy.
Legally, right?
Let me give you guys an example. And by the way, I don't know who thought I was a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. These 2 guys are lawyers. I'm just a guy. So I want you to keep something in mind. There are protests outside of federal buildings all the time. They're called military installations. If you go to Okinawa right now, there's a protest outside of one of the Marines installation. And they can do that. Technically, that's American soil around that area, but they can do that as long as it doesn't get to a certain level. There has to be an escalation. Someone like has a Molotov cocktail, somebody firing off shots or something. Something has to go over that edge in order for it to be criminal in nature, right? So there is a line in the sand, right? There's obviously stuff you can and can't do, especially like with like casing a federal building. Like if you are seen or suspected of casing, that's like walking back and forth at the same time every day, you can be approached, but you can't necessarily be arrested unless it's demonstrable that you're up to some nefarious means and some conspiracy or something.
Yeah, I think people fail to realize there's a difference between something being illegal and something just being unpopular or something that you just don't like. Blowing the whistles, again, is very annoying and I don't like it, but it's constitutionally protected. I don't like these people are protesting it, but it's constitutionally protected. I don't like the fact that this guy took a gun to this protest, but it's constitutionally protected. And if we don't protect his ability and their ability to do that, guess what? When it's on the other side and the Democrats in office and telling you to take a shot and put it in your arm, then they're going to be using these same tactics against you. So don't forget, the shoe does go to the other foot sometimes.
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of you guys bending over backwards this hard to justify a lot of the Jan 6 prosecutions for I don't remember you trying to bend over backwards to say how right the police were for all those Jan 6 rats. Yeah.
Thank you for coming a member. Thank you for becoming a member. When they yelled gun at something in his hand, does that make a difference? Yeah, that could definitely make a difference. I do believe that makes a big difference. I think he had the phone in his hand because again, it's a dynamic situation. We're talking about split-second decision, and somebody yells gun, you see something black in someone's hand. That does make a difference. But
Hello?
it all
Yeah,
depends.
weird.
Again, that's why the body cam is going to be important because if his hands are above his head, and that's why we said we just need more information. Again, we just need more. So, but yeah, this is a great comment.
There, about 6 years ago, there was a police shooting of a. About 6 years ago, I want to say there was a police shooting. Might have been in South Carolina. I can't remember exactly where, but the cop stopped because he thought the kid had a gun in his hand. The kid had a phone, but it just so happened to be the color and the shape. Look, there's some plausible deniability with some of that, but if you do have something in your hand that resembles or could resemble a firearm, it is reasonable to suspect that. But again, that a body cam would definitely help because you're going to be facing what you're looking at. So, but then it's up to a jury to determine that.
Chaotic situation created by protesters led to this.
In part,
I would say agree, but I do think you have to also understand the escalation of force. The officers, and I'm saying this from the videos I see, the officers are the first ones to attack. These people didn't push and attack the officers. The officers are the ones who attacked them, and they were responding to the force against them. So, unless the officers unless we wanted to ignore that fact and just cleanly say everything the officers did was okay, then I think that would be the wrong assumption I think that'd be the wrong factual conclusion because the officers start laying hands on them first. This wasn't the opposite way around. Self-defense cannot be done retroactively. It's true, but don't forget also too. We were looking at federal law. And federal law doesn't allow you the right to resist. Some states do allow you the right to resist in the law, but federal law doesn't do that. But federal law does allow self-defense against what's known as unreasonable force. It would avoid beatings by police. So if a police officer is using unreasonable force, but it has to be objectively unreasonable. So it's a very high standard for a civilian. But if the force is objectively unreasonable against you, then you can use proportional force to stop that threat. For instance, as an example, let's say police get a call of a bank robbery, and you're walking out of the bank, and you see a police come and start roaring for their gun, and then you go for your gun and shoot the officer first. Now, the officer would have been justified because he thinks you're maybe the bank robber, right, coming out the bank. But you're not robbing the bank. They would maybe have been the wrong location. So you, because you see this unreasonable use of force, you've responded and killed the officer. So you would get a jury instruction saying, well, in this particular case, if you reasonably believe that officer was using unjustified force in that moment against you, which it's true, that force would have been unjustified in that moment. But again, it's a factual determination for a jury. So it is possible to get that jury instruction. You'll still be prosecuted, but at least the jury will get the bite of the apple to say, well, he was responding to a deadly force threat that was unjustified in that moment against him. Now, the officer, again, if you've noticed, the officer in that case would also be justified because of the circumstances. So it's the Kyle Rittenhouse and Gage Gordonsworth thing, where both sides can be justified and have reasonable beliefs.
There's a higher standard on one end, right? Both are culpable, but there's a different standard.
I understand Peretti was legally carrying, and I do believe the CBP agent, CBP, was overly aggressive. As a CCW member, I would never get between them. Yeah. But again, what's smart and what's illegal is two different things. It's simple. If he never had the gun, no one would have yelled gun, gun, gun. If Kyle Rittenhouse never had the gun, right? We can play this out. If Kyle Rittenhouse never had the gun,
we don't want to get to the point. And I know Kurt's going to agree. We don't want to get to the point that possessing a firearm is akin to criminality. We never want to, because that starts to tread on the Second Amendment quite clearly, right? If you the very possession of a firearm does not mean you had intent on using
I
it.
refuse to accept that me lawfully exercising my Second Amendment right is playing a stupid game, especially when it comes to the government, because the Second Amendment protects me from the government.
It's not like
That doesn't make any sense.
And you're right. He would still be here. But in a Kyle Rittenhouse case, 3 people would still be here.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what I'm saying. You know, everybody wants the magic phone. There is none, I think, in this case. So how was Renee Good impeding exactly? She literally put a car in the middle of the street and moved it back and forth to stop the officer. She physically, she was physically impeding. Like it wasn't like this wasn't even, this is not even a question. That's what they put in to do. And by waving around the ICE officers at one at a time, that was physically impeding ICE.
Okay, so if you don't think that that's impeding, okay, the next time you see an ambulance coming down the street, I want you to put your vehicle perpendicular to the street, and I want you to see what happens, right? They can go around you, but the police officer tailing them is going to pull you over, and you're going to get charged. That you can say just because somebody can be avoided doesn't mean they're not. Though what's it called? A speed bump is an obstruction. An obstruction does not have to mean full stop. It can mean simply akin to an impediment. But so you have to understand there's a technical legal definition, and then there's a common sort of layman understanding of it. And as a layman, I'm trying to draw that out. And do I have that correct?
Yeah, it would be also similar to, suppose there was a building that had 3 sets of entrances, and the cops are trying to get through the doors, and you being one guy bar one set of doors because you're only one guy. So the cops could theoretically get through the other 2 sets. Are you impeding them? Of course you are, because you're impeding their entrance to the ability to get through it. So yeah, it's impeding.
And you got to understand the physical nature of it has to be there, and or the threat of the physical nature of it. So that's Eighth Circuit. That's Eighth Circuit law. I always thought it was weird that Cap.
Please don't worry. Oh, thank God. Like, I was hoping you would flee.
Was so focused on race relations in the 24th century.
Can't all be waived. Yeah, I think that's
waving traffic through ongoing operations in the street and impeding ops or representing danger to agents. Lady didn't stop when told, and she can't, and officer can't remove. Okay. So hold on, waving traffic through ongoing operations in the street could impede ops. No, it does impede ops, and it's physically, remember, there's this physical element that you have to overcome or represent danger to the agents. And you don't have to represent, you just have to, the physical impeding, that's enough to be charged with the misdemeanor. So that's what it is. Lady didn't stop when told, true. The officer can't.
Okay, so a federal uniformed individual for the federal government can physically move you from a location of an active operation. Okay, correct. They cannot, however, and this is what I want to make very clear, they cannot arrest you or charge you at all. You can be restrained, you can be held, and then the local police, law enforcement, whoever, constable, would have to then come and get you because there's a liaison between the federal and state authorities.
Yeah, I think, like this one says, to be clear, the news report said that he was part of a group that locked the suspect in the building, offering to avoiding arrest prior to the shooting. Well, I would like to, I've not seen that, but that would also it would inform, but then again, I don't know.
It doesn't get you very far, because it's like, okay, now you have him guilty of a crime, you know, for whatever. It's like, but you still, how's that relevant to the shooting? It doesn't really get you very far.
No, the person who shot him, CBP officer, would have had to have this information ahead of time.
Even if he had the information, it doesn't get him very far.
Yeah, it would still, you would have to say, how did this play into the mental calculus that led to the shooting? Like, you have to connect these 2 things clearly and not just causally.
Nate, as part of your argument that federal agents did not have authority to arrest Peretti and the 2 women in that circumstance, yes. I don't see the violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 111 because they weren't physically forces, some type of force required, and there wasn't any physical impediment there. But local police could, yes, because local police,
they have the authority to do that. Yeah. So, I want to make this point. I just thought about this. Every time you've seen other protesters in the vicinity of CBP and ICE, have you seen them push people, or have you seen them walk up to people with their hand up or shooing them away. You've seen a certain level of force that was commensurate with what was displayed. Now, once the crowd or an individual becomes more hostile and they escalate, then you can see dispersal agents and other things being used in accordance with the escalation of force. They can't just decide, well, you know what, I'm going to go from a shooing to a pushing arbitrarily. That's a big no-no.
I like this question. At what point does loud noise cross the line from protected speech to attempt to harm those, then by deafening or disorientating? Still a bad shoot. Well, I would say this: if you could show whatever they were doing, that like for instance, some sonic device that gave a physical injury to the officer, now we're talking about a different story. Now we're talking about something different, right?
And civilians don't have access to that type of stuff. So if you would have to really like a loud bullhorn in an agent's ear that like to make his head ring or something like that, but I doubt many of them are going to stand there and take that or be that close to an agent to begin with. So
Are you on board with the physical injury aspect of it? If there's a physical injury from the whistle, something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
he's got tinnitus.
The governor. Oh, sorry. I'm reading it. The governor of Michigan has armed protesters in front of the state house every day, even after 2 of them attempted to kill her. What? It's the other protesters' right to protest while armed. Oh, interesting. I didn't know. Regarding the officer who did the shoot at Peretti, what legal liability, if any, might he face? Kurt is probably best for this one.
Man 2. Man 1.
I don't know. Yeah, it's unclear. You'd be looking to some sort of accessory after the fact, maybe, but it's not clear those officers in the first instance would have any liability if they didn't fire. So my gut instinct would say probably none.
Man 3.
Let me see. Isn't time and manner an issue yet? For example, say SWAT is about to execute a warrant. Would it be considered obstruction to stand near the officer screaming and whistling, warning, etc.?
No.
Because don't forget, we have a Second Amendment
And a First Amendment.
I mean, yeah, and I'm sorry, in this case, a First Amendment. So.
It's not unlawful to flash your flashers to show that police are up ahead to do speed traps. That's been defended in court. Yeah, it is not unlawful to observe police. It's not unlawful to tell people that police are present. None of these things are unlawful.
Now, if in the example of SWAT, if that person physically stood in the way of a doorway while they were issuing that warrant after the door was breached or whatever, then yeah, that would be obstruction. That's clearly you are trying to impede this officer. Now, standing on the outside and just being annoying, no.
We are assuming, by the way, for the purposes of this hypothetical, that this person is unaffiliated with the person that's being swatted. Because, like, if they were a lookout, that's a whole different situation. If they're just a random person who is sending information, then there's no conspiracy. So
it'd be an accessory at that point.
As long as they're not a lookout.
Every time I hear them damn whistles, it reminds me of Terry Crews on a white chick. Yeah, it does. It does. Is there a logical argument for Peretti being unlawfully criminally confined by the agents, considering the totality of the circumstances?
That's what we've been discussing.
Yeah, that's there is an argument, but the problem is that now I'm going to be on the other side. Even if the officers were wrong, or the arrest was unlawful, they didn't have any basis. You don't have a right to resist. So that's also placed into a part. So when people say resisting arrest, you don't have the right to resist, but you do have the right to self-defense of unlawful force, unreasonable force. So that's, and you got to kind of parse that as it is. It's a very fine line, and it's a very high standard because again, the government doesn't want you beating up its officers and claiming that. So that's what we're looking at. Legal Eagles use Kevin Porter Jr. as an example of an ICE murder. Wow. He was firing shots in the air at his apartment when an off-duty agent engaged him. Porter shot at him. Good shoot or innocent baby Engel? No, I'm sorry.
Angel.
If a cop comes up to somebody who's shooting a gun, that's we're in no man's land.
So in reference to escalation of force, and this goes back to Kurt's point, possessing a Second Amendment item is not inherently criminal under any sense. Discharging the weapon now puts it in a different category because now you've escalated from just the possession of a potentially dangerous object to utilizing negligently this potentially dangerous object. So that's the line in the sand.
And again, you could be, you could be technically helping everyone, saving someone else from being harmed, right? Because this person is just shooting up in the air. So yeah, that was a, if that's the case, I think that would be a clean shit. But I have to look at Legalese videos, nerd videos. I know you're thinking that came. I was late to the party. Where does the duty to inform come in, and does it matter? Is that a factor? I would say no. From now, like the duty, I'm assuming this is the duty of the person who's carrying the firearm to inform the agents that they're armed.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. That applies if he's actively being
Finally.
asked, do you have a weapon?
I don't know the answer to that question.
That I want to say. So right now, that's a good question. Thank you.
I gotta
but
do the radios now,
wanna
probably.
Say that if you are being asked directly, do you have a firearm? Then yes, you have a duty. But other than that, but it may be up to different state laws. So.
Yeah. I'm not sure. That's something I'm not that sure. Isn't the 1A the right to peacefully assemble? Yes,
Yep.
and the Supreme Court has said blowing whistles and yelling at cops is part of the right to peacefully assemble. You holding up signs, screaming, yelling. The thing that's not peaceful is when you start blocking and forcibly trying to stop them. Or if they, for instance, they're trying to go into the building and they jump in front of their doors, that's what's unallowed. But yes, if you stand on the street corner, yell and scream, that is considered peaceful. There's a lot of Supreme Court law in this. Kurt will tell you, it's very hard to overcome that from the First Amendment. And we see protests all the time where both sides, cops are pushing, they're pushing, and they're like, oh, nobody's arrested, it's a peaceful protest, because the First Amendment really is flexible when it talks to protest.
That's a ground that I know the Supreme Court can understand. They don't really want to tread on that at all, unless it's absolutely necessary, like yelling fire in a movie theater type of stuff. Like other than that, my understanding is that they do not want to start impeding that because it sets a bad precedent.
Force science comes in. All wearing similar uniforms, intentional blindness and experimental blindness comes in. Action bias plus delayed inhibition plus poor identification, predictable fatigue, argument justification. Who's arguing?
Yeah, I mean, all these things could be relevant to an eventual trial. So all these things could be elements of testimony that could lead a jury to conclude reasonable doubt. It's possible.
Thank you so much, Instructor Mike. If an agent can remove a person from the vicinity of an
Fuck.
operation, which the agent did,
Okay, we still got it.
but the operation seemed to me to be over. But I'll even give you that. Then Peretti grabbed the agent's arm after the agent pushed the woman. How is that not an arrestable offense? Well, I would say this. I believe if the agent is witnessing the officer use unreasonable force against someone else, I mean Peretti, and steps in between them to stop that unreasonable force against a third party, I think you could make an argument that he's employing self-defense against the unreasonable force for the woman.
The self-defense can be on behalf of the person or the party.
Yes, if you see, but the thing is that you got, for this, since it's so narrow, you got to be right. You can't be wrong. It has to, it has to.
You could make a case for that because he was trying to come to the woman up initially, so that is plausible given the totality of events. So.
But I'm going to say what I said earlier. It just doesn't matter either way, because my question, as before, is how is it relevant to the shooting, right? It's like, okay, like you guys seem to be looking for a reason that Peretti was behaving unlawfully. It's like, for the purposes of this discussion, I'm willing to give it to you. I'll give it to you. Peretti was doing something unlawful, and the cops had a valid reason to arrest him. Okay, I'll give it to you. My question still remains as before. How is the shooting good? Right? Did the cops have valid basis to arrest? Sure. What the hell? You got it. Did they have valid basis to shoot him? That's my question. I don't know how any of this matters.
Clear and present danger, sir.
Yeah, basically.
How would a layperson expected to distinguish between lawful and unlawful use of force in suto and in situ and determine if their own self-defense is warranted.
No.
Well, the law presumes that there is that if you're because don't forget, it's a reasonable person. So a lay person doesn't have to be correct. They have to be reasonable. Like even the cops don't have to be correct. They just have to. The standard is reasonable, not perfection. And I think a lot of people are looking for perfection on both sides, but not really understanding that it's reasonable. What's reasonable? That's the law. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the show. Thank you so much. This is the last super chat. We got second to last. This one is the last one. Anything else comes out, we gotta go. Must display permanent card identification document upon lawful demand.
Doesn't fucking matter. No one fucking cares. Fuck you.
No one. Yeah, and nobody asked them for it, right? No one demanded it. And but hold on. I just want to say this: they are not peace officers.
That's also true. They're also not peace. They're also not peace officers. That's also technically true.
I'm going to grant if they were peace officers. Okay, I'm going to grant that.
Right.
Just for this purpose. How would he have rendered it? At what point?
Also, his failure to do so is a fairly minor violation.
Yeah. It
doesn't fucking matter to the shooting.
it's the draconian, tactics used. Like it doesn't. The escalation doesn't meet what was given. But at what point was he able to render it? Even if he was asked for it, even if they were peace officers, if somebody is pinning me down and holding both my hands, show me your ID. I can't. I don't have any more arms, So it's like that argument doesn't really work too well. But I see what you're trying to get at, though.
So yes, we just read this one. So we got this one. Before you in the stream, each give your takeaways, legal and non-legal. There's a lesson from this tragedy. So I'll start. I think the lesson here is that I think the first officer who started pushing everybody around started this whole series of events, and I think that all
my dude Matrix the fucking knife. Buck.
And I think this
Fucker.
whole issue is going to really turn on whether it was the suspect's gun that misfired, or if it was the first officer that fired. Because then I'm thinking their evaluation change is probably justified. Because negligence, even if the officer was negligent, that will still be justified. But if the officer was reckless, and then we're going to have another problem. And again, we're looking at what a reasonable officer would do in the same set of circumstances. So that's my opinion.
I'm good.
You good? Okay. So I'll stick with this. Look, you F around, you find out. Okay. Look. So nobody acted perfectly. There should be a higher standard to law enforcement. I do agree that the CBP officer was instigating a lot of it. People are asserting that there are extenuating circumstances that play a role. That has to be demonstrated. That CBP officer knew and understood and used whatever information y'all are trying to bring up in his mental calculus at the time of the shooting, right? Not after. But I do think that Walls and many others that foment this anger and that create this animus towards the situation are also to blame, because they are emboldening their population to be this combative towards the officers. So that's me.
Last one, please watch the full video. Tag CBP. Was it Targ CBPOP? Petty and others given lawful orders, get out of the street. Petty others went back into the street. Petty non-compliant assaults officers, resist arrest, and has concealed.
I'm aware of all that. It doesn't change my analysis. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of assumptions here. Petty was non-compliant. From what I'm seeing, if somebody sprays you mace in your face.
Dude, what's with the blocking on the fucking throwing knives? These guys are.
That makes it different. Like, we have to take into account that they gotta have
Neo. I couldn't think of the fucking character name. I was gonna say John Wick, but that doesn't.
Like, just on like 90% of the time, mace does work, or 80% of the time, mace does work. So I think a reasonable person would think, if I mace these people and they're reacting like the mace is affecting them, then it would be reasonable to believe that that person is experienced the effects of the pepper spray. And it would be hard, again, like I've maced people before, and unfortunately for those people, it's difficult to comply. When you got a can of mace in your face, it's difficult to comply, because I'm trying to pull your hand down, but you know what you're trying to do? You're trying to wipe the mace out your eyes and your hands are burning. And then sometimes it's fun because the rest of this guy, don't know why this guy maced him. But anyway, the guy mace hits him with the pepper spray. We jump on him, we were locking him up. And next thing you know, because you know how you touch your face all the time, we were like, I rubbed my nose and now I'm struggling because I mace in my face and then the other people. So we got it gets crazy like that. So
I can say that I've not experienced mace, but I've experienced CS gas, and you're
Oh my
trained.
God.
Yeah. CS gas is terrible, by the way. Every orifice on your body starts to excrete mucus, a lot of it. But you're trained to stand there with everybody else, breathe it in, and say your full social security number, first and last name, and say a whole bunch of other stuff. And it is incredibly difficult. I know because I had to go through twice. So it is. I'm telling you, if that's anything like mace, it's going to be real hard to comply with anything.
yeah, I love that. That'll be great for for identity theft, right? What is it? Write it down, right? And nobody write it down. What would be the steps to charge to change federal immunity? We got to go to
Congress to
Supreme Court
pass
for
the
that.
statute would be nice.
Yeah, we got to go up. But listen, everyone, we actually have to run. Thank you guys so much. You kept us here for 2.5 hours. Again, we do this every Wednesday. Myself and the commentary king. Kurt comes over sometimes and hangs out, but this is our every Wednesday stream about 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. So we stream it, and we hope you like
Now
the
it's
content.
2:30. My day is already gone.
But
I hate all of you.
We want to thank you guys all for coming, and we will see you next time. Next week, hopefully.
Must resign or
The emasculated
longer right. The biggest dividing line in politics and in culture is no longer right or left. It's a lot to do with basic trust. Do you believe this person is honest? Are they authentic? Are they telling the truth? That's why podcasters like Joe Rogan have displaced the corporate media, and why politicians like Bernie Sanders are among the most popular in America, whether you agree with their politics or not. After the past few weeks, it's hard to see how some key figures in the Trump administration can ever be trusted again, having chosen scripted gaslighting over honesty at a moment of genuine crisis.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently.
Resisted, fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers.
An agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately.
Delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene.
Yeah, you shot him in the head and in the back a couple of times. Right?
To inflict
That's
maximum damage.
Where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Well, anybody who'd seen
That's
the
such
footage of
horseshit.
Alex Pretty's shooting knew it just didn't stack up. And the same can be said about many of the arguments put forward to effectively justify his death. This was one of the most popular.
Number one, the Second Amendment is a right. I'm a Second Amendment absolutist. You have the right to carry a weapon to defend yourself, not the privilege. It is a right. Those rights come with restrictions. I think you would understand that more than anyone at this table. One of those restrictions is you have to have your ID and your permit on you. We don't know. Current reports are he didn't have either one of those on, at which point he's not carrying legally.
Irrelevant.
Fine, that's all true. But we know that he did have a permit for his gun, and the law says he has to show it when requested to do so. Where in the footage did any of the officers stop to ask him for his paperwork? And why was Kyle Rittenhouse a hero for not using his common sense, but Alex Pretty caused his own death by not using his common sense? The only thing Pretty was brandishing was his iPhone, which has also become an unlikely source of contention.
I want to show you something. Does that look like a gun?
What a retard, bro. What the fuck is this retard?
Like most phones. That's crazy stuff.
Well, crazy stuff is correct. Many people were justifiably furious with
Who was that
liberal
retard?
media personalities who repeatedly told them to disbelieve their lying eyes, not least about Biden's own health. Also furious about the idea that angry white conservatives were domestic terrorists and the single greatest threat to America. Most of those people voted for President Trump because they were sick of it. They didn't give his enforcers a mandate to repeat the exact same playbook. Well, joining me to discuss all this is Tim Miller, the commentator with the Bulwark. Jonathan Fahey, he's a former acting ICE director. Brandon Tatum, aka the Officer Tatum. And Brian Tyler Cohen, host of No Lies. So welcome to all of you. Tim Miller, it seems to me it's been a very significant 48 hours, actually, for Donald Trump, for his administration, for the wider public, and for this issue of trust and being able to believe what we see with our own eyes. Because if you listen to what these administration officials were saying in the immediate aftermath of this killing, then this guy, Alex Preddy, was about to launch a massacre of law enforcement officers when we could all see
it's obviously preposterous
that were coming out that simply wasn't true. He was defending a woman protester who'd been thrown on the floor. He was then thrown on the floor himself. Yes, he had a weapon on him, but at no stage did he brandish that weapon or represent any threat to the 8 ICE officers that engulfed him. And in fact, they took away his gun and then they killed him. So given that we could all see that, I think what's happened here, which has been really pretty unprecedented and quite fascinating to watch, is that Donald Trump has realized this has crossed a line many people may not have thought Donald Trump was aware of or cared about. And that line being, if you try and tell people that what they've just seen with their own eyes is not true, they're not going to buy it, trust in you is going to erode, and your polling numbers are going to get slayed, and ultimately it will cost you at the ballot box. What's your reading of it?
Well, I hope you're right, Piers. I hope that Donald Trump changes course. I think we've seen some very minor evidence of that, replacing Greg Vivino with Tom Homan. For me, I would have preferred that all of the ICE and CBP agents be removed from Minneapolis immediately and then taken off the streets and brought back to D.C. or to the border where they're supposed to be. Minneapolis is famously 300 miles from a border. And, then where they could reassess what a program would look like where they actually went after the worst of the worst rather than
and still you have over 100,000 illegals
and menacing people who are here legally. And I do agree with you that the American people overwhelmingly do not want and do not support a government that murders its own citizens in the street, that unloads a clip and shoots them 10 times,
magazine,
fires 6 bullets into their dead body on the ground, and then lies about them and smears them after they're dead. I think that the vast majority of Americans don't want that. You'll probably be able to find a couple of shills to come on and defend that on this show, but I think the vast majority of Americans say, no, we do not want murderous mass thugs anonymously killing our fellow Americans. And so I do think that that is showing up in the polls. I think you're seeing Donald Trump's numbers erode massively, particularly among Hispanics, but also among young men, the libertarian types, the folks that really believed the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, the folks that really believed in the First Amendment, which protects free speech, which protects taping
guess I'm rolling a
people in your
cigarette.
community if you want to, as well as the Second Amendment, which protects your ability to carry a weapon. So the young men that flocked to Trump, I think, thinking that he was going to be a free speech president, are now seeing the truth, and I do think it's hurting him with them as well.
Yeah, Officer Tatum, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, the really frustrating thing for Donald Trump must be that a large part of his immigration policy has been extremely successful and well received. And I'm talking specifically about the basic closure of the southern border. After years of Biden allowing millions of people to come in illegally, Trump has stopped it. That's a great win for his administration. It's something most Americans agree with. And yet here he is now getting quite negative polling about his immigration policies. And I think it's all come down to this issue of how the ICE agents are behaving in these rural areas and these back-to-back shootings, deadly shootings, of protesters.
Well, it's because of mindless people like the gentleman that just finished speaking is the reason why people have this perception that Donald Trump is somehow doing something wrong. They deported 600,000 people. They've deported people who have committed murder, rape, all kinds of dangerous and felonious crimes. Also, they're deployed in all 50 states. Why is Minnesota the only state that's having issues? And then to get on TV and say that a guy is observing the First Amendment and Second Amendment while he's at a protest assaulting ICE agents, Border Patrol agents.
No, bro.
An assault, a felonious assault against the ICE agents.
I hate tribalism from the left. I hate it from the right, dude.
While carrying a firearm without notifying them.
What was the assault?
Brandon, what was the assault? When the Border Patrol pushed the lady, he went hands-on. That is a felony.
He did like this. That's not hands-on, man. Like, okay, bro. I hate it when the left lies, obviously. I fucking despise it when the right lies, obviously, just as much, dude. Can you guys stop being fucking tribalists and look at each situation without your political ideology in the back of your fucking head? Is that much to ask?
Well, when you say what you witnessed was an assault,
to physically assault,
Brandon, when you say hang on, let me finish. When you say what you witnessed was when you say what you witnessed was an assault by Alex Pretty on ICE officers, that is not what I witnessed.
Pierce, do you because you don't live in America, you've never done law enforcement, you don't understand the law. And with all due respect,
I've got a home in America. I've lived in America on and off for 20 years.
But I'm saying you are not vested in American law enforcement. When you grab somebody like Pretty did with an ICE agent, that is an assault, subject to an arrest. They had every right to take him down to the ground. He had a gun on him knowingly, came with multiple magazines.
But you should agree with that.
What? I don't agree with that.
Look, I was defamed there.
Well, hang on. Let me finish.
A Border Patrol agent.
Yeah, I will come back. Brandon,
if you want to peacefully protest, you can carry a gun.
Brandon,
you can't assault and get into a conflict.
Fine. I spent 20 years working and living in America, a lot of the year, right? So I know America very well. I've covered a lot of these stories over the years for CNN, for others, for Fox, for others, everyone, right? So you don't have to slightly patronize me with "you're not from these."
I'm not patronizing. I'm just telling you the truth because
I have a home. I've owned. Hang on, Brandon. Let me finish. I've owned a home in Los Angeles for 16 years. Okay, so I do understand how law enforcement works in America. I understand what the law is, right? I understand all of these things, but I look at what happens. Immediately you say that if you take a gun to a protest, but that's exactly what I've heard.
No, when you fight people when you fight
hang on, Brandon.
While having a gun.
I haven't finished my question. For 20 years, I've battled with the NRA and with the conservative right about this issue of guns in America. And I eventually concluded this is an issue for Americans to resolve amongst yourselves. I respect that. It's your country, your culture, your laws, your guns. However, there is a blazing hypocrisy in this narrative that's been spewed about Alex Pretty, that somehow one of the problems here was he was carrying a gun. He was carrying it legally.
No, the problem is not carrying a gun.
Under his Second Amendment rights.
Here we go again.
Carry the gun. The problem is not carrying a gun. The problem is getting to a physical altercation with intentionally and premeditated a physical altercation with ICE agents. I would never.
Bro, it wasn't premeditated. Come on, we all saw the video. That's not premeditated. He's trying to help the lady. He puts himself in between the officer and the lady. Yes, I can give you that much. But don't give me the assault nonsense, alright? Holy fucking shit. Did these people insult your intelligence, okay? They literally insult your intelligence. It drives me up the wall. Whether the right does it or the left does it.
I carry a gun everywhere I go. I got my gun on me right now. I would never confront or get in a physical altercation with any law enforcement with a gun on me. You learn that in CCW class and as a person with common sense. Because what happens? Things get twisted up. You have the gun get exposed. They yell, gun, gun, gun. He's reaching for his waistband. They think he has a gun. All of that is going to be justification under the law because the perception of the Border Patrol agent that believed that he was armed and dangerous at the time that he fired the shots is going to be justification.
They took his gun away.
For anybody on this panel, just like
they took his gun away. We literally see them take his gun off him, and then they kill him.
But that doesn't mean that the Border Patrol agent who shot him saw the gun being removed, Pierce. That is a part of the investigation.
Brandon, please. We've listened to this enough. For starters, your whole spin is crazy. This idea that you started your thing by saying this was justified because the Border Patrol agent came and pushed a woman to the ground. Why
And
are
he
Border
assaulted the
Patrol
Border
agents?
Patrol agent.
Excuse me, sir. Let me continue. Why are Border Patrol agents in
continue with common
Minneapolis,
sense.
nowhere near the border, pushing American
Because
citizen
they're,
women to the
because they're
ground?
assisting
Brandon,
ICE.
Brandon,
In case
shut
you
up
don't
for a
understand
second.
how
Brandon.
law works, they have jurisdiction to enforce immigration law within the boundaries of the city.
Yeah,
What the heck
sure.
are you talking about?
Was she an immigrant? Was she an illegal immigrant?
Who?
They pushed an
Who?
American citizen to the ground. We have rights, Brandon.
She
the,
is
the
obstructing
entire
an
Minneapolis
investigation.
police force.
Do you not
Shut
understand
up.
law?
Shut up, Brian.
You can't
Brandon,
tell me to
whatever
shut
your
up.
name is, the entire
Come make me
Minneapolis
shut up.
police force
Come make me shut
shot
up.
0 bullets
You're
all
not gonna
year
tell me to
last
shut up,
year.
bro. I'm a grown
0
man.
bullets.
You want
the
a
law
problem with me?
enforcement works for
Okay,
us.
so I thought.
They don't get to shoot American citizens
They
10
can
times
stop you
and shoot
from
6
obstructing an
bullets into our
investigation.
dead bodies. They don't get to push down women.
What
They
a-
work for
what a
us.
push.
They represent us. We pay them.
grow a
They
pair.
need to use restraint and
Grow a
de-escalate.
pair.
Okay, they're there to
All right,
serve
all right.
and protect
Time out.
us, not to
Time
push
out.
women
Let me bring
around,
it-
not to shoot guys
Okay,
in the
time
back
out.
of the head.
Time
They
out,
were
guys.
citizens
Time out.
executing their rights, and they got murdered. And you're on here
Grow a
defending
pair.
them
let me
like
br-
a ghoul,
All right.
like a
Legal
depraved
justification.
Okay,
ghoul.
hang on.
He's dead.
Time out, please. Time out, please. I want to bring in Jonathan Fay, because you're a former acting ICE director. But first, I want to play a clip from Donald Trump about the gun politics.
That being said, you know, we can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. You just
What about the Second Amendment?
listen. You can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate incident.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Now, the thing is, Jonathan Fay, you know, I've repeatedly heard Donald Trump say he's the biggest Second Amendment guy in America, right? How does that square with what he's saying there about this protester who was there, had a lawful right to have a firearm and the ammunition? He's saying he shouldn't have taken it, but that's a repudiation of his constitutional rights, isn't it?
I don't think so at all, and I don't view it the same way in that, yeah, you have a right to carry a firearm, but it also comes with responsibilities. I know Tim's rolling his eyes there, but the thing is, what the issue is here is this person injected himself in the situation, and I'm not going to come to a conclusion because I don't know what happened, but he injected himself
muted him.
into a law enforcement situation, and he was armed, and he went there. He didn't go there to protest, my understanding. These people weren't holding up signs saying, open borders, mass amnesty. He was injecting himself into a situation to interfere with ICE doing their jobs. The legal issue, and you don't just come out and say it's murder if someone dies. The issue is, did this officer have a reasonable belief that his life or the lives of others were in danger of being lost or being seriously injured? And one thing, hang on a second, Tim.
Personally, I don't feel like he injected himself into the situation. Well, he did, right? By being like the obnoxious observer type. But until he steps in front of the lady and in between the lady and the police officer, that's where he kind of loses me. That's where I feel like that's where he interjects. Everything before that, I feel like is lawful.
It's important from the officer's perspective and what's reasonable, and they are in this high-pressure situation. And the fact that the gun was removed, that's a factor, but it's not the only factor because you don't know in these situations, does he have another gun or something else to make someone safe? So the questions
Did
you
any
want
of
to
your
ask
agents
are,
ever fire 10
do these
bullets
officers
into an
ask
American
reasonably?
citizen? Did that ever happen when you were acting director? Did they ever fire 10 bullets into an American citizen?
Tim, if you could
Did that
settle
ever
down
happen?
a little bit.
Did you ever do that?
Look, I
that
can
ever
answer
happen
the
in any of
question
the
if you
cases
want.
you
If you
dealt
want to
with?
just, are you performing?
Who's the
or
obnoxious
can I
guy?
just
No,
answer
I'm
the
asking. It's a fair question. Did
Typically,
that ever
when you
happen?
use
You were the
the-
acting
I
director.
could
Did any of
answer-
your agents ever kill
Okay,
American
is it- okay,
citizens?
don't speak
Shoot
over
10
each
bullets
other.
into
Pierce,
them?
are we here to talk about this, or is it just
Political strategy.
Let's not talk over
Strategist.
each other. So I think the question, Tim,
I'm sorry, I had to burp.
I know the emasculated males are up in arms, Tim, but come on.
Communications director for the Jeb Bush
You're saying
campaign.
the problem is that I would say the person, excuse me, I would say the person.
Republican critic of Donald Trump.
He just called me
A writer at large for the Never Trump Opinion website. Okay.
No one can hear you when you talk over each other.
Okay.
Jonathan,
I'm trying to answer your question. You want to perform?
Please
I'm
let
happy
me
to answer the question.
Please let me conduct this panel. Thank you. The point Tim was making to you, Jonathan, was in all your time as ICE
Is
director.
that below?
acting ICE
Nope.
director,
Nice.
Did you ever have an incident like this where an ICE official put 10 bullets, or 2 of them did, put 10 bullets into an American
Bugger
citizen?
off.
I can tell you, I know a lot about police shootings. I was a federal prosecutor 17 years. I've defended police and police shootings. And the way they are trained, and Brandon will confirm this, you fire until the threat is no longer a threat, and then
But there wasn't really there wasn't really a threat, was there?
You know, we've heard Joe Biden. Remember,
The gun was removed. Yeah, he was struggling.
Don't do that, and that's not the way they're trained. So, if
But that doesn't give you the right to shoot him in the back.
Then the question is, maybe they should be trained differently, but they are trained to eliminate the threat. The question is still, I agree, an open question. Was this a threat that should have used deadly force? And that needs to be investigated. But
It doesn't seem like it was
really
it?
not a dispositive factor. And I know everyone wants to make a big deal about it, but that's not the issue at hand.
I want to bring in, hang on. I want to bring in Brian, who's been waiting very patiently. Brian, I think I read, did I read this week you've just passed 5 million subscribers to your channel, is that right?
I did, yeah.
Damn.
Congratulations. Amazing achievement.
He did it through the patience.
Making the money.
Yeah. No, it's great to have you on, and congrats on that. It's a big milestone. So, Brian, you've been waiting very patiently. You know, it's been interesting to watch the big win back. You've watched Kristi Noem basically chucking Stephen Miller on
cats fighting each other.
You know, Stephen Miller is the guy that actually tweeted about this guy being a potential
assassin. This is going to be expensive.
Fired up that narrative that he was a potential assassin, which was clearly completely ridiculous. Whatever your take on what we've all watched on these video clips, the idea that somehow he was planning to assassinate all those ICE officers is plainly absurd. What are we seeing here? Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. They have countless success stories, including from some very familiar faces. England legend Michael Owen, who lost 40 pounds. AFTV's Robbie, who lost more than 100 pounds. To watch their full stories and many more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS and get 70% off your first order. Yes, 70% off with the code PEERS.
4 gold. Could be worse.
We're seeing from Stephen Miller,
it's gonna get
from
worse.
Greg Bovino, Kristi Noem, J.D. Vance, Donald Trump. The same thing, frankly, that we're seeing on these on this panel right here, which is this level of gaslighting and kind of narrative setting that, frankly, nobody believes. I mean, this idea for the former ICE director, my co-panelist over here, that Alex Preddy, this VA nurse who was brandishing a cell phone, was somehow a threat. That had even after he had 6 full-grown men, like these grown-ass men on top of him, that he needed to be that the threat had to be eliminated by unloading his clip into him. I mean, you can say this and you can feel justified, and we'll have Officer Tatum over here back you up, because there's nothing that Trump or any of these secret police or the Trump administration can do that will garner any pushback. But that right there is the perfect testament to why nobody believes what's happening here. It's because even these ardent right-wingers in this country, and certainly the vast majority of independents, I'm talking 3/4 of independents in this country, are listening to this gaslighting and recognizing that it's not just a lie they're being told, but it's utter contempt that's being displayed by these Trump administration officials for the American people. Say again?
Well, I would say, Brian, as well.
What did I say that was gaslighting?
That this idea that Alex Preddy posed some threat where the response needed to be unloading his clip.
To be resolved.
And it's not going to be resolved, because the reality is DHS is not going to investigate any of this. DHS isn't going to investigate anything Preddy's going to do. Just like DHS, just like DHS is not going to investigate Jonathan Ross, because DHS doesn't investigate any of this stuff. So if the excuse is always going to be, if the excuse is always going to be, oh, don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this in some full investigation,
Then
there's not going to be a full investigation.
Should he be
so we
charged
just
with
have to
murder
listen to the
because he upsets
gaslighting being
you?
fed to us by Stephen Miller, Donald Trump,
Can we
J.D.
talk
Vance,
about
and
use of
Kristi
force
Noem.
policy? Can we talk about use of force
Okay,
policy?
I want to just mention. I want to mention at this stage.
Convicted of murder.
Hang on. I want to mention at this stage. Look, I want to bring in the incident with Ilhan Omar because it's kind of connected to this. So Ilhan Omar was doing a town hall in Minneapolis. She was attacking ICE, and then a guy comes out of the audience who's sitting down and sprays her with a strong-smelling liquid from a syringe. Now that is a potentially extremely dangerous incident. No one
It kind of looks fake. I'm not gonna lie.
It turned out to be, we believe, harmless.
It looks a little performative.
But had it not been harmless, had it been acid or something else, then maybe she could have been very seriously hurt or dead. Now, Brandon, what has concerned me about this is that from Donald Trump, and I think you have intimated this too, there's an immediate position by people on the MAGA right that because you don't like Ilhan Omar, that she somehow has staged this. It's not
No,
real.
it's just not because we don't like her. It's because it looks fake, right? Like everything about that feels wrong. Like, oh, she sprayed it with an an unknown substance. Yeah, they should have acted on that. Weird how they didn't, right? Even the lady over there was saying, "You gotta go to the hospital. We gotta check this out." And she's like, "No. I'm just gonna." It looked so fucking fake, dude.
It didn't happen the way people think it did. This guy was a plant and so on. And again, it comes back to what I sense is a complete eradication.
Ironically, it doesn't pass the smell
there
test.
ought to be parameters between left and right where we can just agree when something like that happens, we all say this is terrible and shouldn't be happening.
Pierce, there's no jump to conclusion. I don't care about none of these people. They don't pay my bills. I don't have to say anything about Ilhan Omar. I don't really care about her. But the bottom line, and Donald Trump don't pay my bills either. But the bottom line is that I'm looking at this impartially. I don't know what anybody said. I saw the video, and it does not look consistent with someone trying to assault another person, which means I have never in my life seen a person get up, spray something out of a syringe at someone's chest. It happened to be nothing, inert, and then she comes after him. You didn't see her back away from him. You didn't see her shy away from him. You didn't see any of that
Brandon,
nature.
you would
and
say,
the guy didn't even resist.
Brandon, you would say, Brandon, you would say the complete opposite if that was a Republican congressman.
That's not true.
Who had
Brandon, is the guy going to jail just for fun?
Like that's not true.
Is the guy going to jail just for fun? Is that part of the show? I just want to hear a little bit more about this theory.
Listen,
no, please, just 1 second. There's just a question. I want to hear more about this theory. That guy.
I'm giving you the elements.
Is he going to jail for show? He's going to jail.
I'm giving you elements of why this looks strange to me.
So why do you think he's going to jail? Is it for show?
My God, this guy needs to be quiet for 5 seconds.
Lizard people.
Listen, was there anything in the syringe? It was inert. There was nothing poisonous. There was no pepper spray. There was nothing in the syringe to
I'm asking you why you think he's going to jail for this.
He sprays her with the syringe in the chest. She goes after him. If you're afraid of somebody spraying you with a chemical agent, you're not going to pursue them. He resisted not one bit. He goes to the ground. She says.
So you don't believe it, do you, Brandon? You don't believe it?
I don't think that this was. I think this was staged. I don't know if it was true or not.
Can I ask a question here? Can I ask a question?
Okay.
What if Alex Preddy had sprayed a liquid onto this ICE officer? Would you have Brandon? Would you have said that there was no threat at all?
Murder. It'd be aggravated assault.
And you would have supported executing him.
No,
just like you would have supported.
No, that wouldn't have been justification. That wouldn't have been justification for the ICE agent to react. But merely holding a phone is justification to react.
Who said that it's justified for somebody to spray something? We're talking about a specific incident where a man had a gun. They had a reason to believe that he was armed and dangerous.
He had a gun in his holster. He was holding a phone. He was holding a phone.
Can we talk about masculinity for a second, Piers? I'd like to talk about masculinity for a second.
On him.
I would too. I would too.
Did he not have a gun on? Have you ever done law enforcement? Any one of you emasculated men on a thing? Have you ever done law enforcement?
You know, Brandon, I can field this one for you. I'm happy to take this. Thank you for that.
Why
Can
are
I
they
talk?
emasculated?
Have you ever had to use
Can I
force
talk,
and make a
Pierce?
split-second decision?
Apparently,
of a
Pierce,
life or death
we're
situation?
emasculated because we're not bootlickers for
No, you guys
ICE agents who want to kill somebody.
Where you can judge
Brandon.
somebody on use of force.
Apparently we're emasculated because we're not in support of six guys jumping
you
six
keep
guys
saying
jumping
stuff that
on
don't make
and
sense.
murdering a nurse.
There's a use of force
You're a real man, Brandon. Hey, Brandon, you're a real man because you can defend six full-grown men unloading a clip into a nurse's
hang on.
Hey,
hang on, please. Hang on. We can't hear you when you all talk. When you all talk at once, nobody hears any of you. Tim.
Yeah. So I have a couple of things on this question of whether I've been an officer. This appeal to authority. I haven't, but you know who has? The chief of police of Minneapolis.
No.
The chief of police of Minneapolis. Excuse me, Brandon. Let me finish talking. The chief of police of Minneapolis gave a press conference.
Shot Freddie.
Brandon, let him talk.
Well, actually, that's a good point. We actually don't know the man who shot Freddie because the federal government is hiding him, so we don't know who killed their own citizens yet.
Isn't he?
But we know that the chief of police of Minneapolis gave a press conference after the shooting of Freddie, where he talked about how the judgment was irresponsible and how his police officers, every single police officer in the entire city of Minneapolis, shot 0 bullets last year. They encountered real criminals. Excuse me, let me finish. They encountered real criminals, not soy boy protesters like Alex Freddie. They encountered actual criminals. They encountered murderers,
not
rapists,
in use of force scenarios.
Assault. Yeah, they did. They encountered those people. They were armed. How many? They disarmed 1,000. According to the chief of police of Minneapolis, they disarmed 1,000. They disarmed 1,000 people last year without firing a single bullet. These morons fired 10 bullets. And this whole thing about this definition of masculinity. Okay, it's like the tough guys are the 6 masked goons pushing down a woman, pushing down a protester, and then getting scared. Oh, they saw a gun, and I got so scared, and I've got to shoot my bullet. Boom, 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 10 times. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I got to shoot my bullet. Those are the masculine men? No, I'm sorry. The masculine guy was the guy standing up for the woman, doing what men should do, standing up for the woman that got pushed down, and then in exchange for his bravery, a bunch of pussies shot him dead and unloaded 6 bullets into his dead body while he was laying on the ground. That's what happened. Those are the emasculated men. And I wish we had more men like Alex Preddy, but unfortunately he's dead.
Okay. Let me bring in. All right, hang on.
You never arrested anybody.
Let me bring in.
You never carry a gun. You probably don't have a gun on you now. Quit acting like you bold and brave. If you in a scenario,
think it's cool to just shoot people,
do you have a gun on you
all the time? I'm concerned about your weapon. To be honest, I'm a little concerned about your weapon based on your judgment and how big of a wuss you are.
I was a police officer.
Brandon,
how many people did you kill?
Brandon,
how many people you kill?
If I may, Brandon, you don't have to be packing a gun to be a real man. I don't have a gun. More than most people in my country.
Said that. The wussy said that. I'm saying that in order for you to judge a man who's making a life or death decision, in order for you to judge another man who's making a life and death situation, it would behoove of you or have any wisdom to be in a situation like that. I've been in a situation where I had to choose whether or not I had to shoot a person or not based on use of force policy and the threat of bodily injury or death.
Did you do it?
You have never done that. So it is weird for you to try to judge a person who's in that split-second decision when you don't even carry a gun. So how about you go on a ride along and do some training?
It's pretty easy to judge,
and maybe you'll have a better perspective.
It's pretty easy to judge, actually. The guy was laying on the ground. He was a corpse. And the guy shot him from a distance. Boom, 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 6 times. It's pretty easy to judge whether it was a threat. And you can obviously tell that that guy panicked. He shit his pants.
Let me bring in Jonathan. Let me bring in Jonathan. Let me bring in Jonathan. Look, there's a lot of movement going on here. Bavino's been sent packing from Minneapolis. Kristi Noem's been effectively gagged. A lot of heat on Miller and others for putting them up to the rhetoric. They all seem to suggest it all come from Stephen Miller. Trump clearly aware that this is not working politically. But, ICE remain doing what they're doing in other parts of America. They're deporting a reasonably large number of people, although interestingly, less actually in the first year than Biden did in his last year, for example. So there are some
the most fun part of the game.
It's not apples and oranges because Biden was letting a lot more people in. But in terms of actual deportations, it's not overly successful so far, but it is attracting, I would argue,
Lol.
an overly negative context now for the
That's good though.
administration.
You should watch them because every time you watch a Starfleet Academy ad is a time Paramount loses money. Because ain't nobody gonna actually watch the actual program. So they're spending money on ads for no reason. Watch them. Make sure to watch those ads as much as you can. Yeah, exactly.
If you were running ICE now, what would you be recommending to Donald Trump about how they should conduct themselves going forward?
Well, I sort of disagree a little bit with your premise in terms of how it's been successful. I think about 1.9 or over 2 million people have taken the self-deportation option, which is removing, in which the government gives them $1,000, and now they've raised that to $2,600. And so you put that on top of the 600,000 that have been removed and then nobody else coming in. It's been enormously successful. And the way, how do you measure success? Well, we have the lowest murder rate since 1900 in this country. That crime rates are down about 20% nationwide. So our country is objectively safer. We know that. We know people aren't coming in droves anymore. And so you have to look at the big picture. We also know things like wages are going up, because when you look at illegal immigration, and you know from your country, it's not just something that has no cost to the citizens. It's enormously costly. Illegal immigration makes Americans poorer, less healthy, less safe, less educated, and that's not really even arguable. It costs $150 billion a year. And what's interesting, just in tax dollars, and not to mention all the other costs, and what's really interesting about this is everyone knows at this point Biden and Mayorkas are bringing people in deliberately because they want them to be voters and they want them to help in the census. There's really no serious argument against that. It's very interesting that the Democrats' response to everything is always stop the deportations. They never say, hey, let's think of a good way to get rid of the illegal aliens. They'll never say that. So it really is a tell where they're coming from. But as far as what I think a good messaging should be going forward is focus on the criminals for the deportations, meaning for the arrest outside of the jail. Focus on the sanctuary cities, because, you know, one of the issues with Minneapolis is a sanctuary cities where they would rather turn over a child molester back into the community than turn them over to ICE. And by the way, Tim Waltz wrote an op-ed lying about this the other day in the Wall Street Journal. So you have to wonder, is he even acting in good faith on this? But I think emphasize the criminals, emphasize the benefits from not having illegal aliens in the country, and also remember, deportations and border security are intertwined, because the reason people were coming under Biden was because they knew the second they set foot on American soil, they were all, for all intents and purposes, a citizen of this country. So you cannot have those policies or people will continue to come in. These all work together, but deport the criminals. Say who you're deporting, why, incentivize self-deportation, and talk about the benefits of not having illegal immigrants. As you know, in your country, it's a big problem.
I get it. Let me bring Brian back in. I want to play a clip of Jimmy Kimmel last night.
And to the people of Minneapolis, to the Preddy family and the Good family, and these people who were looking out for their neighbors, we want you to know that we are with you and you are not alone.
Brian, apart from the fact that Jimmy
So
Kimmel
performative.
really needs to stop crying, I just wanted to say that as a general blanket observation, that barely a week goes by when he's not blubbering like a baby about something. I'm not saying he doesn't care. I'm just saying that it's getting a bit weary for me. But also, I don't remember him crying when Barack Obama was president. There's a clip doing the rounds today of Obama.
There's no one talking one when you're
really
in
tough
Stormwinds?
language
Is that just me?
about his own deportation
Everyone's like in the
record
trade
and
channels.
why it was so important. He deported over 3 million people. No liberal friends of mine gave a damn or knew how many people he was deporting. He was putting kids in cages, separating them from their families, all the stuff that people chuck at Trump. But it was never an issue throughout those 8 years. He was the biggest deporter of people in the history of the United States in terms of pro rata per year as a president. So there's been a massive double standard there. And I can't help but think that one of the reasons is the liberal skewed media, which it is. I've worked in it. You could shoot a harpoon around the old CNN newsroom when I was there and not hit a conservative voter. That they just didn't care because it was their guy. And what happens this time, because everyone hates Trump on the left and the media collectively hate Trump. So they fire everything up. Then it becomes a huge thing. Then you have people going out in the streets and protesting because they've been whipped up by the media. Then you have these altercations with ICE. Then you have deadly altercations. And we're in the position we're now in. You know, I'm not saying they're to blame, but I'm saying that part of what we're seeing here is something that never happened in the Obama years about this kind of issue of deporting illegal immigrants, because nobody cared. And my question for you is, all right, we can have Jimmy Kimmel blubbing on TV about it because he cares so much. Why didn't he care the same way when Obama was doing this? And did you care? And did you speak out about Obama's deportation record? Or do you accept that Obama pretty much shared Trump's view, which is actually, if you're in the country illegally, then you should probably be deported, because there are millions of people trying to become legally immigrants to the United States, and there are hundreds of millions who've come to the country over the last century who did it the right way.
Look, I can't speak to what my thoughts were during the Obama administration. I was in college, so I wasn't really paying that much attention to politics. But I would say in general, look, I am in favor of immigration. I think it's better for the economy. I also recognize that immigrants, you know, if we've heard so much about crime.
Illegal?
Immigrants commit crime at lower rates than native-born Americans. So this isn't about stopping crime, because if this was about stopping crime, our law enforcement agencies would focus on the people who are actually committing it, certainly committing it at higher numbers, but they won't, because this is not about crime. That's just some flimsy pretext that people use to be able to justify this.
They're not always able to find people who are illegally in this country that commit crimes. When they have a crime committal stat, it's because they've been able to find the person and prosecute the person to some degree. People that are illegally in this country have no identity. They commit crimes with complete impunity. So
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. This idea that they don't have an identity.
Bro, guys, nobody can fucking hear nothing, guys. Jesus.
Illegal immigration are the same.
Look, of course they're not the same. Of course they're not the same. But the reality is that
do you accept both, or do you believe in one or the other?
But they all get treated the same.
Well, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Just for starters,
you don't know what they mean. The same.
If I could just say really quick 2 things on this point. Number one, right now they're deporting actually people that came the right way. They're reporting people that came here as asylees or refugees, and they're sending them back, even though they've been going through the legal process. Excuse me, can I just finish? They are asylum seekers. They came across the border. Illegally, they showed up to a port of entry and they volunteered. They've been going to their checkups with ICE, waiting for their court date, and they're deporting those people. So excuse me, just really quick. So those aren't illegal immigrants that are being deported. They're people that have done the right thing. They're being deported. And lastly, let me say one other thing.
Other than those people.
Can I say one other thing?
The other 20 million.
I just want to say one other thing before you respond. When you talk about illegal immigrant crime, I do have one pretty easy stat to point to. So far this year in Minnesota, illegal immigrants have killed 0 people. The ICE agents have killed 2. So 2 American citizens have been killed by ICE, 0 by illegal immigrants. So that's the current crime status in Minnesota.
Kick out ICE and bring in illegal immigrants. Okay.
Well, kick out the murderers, I would say. I actually want to kick out the murderers. No, great. I want to kick out the murderers. The illegal immigrant murderers, get the hell out. The guy that killed Laken Riley, get the hell out. By the way, the guy that killed Alex Preddy, you get the fuck to prison as well. How about that? We get rid of all the killers.
If he's unjustified in his use of force,
you're manning up there.
Let me ask Brandon. Let me ask Brandon.
Look at what Jacob Fry has done in Minneapolis.
If I can say one thing.
Hang on, please.
There was
Hang on, please. Guys, let me try and moderate the panel,
criteria, not the hysterics.
Let me moderate the panel.
I gave you a stat.
Teleport Stormwind, you lazy bum. It's 2 fucking steps away.
Deported 3 million people and was very strong in his rhetoric, as indeed Bill and Hillary Clinton were. The clips are everywhere, right? They all basically agree about the problem.
I'm for that.
Yeah.
This is the question about hypocrisy. It's a question about killing American citizens.
I literally lost my mind.
Deporting criminals is fine.
When I went back and listened to what Barack Obama said. What Barack Obama said about not coming to America, you would go to the back of the line. You didn't do it the right way. We're gonna catch you and we're gonna kick you out of our country. Everybody should be in lockstep with that. If you came here legally, we love you.
But they are coming here legally. Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old boy, who was wearing a 5-year-old boy who was wearing a Spider-Man backpack, a bunny hat. His father was here through the asylum. His father was here legally. He was going through the process. So there's always an excuse. You'll always complain. He was here. He was going through the process. He was the exact type of person.
Guys, don't talk at once, please.
Let him
talk.
He was the exact Liam Ramos's father, the 5-year-old child.
Then why not help
stop talking for a second.
The illegal aliens?
All right,
go.
Shut up.
A 5-year-old boy.
Right,
a 5-year-old boy was
let
used
Brian
as
finish.
bait.
Brian, make your point about the 5-year-old boy. Then Brandon, you respond.
Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old boy wearing a bunny hat and a Spider-Man backpack, used as bait to get his father to come outside. He was here legally, going through the legal process, the exact thing that, Brandon, you're claiming you wanted to see, and yet he's now in the process of deportation. So the goalpost will always move. You'll claim that this is all about wanting people to go through the proper process, but then you've got people who are going through the proper process, and yet ICE still creates deportation porn out of their processes and tries to get them out of the country anyway.
Okay. Are you done?
Brandon.
Okay. I want people to be very clear about this. You can come through the country without going through a port of entry. You're illegally in this country. You can come through a port of entry and your asylum claim gets denied, and you're also illegally in this country. So two things can be true at the same time. They did not use a 5-year-old to lure this guy. They already had an arrest warrant for him. He got arrested. He fled from them, leaving his child behind. They had to take the child into some type of custody for his safety.
Bro, this is the worst part of the game, dude. Like,
they refused to take the kid back from the facility. So ICE had no choice but to have this kid in a safe environment because his dad did not care enough about him to take care of him. You guys are using a 5-year-old for your immigration porn. It is not true that they lured that man. Listen, why can't we all on this panel say legal immigration is good? If you come here illegally, you have broken the law and you have to be deported. Why are we against deportation of illegal immigrants? The two people in the middle make sense.
What are you
Pierce,
talking
I'd like
about,
to get in here real quick
you don't
on the
let me
asylum
talk,
issue.
but I'm for it. Deport.
ICE.
Oh,
then why not?
If people
why
are
not
here legal,
encourage
deport them.
Minnesota to cooperate with ICE?
Because ICE isn't going after illegal immigrants. How hard do I have to say this? I agree with. Could I finish? I can answer your question if you want.
So they are trying to leave the illegals in and deport the legal ones. Well, why not have Minnesota give up the illegal immigrants that are in their jails? Why aren't you in favor of that? Or maybe you are in favor of that. I don't know.
They're doing that.
Huh?
The Minnesota Department of Corrections is working with
that is a sleight of hand. That is not. That is factually untrue. You can spaz out or do whatever you do, but that's not true. The jails are not turning people over, and that's the vast majority of people arrested. The prison system is, and that's the sleight of hand that Tim Walz is using there. But the jails are not, and that's factually true, and they would even admit it. Tim Walz
is deliberately...
And you can spaz out and do your little shtick.
I'm just trying to reply.
But I think the other issue... All right, go ahead and reply, Tim.
Look, I am with you. Criminal aliens should be handed over to federal ICE agents or federal CPB. I'm with you on that. Here's okay. And so if you have if you could you let me finish? And if you have a critique about the way that Hennepin County and Minneapolis is handling that
Every
is a
time.
fair critique, and that is fine. And we could talk about that policy and what the right policy is. I'm also for deporting people that came here illegally. What ICE is doing in Minneapolis is far beyond that remit. They are going after people that have asylum claims that have not been adjudicated. They're going after protesters. They're going after American citizens. They've jailed American citizens. They're going into neighborhoods. They're bullying people. They're pushing people, and they're murdering people. So if your issue is let's deal with Hennepin County prisons and
it's called this fucking hallway, so I'm using it as a
then
fucking...
you don't need to murder American citizens to achieve that goal. And so we can agree on that. I want to agree the American citizens should be shot dead.
Let me bring in Brandon.
More issues.
Let me bring in Brandon because I want to bring in just an update from Polymarket about Kristi Noem. It's quite interesting. We're following the prediction markets on this subject of who will be the first to leave Trump's cabinet. You know, almost uniquely, he's a year in and hasn't fired anyone from his cabinet yet. Polymarket has a $1.5 million market open, a lot of activity. As we speak, Kristi Noem is at 39% to be that first member of Trump's cabinet to be fired. She was just at 13% before the 2 deaths in Minneapolis. I mean, Brandon, do you think she's on the way out? Is she going to be the first casualty of Trump's cabinet?
I don't know. I think Trump is very loyal to the people that are in his cabinet right now. That's why he hasn't fired anybody so far. But I do think that she's becoming incredibly unpopular on the Republican side. Now, I don't necessarily agree or disagree with it. I don't pay attention to what she's saying. I don't care unless people are getting arrested and they're doing their job. But I do believe if she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing, if she's doing things illegitimately and is not working on behalf of the country, get her sorry self out of there. And I believe that with anybody that's in the cabinet.
That's funny, bro.
None of y'all. If you don't do your job, you need to get fired. And so if there's a fair evaluation of Kristi Noem and what she's doing and not doing, and if she's not doing what's right for the American people, and she's committing fraudulent behavior, fire her. I think we all understand it. Can I give you the Border Patrol response real quick? Law enforcement and Border Patrol connection, because I worked in law enforcement in Tucson, which is a border state, and we work well with Border Patrol and ICE. And there's a big difference when you arrest somebody and they are illegally in this country. Now, local law enforcement not have jurisdiction to arrest them for their federal crimes, but we do take them to the jail and we put them on what we call an ICE hold. Therefore, they cannot leave the jail facility even when they're done serving for their city crime or their state crime. The ICE agents will come and verify them and take them. That keeps the community way safer because ICE does not have to go into the community. When you force ICE to go into the community and then you have idiots harassing them, doxing them, throwing stuff at them, blockading their vehicles, you create an unduly risk. This is why ICE is patrolled, or even Border Patrol in their assistance with ICE around the entire country, and you don't see people getting shot, and hardly anywhere else. You would say 99.9% of the shootings are in Minnesota.
Goal.
What?
Yeah, dude. Okay. You do see people getting harassed in other places, actually, not just Minnesota.
Because this
Minnesota's just the only place they've murdered anyone so far. But they've harassed people. They jailed citizens in California. They shot people in Chicago.
Listen, give me the murder numbers. Give me the people who have been murdered by ICE, and then you tell me where they were murdered
this year. There have been 2 people murdered by ICE in Minneapolis so far. And then
one city.
Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And then they shot a guy in Chicago, a gal in Chicago.
Patrol agent. No, Renee hit an ICE agent with her car. She got shot. This guy came and confronted and physically assaulted.
That's not really true reason.
I can't do any more of this apology of
you don't have
killers.
To do anything.
You can do whatever you want, man, but do not smear dead people.
If this guy goes to jail for shooting Preddy,
it's shameful. What you're doing is shameful. You should be ashamed.
You're a wuss. You don't understand. Don't get mad at me.
I actually think it's.
I'm not mad. You're just. You should repent.
You don't understand.
You should find the Lord.
I think what Brandon is doing. I think what Brandon is doing is actually pretty instructive, because the reality is that everybody saw the video. Like 85% of Americans saw this video.
It doesn't matter. You don't understand the law.
Brandon,
so what you're seeing is not according to what they're going to be judged by.
Control yourself. Brendan, try to control yourself.
No, how about you listen?
Try to control yourself. Try. Just try like 2 seconds to not talk.
Give me the law. Give me the law that he's going to be prosecuted under.
Brandon, 2 seconds, man.
Give me the law he's going to be prosecuted under.
This isn't a good testament for how law enforcement officials are able to control themselves. 2 seconds.
It's not a good testament how.
The reality is the vast majority of Americans,
like you don't know the law.
Brandon, just shut up for like 2 seconds.
Where's the law?
The vast majority of Americans saw this video. We know what we saw with our own eyes. Even conservatives, even independents know that what ICE was doing was completely unjustified. That he was holding his cell phone and was bombarded by 6 grown-ass men who shot him dead. And the fact that you're standing up here, Brandon, just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. The fact that you can sit up here and claim.
You talking tough ain't gonna work with me, buddy. Give me the law.
What are you going to do? Shoot him 10 times? Shoot him in the back of the head?
This whole time, you're cosplaying as a tough guy while you bootleg for 6 grown-ass men who jumped on a nurse and shot him dead. This is not the tough position. You are defending. Being a bootlicker is not a tough position, my dude. Being a bootlicker for a bunch of grown-ass men who killed a nurse who was helping a woman is not the tough position that you think it is.
Gentlemen,
where is he going to be
can I
charged
just
with?
say, gentlemen, I had hip surgery a week ago, and can I just say it flared up at the start of this debate. It's carried on flaring ever since. And the only thing I can put it down to is that you lot have shouted at each other now for 45 minutes without drawing breath, and I owe it to my new hip to call an end to proceedings. But thank you all very much.
Thanks, Pierce.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proud.
Yeah, that was just a bunch of yelling.
Me, you enjoy our show.
Like, basically everyone was lying for their own sides. Like, okay, guys.
And follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free.
I think it's fair to say that finding the positives in Starfleet Academy is a bit like opening a daycare center in a strip club. Yeah, I guess it could be done in theory, but man, there's a whole lot of obstacles in the way. After all, we're witnessing the final death throes of a 60-year-old franchise that survived a decade of cancellation, the end of the Cold War, and the visual and intellectual diarrhea of the J.J. Abrams movies. It's like watching your favorite long-retired boxer lumbering back into the ring for one more fight, punch-drunk and overweight and a shadow of his former self, getting completely pummeled and humiliated by an opponent half his age. But leave it to that bastion of hard-hitting journalism, the Mary Sue, to cheer everyone up. Wait, do they still exist? Wow. Whatever. Let us examine this fair and completely unbiased article, shall we? Those dude bros mad at Starfleet Academy aren't actual Star Trek fans.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
You see, dear viewer, Starfleet Academy isn't actually an insult to Star Trek, storytelling, cinematography, character development, or even basic human dignity, and that's why the internet's been dogging on it since its release, in much the same way that Disney Star Wars is just as good as anything George Lucas ever managed to produce. Oh no, it's actually a small minority of toxic dude bros like myself and Gary who just can't accept the greatness of this show. Time and time again, we're confronted with fans of something who continue to miss the lessons within the media they're consuming. We've seen it with Star Wars, our superhero stories, and it's become an increasing problem with Star Trek fans. Oh dear, it's such a drag being media literate, isn't it? More recently, men like the Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic, known for hating anything that seems to be left-leaning, have been dogging on Paramount Plus's slate of Star Trek shows. The issue with these right-wing figureheads talking about Trek is that they miss one important detail about Star Trek. It was never for them. Oh, really? Then pray tell, who exactly was it for? Because I've spent most of my life watching and enjoying Star Trek, progressive messaging and all. I grew up with it, in fact, and I've spent dozens, if not hundreds of hours online talking about my love for the movies, The Next Generation, the original series. Shit, man, I'm one of those crazy people who even enjoyed Voyager, the first Star Trek show led by a female captain, no less. But since men like these ex-personalities think they're the authority on all things nerdy, the reality is they just speak loudly and incorrectly about these franchises.
The 100% mine.
Look, you can use your money to buy every Star Trek toy out there.
Only
Doesn't mean
600G.
you understand what this series is saying to you. And now with the new series Star Trek Starfleet Academy, we've seen an uptick in their lack of understanding of what Gene Roddenberry sought to do with Star Trek.
Really?
Well, it seems like we're not the only ones who lack understanding, Mary Sue writer. See, we don't claim to be the final authority on anything, we're just people with opinions. We put those opinions out there on the internet, and we invite others to engage with them however they see fit. If those opinions are well thought out, capably argued, and backed up with knowledge and experience, then well, people tend to listen to them. The problem for you seems to be that more people agree with our opinions on Starfleet Academy than yours. Sucks to be you, I guess. But that being the case, maybe it's time you asked yourselves, why? In the great marketplace of ideas that is the internet, why are people rushing to consume ours while yours gather dust in a bargain bin? Is it perhaps because you're not being entirely honest about this show's merits, and you're trying to dismiss any and all criticism of it with the tired old argument of, this was never made for you? The reality is that Star Trek was made for everyone, no matter their background or political persuasion. It was the very definition of inclusive because it presented its audience with ideas that they were invited to consider instead of propaganda that they were commanded to accept. Whether it was questions of ethics and morality, the value of the individual versus the needs of the collective, whether we have the right to interfere in other societies even if we believe we can do good, the nature of justice, power and responsibility, even what it means to be human. All of these ideas and countless more could be found in Star Trek, and what made the franchise so accessible and timeless is that they were often presented with balance and care to show different perspectives, to show both sides of an issue and trusting the audience to form their own opinions instead of just pushing one particular point of view to the exclusion of all else. It was never about moral judgment or sneering lectures, but instead intellectual curiosity, something we're shockingly lacking these days. Star Trek, until fairly recently, was a show of ideas. It was a franchise created by serious and mature people, exploring serious and mature
like half expecting
concepts,
accept
usually
at this
led
point.
by a cast of serious and mature characters. In short, it was aspirational. It was about the best of humanity pitting themselves against the wild, surreal, and often terrifying challenges the universe had to offer. And you know what? It was fucking awesome. Starfleet Academy, on the other hand, is none of those things. At best, it's a trite and melodramatic teen soap opera with all the angst and relationship gripes and overwrought emotions that come with it, cartoonishly over-the-top villains, and a cast of characters that I wouldn't trust to run a Starbucks, never mind command a starship and explore the galaxy. Dialogue that's the writing equivalent of verbal diarrhea, written by aging millennials acting like Gen Z, trying so desperately hard to be funny and edgy and cool that it's like watching your granddad trying to hang out in a Call of Duty lobby. Star Trek for the TikTok generation, for an audience of low attention spans, low IQ, and low interest. It's a show about idiots, made by idiots for idiots. It's not aspirational in any way, shape, or form because it doesn't represent the best of what humanity could be in the future. It represents the worst of what it is right now. Shallow, vapid, loud, meaningless, or disposable, obsessed with identity and feelings. A show about nothing, that possesses no ideas and provides no perspectives. Unlike the good people of the Mary Sue, I don't profess to be the authority on all things Star Trek, but in my humble opinion, I think Gene Roddenberry would be disgusted to see what's become of his creation. And quite frankly, he's not the only one. All of this is to say that Starfleet Academy is what I've always loved about Star Trek. It feels like a warm hug and is fun, adventurous, and exactly the kind of world that Roddenberry dreamt of 60 years ago. So don't let a bunch of nonsense on social media try to paint the show in any other way. Well, Mary Sue, I don't know what to tell you. I've explained my reasons why I think this show isn't worth watching, but if you genuinely think it's great and it makes you happy, then well, it shouldn't really matter what a bunch of curmudgeonly YouTubers have to say.
Jump to his death and I got the kill still.
Unless, of course, there's a horrible
Let's
little
go.
doubt in the back of your mind that maybe Starfleet Academy isn't the creative triumph you've convinced yourself it is. That maybe the reason so many people are criticizing it is that, well, it actually is just a bit shit. I'll let you decide. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Come on. Dude, I pressed blink. Come on, stupid fuck. Fear.
I don't have a target.
Thank you kindly. I missed the chat. I gotta get the... I swear there's like timers for Ultraq Valley, right? What's the mod called for that? I'm gonna need those. See? That one. There it is. That's the one I mean. I mean. Go, go, go. Nice.
Great to meet you.
Nice and quick. Oh shit, what's the...
How are you? Be good. Off with you.
Arati Bassin. I haven't won that. Actually, that's not true. The first Arati Bassin ever we played on this character, we won. And then the next 7 we lost. It's been rough. Can you join Avina party? Yeah, you can. How do I leave it? Next one. Next one, next one. Yeah, you can join it in a party. Nice. I need to win one, dude. It's fucking annoying. It's my PvP quest from yesterday. Which should give you an idea on how it went. You somewhat geared yet? Think you could run my rogue through stockade? I can't find a party. That's why I'm on the mage right now. Yeah, that's why I asked. Because I know, like, oh, it's only level 25, but they're still elites, right? This ain't retail. Just checking it was 1 of ours. Damn. This looks like it's gonna go fast. English, motherfucker. Do you speak it? GG. Just regular ones. A bleed and a spell effect.
How are you? Safe travel.
Light be with you. Be careful.
And the bleed effect is actually near useless because I die in like 2 hits, right?
Today we're taking a shot of the mid-2000s straight into our movie-loving veins. This is a story of a film that boasts one of the greatest and most talked about modern horror movie openings of all time. It's also a tragic tale of how life almost imitated art in the worst of ways. One that led to a cruise ship captain being sentenced to 16 years in jail for manslaughter. Finally, we'll be covering how today's B-movie Blasty Blast started as a cerebral thriller to be directed by Mission Impossible franchise royalty, only to end up as the mudvayne blasting, face-melting, gaudy horror flick that we know and love today. Grab your best friend, canned goods, and some This is the story of what the happened to Ghost Ship.
Damn, how'd you get out that quick, dude? What?
The origin of Ghost Ship can be traced back to the late 90s when screenwriter Mark Hanlon had been working on a script called Chimera, off and on for several years. Warner Brothers would pick up the script from Hanlon, thinking it would be a good fit for Joel Silver's Dark Castle Entertainment. The studio had been formed to remake classic William Castle films such as House on Haunted Hill and 13 Ghosts originally. Ghost Ship would eventually be the third film produced by the studio and the first non-William Castle remake.
Ignore the fact I'm also made.
While Ghost Ship shares a name with the 1952 film, they are unconnected and entirely different entities altogether.
Everybody knows you Navy boys take it up.
The original script that Hanlon had written was quite different from the eventual film in many ways as well. Specifically, Hanlon wrote Ghost Ship as a psychological thriller rather than a full-on supernatural horror film.
Holy fuck.
He even mentions that the ghost girl leading Epps through the predicament may have just as well been a figment of her imagination. The tale he'd wanted to tell didn't have to have over-the-top special effects or flat-out horror elements, but was rather meant to be a movie about a group of salvagers losing their minds after being seduced by greed. As he puts it, he never had an interest in making MTV horror films, but did enjoy the fanfare of it all. Warner Brothers, and specifically Dark Castle Entertainment, however, were keen on upping both the horror elements and commercial aspects of the script. They gave Hanlon their notes and, likely due to contractual obligation, gave him first pass at the first rewrite. The writer says that he rewrote the script and added their notes, but didn't make any sweeping changes that would change the tone more than he was comfortable with. Because of that, the Skulls and U.S. Marshals writer John was then brought on to rewrite the film in a way that more suited the studio's desires. As a matter of fact, when Hanlon sold the script to Warner Brothers, he did so with the hopes that he would be able to direct the film as well. However, the studio didn't trust a $20 million budget with a director working on only his second feature film, and they likely knew that they were about to Hollywood the bejesus out of his once thoughtful script.
Now they give a $200 million plus, if not way more, Star Wars guy to some guy. Star Wars movie to some guy. Rian Johnson.
When Hanlon was still on the project, he says that Christopher McQuarrie had actually been hired on as the director before a scheduling issue forced them to find new blood. At this time, McQuarrie only had 2000's Way of the Gun on his directorial resume.
You want to do the man dance? First dance is yours.
But one still wonders what a Ghost Ship movie made by the guy who made Mission Impossible Fallout would have actually been like. Hanlon also says that, from his perspective, McQuarrie was no more of a fan of the modern horror direction that Dark Castle were looking to take his Chimera script in than he was. And the cast wasn't happy about it either, but more on that later.
Grow up.
With McQuarrie out of the picture, producer Joel Silver turned to someone that he knew would understand the type of film that they were trying to turn Ghost Ship into. Enter director Steve Beck, who had just directed the 13 Ghosts remake for the studio. Beck made even more sense for the role when you consider that he had once helped provide visual effects on not only James Cameron's underwater unicorn The Abyss, but the hunt for Red October as well. He knew his way around the sea, although they would barely be filming there. Beck acknowledged himself the changes to the original script and the fact that he was a hired gun on the project, and noted that some of the script changes came because the studio was keen on making a simple battle between good and evil. Following the events of all things, the 9/11 attacks. On the good side, actress Juliana Margulies of ER fame was cast as Epps, alongside Black Hawk Down's Ron Ellard as Dodge. Romeo Must Die's Isaiah Washington as Greer, and the one and only Carl Urban, obviously quite early in his career, as the skeevy character of Munder. The ragtag group of money-driven salvagers were led by the ever-charismatic and layered Gabrielle Byrne as the crew's leader, Murphy, adding to an impressive horror resume that includes Hereditary, Stigmata, and End of Days. The role of brown-nosing dweeb turned shockingly sinister a-hole Ferryman goes to Dexter's Desmond
Bro, End of Days. I should watch that movie. That's been a long time, man. I should go through a bunch of Arnie movies again. It's been a long time.
The beautiful Francesca Rettandini plays the intoxicating ballroom dancer and harbinger of bad things to horny dudes. Alongside Beck, the production would once again employ the talents of his 13 Ghost brethren, cinematographer Gail Tattersall, and composer John Frizzell. Providing the true mood for the flick, though, was of course Mudvayne's track Not Falling. The track is not only played multiple times throughout the film, but had its own movie-themed music video. Though one of the band's most popular songs, it is forever linked with the movie to the point where a top comment on the band's YouTube video reads, "Ghost Ship playing this song at the end was mood whiplash as harsh as a brick to the nuts." Indeed it was. As the actors arrived to shoot, legend has it that many of them were surprised and quite unhappy to find out that the script had been altered from Hanlon's original cerebral thriller into a schlocky horror flick. Regardless, Ghost Ship was set to be the largest visual effects contract in Australian history up to that point, and no expense was being spared.
Let's hope there's no more surprises.
Amen to that.
Ghost Ship began filming at Village Roadshow Studios in Queensland, Australia, with a shoot that would also jump around from Vancouver to Halifax for exterior shots. The producers had no interest in actually filming on a live boat or at sea for obvious technical reasons. Unless you have James Cameron at the helm, most productions would rather dismember their own foot with a rusty saw, Dr. Lawrence Gordon style, than ever have to shoot a film at sea. They did, however, use a tugboat called the Arctic Warrior for exterior shots, which encountered a feeding frenzy of up to 1,000 sharks surrounding the boat during production.
Fun.
Just one reason of a million why productions like to stay dry if possible.
Do not go in there. Woo!
Instead of dealing with the buffet of horrors, the production enlisted Photon VFX to create a 35-foot model replica of a ship for establishing shots, while building a nearly 100-foot tall life-size model of the Antonio Graza that took 6 weeks to create. For the shots of the ship at sea, they tracked a real ocean liner's movements before digitally removing it from the frame and replacing it with their model and touching up the blind spots with digital effects.
Alright, GG.
While Beck and crew would have loved to film inside an actual derelict ship, the narrow corridors and nightmare logistics would have made it damn near impossible. And so most of the interior shots took place on their massively erected soundstage in Australia. One of those opening shots was, of course, the infamous opening widely spoken of as one of the best opening sequences in horror history, modern or otherwise. Something that could contend with the best of even Final Destination's opening sequences. In the scene, created using a mix of practical and digital effects, A bunch of fancy folks are partying on a ship and
Please
dancing
win.
when a
Let's
metal
win.
cable wound more tightly than half of Twitter snaps and rips through everyone in attendance aside from one little girl. The cable slices and dices everyone in half simultaneously, and it's one of the raddest things that you'll ever witness on film. But does the rest of the film live up to it? No, absolutely not.
We're gonna get. We'll try
And that's part of the problem. When your opening act is AC/DC, where do you go from there? Wade through the rough waters of the critical reaction to Ghost Ship, and you'll typically witness widespread praise for the film's opening act, and disappointment for much of what followed. Though some do give the film credit for its shamelessly 2000s music video ending set piece and twist, followed by Mudvayne's Not Falling belting out of the speakers as poor Epps screams, "No!" at the closing ambulance doors. Yeah, this movie was never going to rock Rotten Tomatoes' socks off, but financially, it at least took home a little treasure for its troubles. The film came in at number 3 on its opening weekend of October 2002 with over $11 million and ended its worldwide box office run accruing nearly $70 million, which was pretty good for a $20 million budget. It appears that the paying audience doesn't care much about critical reaction to a film that features an opening sequence where hundreds of people are filleted into halves like goddamn flesh popsicles. In a strange turn of events, 10 years after the filming of Ghost Ship, Rettandini almost suffered the worst version of life imitating art. The actress was on a Costa Concordia ship filming a reality TV series when the ship struck a rock and suffered a nearly 200-foot wide hole in the hull, cutting off power and services. Rettandini and most of the nearly 4,000 people on board thankfully survived, but the evacuation took over 6 hours.
I don't like
32
that everyone's
people
peeling
lost
away
their
from
lives,
this.
either drowning or freezing to death. According to the actress, despite being in one of the safest areas of the ship, their entire dinner party she was with was knocked to the ground with their tables overturned, many of them injured. Despite this, as they made their way to the lifeboats, she heard the captain come over the speaker system and announce that everything was under control, and strangely instruct the passengers to go back to their booths. Thankfully, she decided to stay where she was in safety, and claims that many of the passengers who followed his advice she never saw again. The ship's captain was later tried and found
where's
guilty
everyone
of
else?
manslaughter and was sentenced to 16 years in prison. The ship itself was, of course, salvaged 3 years later, towed to port, and scrapped. Ghost Ship has stayed alive in the minds of horror fans due to its killer opening and strange but memorable moments throughout. It's a true time capsule of early 2000s horror and a great example of DVDs with cool covers. Mark Hanlon still holds out hope that since the film did well financially, maybe someone at Warner Brothers will someday let him make his original psychological thriller, Chimera, as he originally wrote it. I, for one, would love to see it come to fruition, but for now, that is what the f happened to
Oh, you love to see it. Where are you getting the glow from? The shield, the glow. I don't even have that. Oh, a talent, okay. This I typed that, the Zerg shows up. Never mind. Like, we're losing again, though. Alright, I'm gonna help out. Actually, nope, because base is coming now. Nice. Now we just gotta defend. That was risky. There's 3 guys. This guy's fucked. Like, he got one, right? No, 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 he didn't. Never mind. He tried. Oh, it's just one. Bro, the totems are so annoying because it's like you just see name tags, right? Like so many. Get out of here. I lost all my buffs now. Sad. From where? Both sides? At the flag? From the front, from the stable? No, not oh no, they're running away. Sorry. We got it incoming. Thank God they turned away. Let's be honest, we just look intimidating. That's pretty much where it ends. Jesus Christ, dude! How did I die so quickly? I swear.
That's still recharging.
Fuck it, I'm gonna go help stables. I have to try. Well, everyone just died. Never mind. Oh, we're kind of fucked now. Dude, there's like... Their entire team is here, bro. What the hell? That's kind of fucked. But why are we running to something we already own? How do we still lose this? Hey! Siamo on Doom? I need 5 minutes after this one, by the way. Dying. We still lost it. Bullshit. That was a little back and forth, I suppose. Actually, I think we're still queued for AV, so I'll wait for that one and then take a break. Yep. Should be like a 5-minute, 10-minute thing, right? If we're lucky.
In terms of horrible remakes of just the same story over and over again, like we're all aware that Robin Hood or Robin Hood got released in Canada.
Perfect segue there, Drinker.
Yeah, it's a faithful retelling of that beautiful English legend about Robin Hood, Robin from well, unfair taxes and given to the poor. But you know, we've got a new and fresh take on it, and well, we all gave our thoughts on it, or a lot of the YouTube commentary people did, and Director X wasn't too pleased by that. And he's made his thoughts known, and you were lucky enough to interview him, Mr. H, for 2 entire hours. How was that? And how did that happen?
Well, so look, I've not even seen the show because look, you know, kudos to you, Drink and my dude, for being able to watch it, because I categorically thought it would just give me cancer, quite frankly.
I probably do have cancer at this point. Well, I mean, I barely got through 1 episode, so that's the best I can manage.
Yeah, so I had no intention to watch it at all. I looked at the tease and I was like, this is utter dog. How did this get made? And then everyone else saw the trailer. Everyone else started commenting on it. And he started going mental on Twitter, didn't he? Going on TikTok, on Instagram, going absolutely insane. And I left it for a little while because I was like, look, I've got no intention of watching it. I watched the trailer. This is very clearly not for me. This is garbage. I'm just going to leave it alone. Funny whilst it lasted, but I'm just going to leave it alone. And then I got tagged in something on Twitter where he was like, none of you are going to have me on your show because you're afraid I'll call you racist. And I was like, mate, you culturally appropriated an English folklore and had all the villains white and the heroes black, and I'm afraid you're going to call me a racist. I'm like, that is an epic bruh moment. And anyway, basically Midnight's Edge convinced me to do it because I didn't really want to do it because those things can quickly devolve into absolute nonsense, and I was like, I cannot be bothered. But anyway, I was like, look, sure, whatever, I'll have a conversation with you. So I just tweeted him and literally said that, I think, to which he followed me, and then it was like, DM me. I was like, my DMs are open, you could have just DM'd me. I'm like, for goodness sake. So anyway, I followed him, arranged a time, and I said, look, I was like, you know, I literally, it's in my DMs, I was like, oh, we'd only need about 15 minutes, because I was like, I'm not going to need very long to talk about this, because I've not even watched the show. And he was like, no, we're going to need longer than that, we need to talk about the culture. I'm like, oh, God. I'm like, really? Oh, fine, okay, whatever. And yeah, the rest is kind of history. Spoke to him for 2 hours, and you know, like, I'll give him his due. Like, he came on, And there are some things he said which, after the fact, because I didn't know them, like I didn't know what an Archie bunker was. I didn't know what that was. And after the fact, now apparently he was calling me a racist, which is not, you know, I'm not on about, I'm not okay about. But I confronted him on a lot of stuff, and he basically backtracked on a lot of stuff, threw executives under the bus, said the trailer wasn't cut by him, he didn't like the trailer, his original idea was something different, everything. Couldn't grasp simple logic, how, because he's so convinced that it had been review bombed. And I don't know if anyone's watched that part of the. It's not really an interview or a debate. It's a conversation, basically. It's kind of somewhere between the two of those things. And I broke it down in the most easiest way. I was like, no one knew about this show. The only reason anyone knew about this show was because this side of YouTube found it, and we spoke about it. And there's like, you know, with your video on it, Drinker, and everyone else's, it's 1 million+ views of people watching this stuff that would never have been introduced to the show. So I'm like, look, if you take that number, 1 million, let's just say 1 million, and 1% of that million, 10,000 people, go and watch the show, even if 50% of that 1% go and review it, and it's their honest opinion, they're not going to like it, are they? Let's be honest. And he just couldn't grasp it. He just couldn't. And he was like, yeah, but it's so... I'm like, yeah, but it's so slanted. I'm like, yes, I know. I've factored that in. I've factored that into this. And it just kept getting... Yeah, it was a long old bloody conversation. But I'd like to think a roundabout way he came to the conclusion. Because the thing about these conversations are like... Because people said to me, you should have gone harder. No, because you're never going to have a conversation then. Like, it'll be over like that. There's no point.
Yeah.
You're never going to change these people's minds. Ever. Ever. Ever.
I think it's a real art to be able to give the person just enough rope to like hang themselves. Yeah. And to just, you know, steer them in the direction that you want them to go, and then let them talk, and then they can put their own view across. And 9 times out of 10, it'll just be absolute bullshit, and they've done your work for you. But like you say, you can't just go in and say, like, you produced a bullshit show, and you're just going to blame racism for all your shit failings. You know, it's not going to work. You're just going to leave the conversation immediately.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
It's not really going to achieve anything.
I mean, you know, I even said to him, I'm like, look, you're being flamed on Twitter today, because it was the same day that the clip on Twitter was going around where he's on the Real Toronto News saying everyone looks goofy next to a guy with a disco ball for a face.
Oh yeah, that was so weird.
The editing on that was absolute genius, because literally the moment he said that, the camera cuts to the guy with the disco ball for a face, and he's not even speaking. It just cuts to him.
But it's so weird that it cuts to him for an expression that we can't even see, and then he's like, I know I wear a disco ball, but yeah, other people are being goofy.
And I just said, do you not have any self-awareness? I'm like, you honestly can't sit there and say that with a straight face. I mean, that absolutely looks.
And your name is Director X on top of it. It's just so pretentious.
I think, honestly, he thinks he's made some absolute piece of artistic gold there. But, like, he could have gained so much popularity and so much respect if he'd just come on and taken the L and just been like, yeah, you know what, it wasn't great, but, you know, we had some fun making it. Maybe you're not meant to take it too seriously. It's just a bit of like a fun, you know, our attempt to put a spin on this legend or whatever.
Well, I even said about the condom jar thing. I was like, mate, you put condoms in a cookie jar. I'm like, do you not see? And I phrased it in a way which I thought, you know, would get him to agree, I guess, in a way. Was do you not see how that could be perceived as comical? Not you wrote it clearly as a joke. Do you not see how that could be perceived as comical? No, that's dead serious. Oh, fuck's sake, really? And then he followed it up and he was like, well, you know, and you know, I followed it up with a line, you know, not to get any diseases. And I'm like, you know, and apparently the purpose of including the line was because diseases are not spoken about very much. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'm like, let's apply that logic to the whole show then. So I'm like, I don't know anything because I've not watched the show. Obviously, I'm never going to. It's garbage. You know, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm going to sort of see if this logic applies across the show. I'm like, does she have a father? Yes. I'm like, oh, okay, wow. I'm genuinely surprised here. Are they together? No. I'm like, okay, so it's more important to you to include a cookie jar full of condoms and a line about, you know, venereal diseases and stuff like this, as opposed to having a two-parent household. I'm like, what strong message are you actually trying to put out here? Like, that's more important. So it's fine, you know, bang around, no worries. You know, that sort of the logic of what you're trying to instill in the viewer doesn't apply across the board. I'm like, it's a farce. It's an absolute farce. And I try to have a conversation with them about how very clearly, you know, a better message would be a two-parent household. You know, massively, evidence shows it, etc., etc. And if you're going to want to include any form of message, surely it would be that. You know, it would be that. And he's like, well, no, we need some realism in this. You know, we need to have some kind of realism and stuff. I'm like,
I can't imagine too many mothers who would say like, right, you know, there's the condom jar. Fill your boots, girl. Go and fuck everything that you lay eyes on. Like, they would probably be like, you know, I'm a bit worried that you're going out and partying with every guy that you meet. You're probably going to get a reputation if you keep doing that kind of thing. I don't think you should keep doing that. You know, that would be the conversation that they would actually have. But this is the weird, like you say, the weird logic that he's going down. It's interesting.
I mean, he did accept that all the villains as being white looks real bad. So I'll give him that. You know, at the very least, he accepted it. But he gave.
I mean, was that his creative decision, though? Or
well, but this is what I mean, yeah.
Because I could sort of buy it if it was like, I wanted to tell a completely different story, but the studio made me do it this way, and, you know, I just did the best I could.
That's apparently that is kind of what he said, though, because he said, again, with these kind of conversations, you've got to enter into it into good faith. So you've got to accept what they're saying is true, right? No matter what you think of it on the back end of it.
Yeah.
So he said that his initial concept for the show was all men, coming back from war and sort of doing vigilantes in that way. And I'm like, it's not a bad idea. Apparently it was everyone else that wanted to change it. But how do you get from that as an idea to Black Power Ranger, Robin Hood people? Like, that's a big leap.
Nice. Okay, now I need 5 minutes.
Yeah.
No, so if that is true.
I also, at 10,600, I think I have enough for a armor. So I need to check that, but give me 5 minutes. Okay. I'm back.
True.
Thank you.
That's some serious.
Let me check the hole real quick.
Right the way up to the end product. It was, yeah, it was quite something of a conversation.
It was interesting as well, like the teenage technology genius who's designing like jetpacks and stuff, like in her spare time, and she's not been trained by anyone. She just figures
Is that
this
part of the
stuff out.
show?
Yeah,
We haven't heard
yeah,
that story before.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the character called Much. Just Much. That's her name, Much.
MUCH? Much?
Yeah, Much. Yeah, much ado about nothing. But yeah, I mean, it's like we've had Cassie from Quantum Mania. We've had whatever the fuck her name is from.
I've got the weapons, but nothing else.
Like we've had Riri as well. Shuri, Riri, and it's like, yeah. Do you not think this whole like girl teenage science engineering
it's
prodigy thing
1300.
is getting a
Jesus, I
little
thought it was
old
like
now?
10K.
I get that you want to emphasize like girls can do technology stuff too, get them in STEM, but you know, at a certain point it just becomes another trope that's been worn out. But again, I don't think you would even recognize that that's a problem. It's just
The head
like,
alone is 300%.
we're doing good things
But
here.
I think
with this show.
You know what's
from
so
58
strange
armor
about
to
this
199 armor, I think I'm going with the
is
Field Marshal Silk Fist
outside
first.
of that world.
Oh, I need 3. Okay, I've got
he's
3.
Huge.
Yeah, I just
Like,
need
his music
14K.
is massive. He's worked with Drake.
You're still next to the guys, right? I'm gonna give you a lead. Just quick queue us
biggest
up.
artist in the world.
I assume he didn't have much input on the actual song that went into this this show because, good lord.
We don't do the flashy gutter how we live. My hood versus your hood, come and see just how we live.
I have no idea. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. I mean, you know, I don't know. It's so strange. But basically, it came down to the end with it. You know, confronted him on the racism thing. Apparently, he wasn't calling anyone a race.
I think you have, it's like some gestures are doing it.
Yeah, it must be reading what you're doing.
Gesture.
Very strange.
Do this
Anyway.
again. Do this again. See if it works again.
Weird.
No. Anyway.
We need Riri Williams to help us figure this out.
Oh my god, yeah, only a teenage girl
figure it
can
out.
figure this technology out for us.
I can't remember what I was saying now.
Well, I have a quick question. First of all, I haven't seen the show at all, but I've been entertained by many videos that I've seen. Ryan Kinnell's videos, your video, Drinker, among others. Mr. H watched the interview. But I have one question about the show. Is there any sort of moral center? Meaning in the Robin Hood tales that we've seen in the past, usually it's established that Robin Hood and the merry men, so to speak, are all in the right and justified in their stealing and giving back to the poor. Because I think the best message we could use now in today's society and where things are going is a message that you're justified in stealing stuff. We need more of that. But does Robin Hood have the moral high ground? Are the villains properly, like how is it all portrayed?
It's a tough one to define because the evil white businessman guy wants to knock down this housing project so he can exploit the land, right? So the mother of the main character goes and stages a protest. Then he then uses the corrupt police to go and arrest her, and she gets shot in like a bit of a fracas. So she's shot and she gets paralyzed as a result. And they want to sue the police, but they can't because they don't have enough money. And so the solution is we're going to go and steal a bunch of his stuff to pay the legal costs. So that's essentially it. It's not like a high-minded ideal of like I'm going to steal unjust money that's been
Do you
taken
always have
from
to push the door
people and give it back
so much?
It's like, I'm gonna do
Like,
it
you're
to
this fucking large.
satisfy the particular like personal vendetta that I've got.
That's
You let the
quite
gold
bad,
in.
isn't it? I'm gonna steal money from the rich guy. I'm gonna steal stuff from the rich guy, sell it, so I can accumulate enough money to then sue the rich guy for more money.
Yeah. And so, like, I can only go on, like, the first episode, so I don't know where it ultimately leads, but I assume it's just more of that same stuff. And yeah, like, every character from the Fable has got a parallel in the show, as daft as it is. So you've got Friar Tuck, who's now, like, a technology computer hacker guy. And you see him working away in his lockup, and like he doesn't even touch the keyboard. His fingers are hovering above the keyboard because it's got like magnetic imaging or something, and it's just he speaks like he's Morpheus from the Matrix.
Painful.
I could go on for hours, but like it's all just it's like the clumsiest, shittest porting of all this stuff into the modern day, and it fits about as well as you would expect. It's like trying to fit.
If you're still here, Marvin, I got something that might piss you off.
Identity can potentially be diluted by people of a different skin tone or indeed religious background is a pretty pathetic argument.
So people who believe in Sharia law, do they believe in civil liberty?
Constantine, you keep asking me the same question. I'm going to keep giving you the same answer.
Should we deport people who want Sharia law?
Immigration, failing government, and the economy. It doesn't matter whether you're in Birmingham, Alabama, or just Birmingham in the UK. The issues riding voters are the same. Immigration, failing government, and the economy are all connected. People tend to be a lot more tolerant, a lot more open to ideas like multiculturalism when everyone's getting richer. But a sluggish economy, which doesn't serve the middle or working class, often leads to resentment and to blame. A lot of that blame often falls on immigrants, especially when failing leaders preside over systems which are chaotic and unsafe. And in the US and the UK, the mistake made by educated and comfortable liberals has been to dismiss everyone who's unhappy as a racist. The issue of immigration and the attitude towards the people who worry about it helped put Donald Trump back in the White House. Many agreed on the problems, as we're now seeing every day, not necessarily the solutions. And with the issue of immigration now threatening to completely reshape British politics, we're going to look at this in more detail on both sides of the pond. Joining me to discuss all this is Konstantin Gistin, the host of Trigonometry, whose new documentary looks at asylum protests in the English town of Crowborough in Sussex. Ollie Dugmore, the digital editor at The New Statesman. Cenk Uygur, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks. And Brandon Tatum, better known as the Officer Tatum. So a stellar panel. Welcome to all of you. Konstantin, you've done this documentary. Interestingly, for me, it's centered on the English town of Crowborough, down near the south coast. I actually was brought up in a village literally 3 miles away and still have a home down there. So I'm very aware of this issue because a lot of the locals have been telling me about it and wanted me to get involved. So I'm glad we're doing this. But let's take a clip first and then explain briefly what this is all about.
What are you terrified about?
It's the undocumented men, and it is such a huge saturation for a small area. My son is 11. He won't get to experience walking to school on his own.
Crowborough's a small town. It's a community that is very close-knit. And putting 600 people of unknown origin in a camp, which is actually going to be non-detained and open, is a concern for people.
Yeah, and one of the things I've noticed walking around, as you know, I live just down the road, is how much of a sense of a community there is here. This is really, it's just where people live with their families. It's not just a random area for people to be dumped in. So is that part of the concern as well? I know there are a lot of schools next to the camp, and safety is obviously a big issue as well.
Yeah, huge. I mean, this is on the edge of a forest, so you have got completely unlit and little parks, forest areas. So any crimes that do go on, they're going to go unheard and unstopped.
The Constantine, really interesting documentary, and I know a lot of people from Crowborough. It's just a very average, ordinary little town in East Sussex. They're not a bunch of racists. They're not people instinctively would have an abhorrence of foreigners or anything like that. But they are legitimately concerned about this sudden invasion, as they say, of asylum seekers. They don't know who these people are, where they're from, what crimes they may have committed. All they do know is they've just been dumped right bang in the middle of their town. What do you make of this?
Well, speaking to people there, I think your points are incredibly valid. And I would also add, I think in your intro you talked about immigration. We need to disentangle these things. This isn't about immigration. This is about people entering our country illegally, and then us as taxpayers having to put them up at our expense. And this is part of Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary's plan, of course, to empty the asylum hotels, where hidden in the small print was they would be put on military bases. And when you think of a military base, you think safety, security, it's organized, people are going to be under surveillance. What actually is the case is they can leave the camp, they can walk out of there, they can take the bus, there's a bus stop directly outside, they can take the bus.
The fuck? I can't search if
Wales,
anything
which
on
is the town
Curse
just
right
up the
now.
road, they can
Is
take
it
the bus
busted?
to Brighton. And there was a rape on Brighton Beach only a few days ago. 3 men
Oh?
were charged
Why is it not
with
working?
that rape. They were all asylum seekers confirmed by the Home Office, all from the Middle East. And that's exactly the profile of the people who are going to be housed in this camp. So when you have a town of 20,000 people where you've got 600 unvetted, unchecked men, all men, being housed in this facility that they can leave at will, no infrastructure in the town, nothing for them to do, you can understand why basically the entire community turned out on Sunday, which is what I filmed. And you know, those conversations you saw, they're representative of what was happening there. This isn't some political thing. This isn't about politics. It's not about right versus left. It's about right versus wrong.
Yeah, I don't
And
think
when
I
you
have
put
presence of mind yet. I
hundreds
don't
of
think that
young
exists.
men, into this kind of community, of course people are going to be concerned. And not only are they
I was
gonna
looking
be
for it because I
concerned,
swear to
they
God
are
I can remember like having a percent, like using a buff and then just firing off a pyroblast instant because I killed a lot of people with that in PvP. I just can't find it no more, so I don't think it's in the game yet.
On the small boats, which has been an ongoing.
You want to jump in Discord, by the way? Oh yeah, there it is. It's really far down though. 20 points in Arcane Towns, yeah. But I'm gonna swap over to an Arcane build, I think. Yo.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Yeah, I think I'm swapping off to Arcane when TBC drops.
Alright. Never played Arcane until Firelands.
Apparently it's going to be the best spec in TBC.
Alright. For PvP or both?
Yeah.
Or...
Oh, I was too early. Oh no, it's fine. Supposedly, yeah. I was on, I think it's Wowhead that I was looking.
Oh. Hello, my old friends. Hello, Barrage, hello, Vector. How you doing? Dude, I haven't been on this Discord in freaking ages, man. What are y'all playing?
Slupball!
Y'all playing War Thunder?
Okay.
The other WoW.
That's good.
What is WoW? World of Warships?
Nope.
World of
World
Tanks?
of Warcraft.
Oh,
how can World of Tanks be World of WoW?
I don't know.
That'd be what? You what, mate?
Oh, what?
Bash your fucking head in, I will.
But you're streaming it, see?
Yeah, of course.
How's the stream going, Paraj? I need to play War Thunder. Played that bit. I need to uninstall some stuff. War Thunder. Download. You still need space. Delete Warno.
That shit's getting infantry.
Anymore. Man, I feel like I hate not being able to freaking. Are you in the Cult Arms Discord, Paraj? Or are you not into those games?
No.
I'm going to invite Zeddy to your Discord. Right?
Isn't he in here already?
He doesn't think so, and I invited him.
Weird.
I was in a call with him, so.
Oh, okay. It's in the Twitch chat as well. Yo. You're muted. Oh, wait. I know why. Where the fuck do I give rolls? No, what the fuck? There we go. There, that should work.
Put my saving game sound lower, so.
Yeah, we can hear you. I had to give you access before you're allowed to talk without push to talk. Bro, that's the second time I've seen this guy teleport like so much further in front of us. What the fuck? Is there like a skill that influences how far you can blink or something?
I don't think so, but I'm starting to wonder.
Right? He blinked like 150% of what we do.
If it exists, I suppose it's on the FJ.
Maybe a set or something. Some
Yeah.
set or something.
He does look pretty geared up. I've been trying to get Dodo to play. Maybe we can do it. I don't know. But yeah, now you can talk to me in BattleNet as well, Zeddy, because now it's hidden.
True. A little bit late, but true.
I mean, you've been on the stream for like 2 weeks. I figured you'd have noticed. You could see the chat, right?
I totally didn't look at it. To be honest, you're mostly in small and on a second screen, so I don't watch too much. I mostly listen.
Yeah. Most people do that.
But I'm happy to achieve you dying once at least, because of me.
Speaking of which, you two could easily run me through stockades, no? Question mark?
Yeah, but
You get shit XP. I can assure you get shit XP.
I just need the quests.
I get it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the mob experience. I'm already like over leveled according to the speedrun guide. I just need the quests then.
Yeah, after my my goal of reaching 46, I'm happy to help, and well, I need like 300k experience, so that's 3 mobs.
Yeah.
But I'm still gonna finish my run, but. Any question? Gonna do graves.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, to get back to the conversation we were having, I'm pretty sure I'm using like a fire leveling build. It's like a bit of fire and a bit of frost. Or a lot of fire and a bit of frost.
Back in the day I played nothing but fire, but nowadays it's all frost.
But it costs money to respec, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm just wait. I'm just gonna wait until February 5 when we
You do
can.
dual spec, it's 50 gold total. It is a thing.
I thought dual spec was like way more expensive.
Yeah, I think it used to be in like original 100, but everything is cheaper in this. It's an anniversary, like
Okay.
the epic mount and the regular mount at 30, etc. Apparently, dual spec is also only half price. But unless I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure it was 100 gold. I have a memory of a goldfish, unless when it comes to spending money. That I do remember. Usually.
Can confirm. As someone who's known you for like 30 years, can confirm.
Zo ding tegen zodat ik doe talent heb open.
I keep forgetting that shit. It's like, oh, I got 4 talents. Let me use them.
You forget about talents or what? What?
The thing with the speedrun, guys, is it goes so quickly. You just don't really. You could just turn your brain off and follow the arrow, right? It's like. It's great.
And then you come to a zone and all you see are corpses.
Yeah.
And a mob spawns and you
I
spawn your wand.
really don't have that problem.
You see your wand bolt flying to the mob and then shoof, a warrior or something takes it.
It really seemed
Like,
that you were in your own private layer at times.
Yeah, it really seemed like that.
It's because of the. Yes, that happened on my mage. It happened, right, on a bunch of locations, but it's the pre-patch is gone on long enough. So on the rogue, I have like 0 problems. I'm sure it'll increase when I get to like Stranglethorn Vale and stuff.
Everyone, or like the vast majority of people, maybe.
I think
because I was dead in the middle. I had to fight for every mob.
I had to do that on the mage as well. To be fair.
I was lucky with like you have these quests where you have to get 1 drop and not like 15.
Yeah.
It's longer 15. Mostly on like reasonable amount.
Hey, I cannot complain. I just leveled like.
Yeah, you went to the
third.
You're doing the opposite.
I just did my level in 3 hours, so I don't think that's too bad.
All dungeons all the time.
Yep, all dungeons all the time. I can assure you, some dungeons. I'm tired. I'm already tired of Sulfurek now.
I did.
Been running it all day.
See, we could do we place a little cheeky stockade in there, and then you're like recharged for the next ZF.
I'm up for it. That's no problem for me. Because anyway, I was gonna stop after my level, because I said I'm gonna do 2.5 levels a day. I did 3 yesterday and I did 3 today, so I'm a level in front of my schedule. If I do 2.5, I should make it to 60 on Tuesday.
All right.
So that's basically the plan right now. But I'm not sure I'm gonna make it, because we all know that in between 50 and 60 it takes longer to level.
Yeah.
Well, if you
But anyway, I'm taking a little bit of a lead there with that extra level that I have today.
But if you go for Tuesday and you still have Wednesday, right, as a buffer, because the patch
It's Wednesday evening?
February 5. Whatever day that is.
At what time?
It's probably all day, right? I mean, it's a patch or a expansion.
Yeah, so probably the server is gonna be down, so probably we're not gonna be able to play. I don't know. Then I'm just not sure about Wednesday. That's why I wanna do 60 on Tuesday.
I think Wednesday.
I don't know at what time the patch comes. So is it 8 in the morning or is it 8 in the evening? Makes a huge difference as well. But
yeah, I have no idea. Oh, they fucking killed me right at the end. Stupid fucking. GG.
Anyway, just a stupid question, but can the whole stream hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'm going to give you leader. I'm going to get my gloves.
I don't know. I muted the tab. I thought.
Well, we're gonna do this arcade now, right?
Sure, I can give it a shot.
Give me like 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, well, yeah, one more AV then. Let me know when you're at the Champions Hall. I'll wait until the queue up before then.
I'm on the stairs in Zulferek, so...
Oh, I thought you were done. My bad.
No, the stairs, then after it's the boss, and I don't know if somebody got the mallet, because then it's the mallet as well.
I might actually, my Onyxia buff might actually run out, rather than losing it.
Just go to Sturmin. I saw.
I was about to say, I just died.
I had three buffs in like half an hour.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. A lot of people hand in Onyxia. And it's always Onyxia buff, like almost never the other one. What is it, Nefarian?
But for the other one, you have to be in Booty Bay.
Yeah, but it gets spammed all the time. I had it pop like 4 times in a row. It's like stupid. Let me double check. Yes, I want the gloves. Cool. All right.
Either way, it's not that fantastic. It's good for if you go raiding, but it helps. I'm not gonna say it doesn't help.
You good?
Yep, I'm good.
No.
Next up is the head.
Keep your feet on the ground. Talk to me. Watch your back.
And let's do another Arati Basin for one more mark. The very last item will be Warstone Gulch, because I hate that place with a passion.
Yeah. It's always the worst. Like Arati Bassin. Sorry, Arati Bassin is just kind of annoying because you always like lose somehow. But Warstone Gulch is annoying because no one goes for the fucking flag. It's like, at least try and go for the objective. Is that, you know, maybe? Crazy take, I know.
I don't do PvP. I always die in PvP. I hate PvP. I'm a noob at PvP.
I mean, dying is the point in PvP, right? But it's fun though, because it's like against someone with an actual brain, you know?
I die like instantly, like I've got nothing to do, so like I can spam 2 fears or something, I'm dead.
Okay, I noticed both of you say bassin and not basin. You're like, why the French? Is that the English one, or am I incorrect?
No, it's basin.
Sounds like it.
But Arati Bassin, to me, sounds, it just rolls off the tongue. You know what I mean? Arati Bassin. Arati Basin. I don't know. I like saying Bassin more. But you are correct. Like in English, it's basin.
Always was a purist.
Dirty Frenchman.
Yeah, I thought I was the guy from Brussels with a French girlfriend, huh?
It's actually been going quite well.
Yeah.
All the wins and stuff.
Nice and fast as well.
I played a little this morning and it was just horrendous. That was just like, oh shit, is this what is the rest of the day is going to be? Because last night it went very well. But this morning we lost with like 84 honor. It's like, Jesus, that's nothing. It was just a complete waste of time. last night there was a few losses, but once we lost with more honor than the Horde, so it's funny. And the other lost for like 200 at the end, so that's still pretty decent. But then yeah, this morning was just god awful, but now and
Yeah, it's going alright.
yeah, I can't complain actually. I had one. Like a long one where everyone was defending.
Dude, those are annoying. It's like 30 minutes and you get nothing out of it, right?
Yeah. Well, we ended up winning purely on reinforcements with like 10 left, so it was really close. But it's a victory, but everybody lost.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You could have done like 4 different Alterac valleys in that time.
Yeah.
I feel like I should at some point go level up my mining so I can do some actual jewel crafting.
It's an expensive one.
Should make a lot of money though in the end.
Yeah. I imagine the start of TBC, everyone is gonna run gems.
Gonna want what?
Yeah, gems.
Oh, gems. Yeah. I thought you said enchants. I was like, wait, that's not what I meant.
That too, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be less jewel crafters than enchanters. So.
I've never done jewel crafting, so I have no fucking idea what to do. But I know I need blacksmithing, so or mining.
I'm already doing my tailoring. I decided to do alchemy as well, but first I need my herbalism and my mining on my druid. So.
Yeah, and you're totally legit.
You're boosted druid?
Yeah, my boosted druid indeed. I bought a boost for the 25 golds, dude, to be honest. And I thought, well, it's handy to have a boosted character for the herbalism and mining. Just before that. I'm gonna level it all the way to 86, 68, where I can buy his fly form.
Only 80 bucks.
Yeah, the mounts were easy as well.
I mean, I've got one too, so.
Yeah.
But I didn't get the boosting. I got the 40 buck one.
There were a few reasons, because I'm already I'm also playing on the game time that was in the pack, so it was a month of game time as well.
Yeah.
So that was included as well. So, and I count the same way as you, and if I can't play it, already have 3 days and 16 hours. So well, $80 euros divided by at least 72 plus 16.
Yeah, my goal is always €1 per hour. That's like, I'm very comfortable with €1 per hour.
I'm there, at least there. So.
Yeah. Dude, I'm at 14 cents right now.
I bought my game time with my WoW Gold on retail, so I'm
playing for free. Here's Keepshake. Sheepskate.
Well, yes, but
it's called work smart and hard, because you need to grind a lot for gold.
Last time I played retail, I did a lot of grind. I got 5 characters. I was doing all the world quests, and I got like 10k-ish per characters, and I did 5 characters, and I did that for 2 weeks, and then I was like fucking sick of it. But I had like 1.5 million or something, so I was like, oh, okay, I can buy game time. Well, it costs like 400. I could still buy game time.
400,000?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, it only goes up. Like everything else.
That's a lot of moolah.
25k at the beginning.
And that was a lot.
That was a fellow tower defender.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on mallet. The tank has the mallet, so we're clearing our way to the last boss. And at
There's
least
two of us, we can summon them, right? Then. Question mark.
Summon?
Yeah,
Oh.
from the stockade stone. Like the teleport thingy. I forgot how it works.
Can you summon everyone? Because I have a feeling if someone is higher in level than the dungeon, it doesn't work. Or is that?
I have no idea. We could try.
Good.
Right?
There was an instance where someone couldn't summon me. Admitted as well. I don't know. There was something going on.
But was that in classic or?
No, it was what am I saying in anniversary.
So yes, it was in classic.
Yeah. See, classic anniversary is like whatever. Too many times.
It's the same thing, right? Fuck it.
So what are you gonna do with your rogue? Is that purely PvP? Or?
Yeah.
And the mage is just fucking around, or?
Also PvP, yeah.
You're not going to raid with us?
Bro, I don't give a shit about these scheduled raids, man. Like, Lou and Zorgil are also on my case about it. Like, I just don't want to do that shit.
Right, you have to do what you want to do. I'm not gonna force you.
Like, I don't mind if it's like, oh hey, there's a raid going on. Oh, you got room for one? Yeah, okay, I'll join. Right? I don't mind that, but I don't want to like set an alarm clock. You know?
It's more than that. If you want to go, yeah, but you have to have the gear for it. It's not like you can join if you don't have the gear. It's like
Well,
in the beginning maybe yes, but
no,
like Karazhan and stuff. But
I would
after
say
that,
after a while, once everyone has their mains are geared,
yeah, okay. When shit is on farm.
Like, but that's like another aspect of it that I don't really like. Oh, you have to be X level and X, Y, Z, and then this and that, and then. Oh.
Yes, but for the first clears, that's kind of normal. Everybody has to know his role. Everybody has to at least.
I know. I just don't want to deal with that. You know what I mean? That's too much stress for me.
Like a cup of tea.
I just want to, you know, fuck around, kill some players, and we lost. Holy shit! Damn, they were quick.
The only stress to me is like, oh great, another 100k gold, another 100 gold for a raid, yay. Have to go do more questing to get more gold to do just one raid.
Well, if you're an alchemist, you get your own flask, so that's.
Yeah.
Let me log back.
I don't remember it being that expensive because I'm not exactly. I don't like spending money on consumables, so. I mean, that's a big surprise, I'm sure. So I remember doing my own fishing for like certain mage food or gas or intellect food, whatever.
They can't join our group.
And I was an alchemist at the time, so I guess I made my own flasks as well. So I don't remember spending a lot of money on raiding.
It's too far away.
I spent a shit on raiding, and I made my own food. I had fishing and cooking as well.
Yeah.
And if a game got fishing, usually I do it. I'll probably do it with Sedira as well.
I don't know. Raiding sounds like a job to me.
Yeah, it is though. I don't know either.
I really like it. I really like it.
Yeah, see if you like it, and then it doesn't feel like a job, right? But like, it sounds like a job to me.
Like,
right?
It's like I can remember like doing Lady Vash in Serpent Shine Cavern, and then wiping like on it like for 2 weeks, and then finally clearing it. It's like, whoa.
The thing for me is as well.
It's finally over. I'm never like, yes, we did it. I'm like, oh, never again. Although you're doing it again next week.
They can't join our group.
You have to leave group, Lean.
Yeah.
For me,
And
it's
then
just
for
like I
some
want to do arena. I want to grind arena, and arena and raids are not compatible with each other.
Nah.
In retail, yes, but here, no.
Yeah, that's true. No, it's not. It's totally other gear.
In retail as well, I feel like in retail it's more like
system.
combined a little.
I have no idea about retail.
Yeah, retail is more combined.
I pretty much stopped after Wrath of the Lich King. I think that was the last one I did. No, there was this one with the underwater parts and stuff, but
I'd be
with the
forced to have a
underwater
dual
part,
speak as well, because it's a completely different build.
that it is.
All right.
You can never really tell how big a fucking Drena is when you're playing them.
They're pretty big.
I'm looking like right at your tits. It's my eye level.
Yeah, they're like night elves. They're also large or tall. So it's,
As tall as Draenei? I feel like Draenei are like the tallest character in the game. Player character.
I think they're about as tall.
I see Exquisite's lurking. Let's give him a good look. What's up, Exquisite? You wanna play it?
Oh, it's just a good dress
Oh. Oh, too late.
Okay, I'm done.
What do you get?
I need a target.
It's, I'm opening my my fansly, whatever it's called.
Yeah. It took me a while to... Your target does not meet the level requirements. You're gonna have to use the tram.
I thought that mines. It's okay, it's even better.
Oh, no, stockade, yeah.
Where are you? Oh, you're in. Okay, I'll come and get you.
Just summon? Does the summon still not work? I can take that.
No, it doesn't work. That's right.
I'll come. Stay there. Stay there.
Yeah, he's already teleporting.
Yeah. I'm perfectly. You're coming here.
Portal. I know, Exquisite. I know.
I can't see you. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh. Okay. For some reason, I was expecting a dwarf.
The portal of Exodus was in the way.
Making sure I don't send you to the Exodars, because that has happened.
Then you have to make another portal.
Yeah.
Because both of my Hearthstones are on cooldown.
Bro, he would have wasted 27 silver to have a heart attack.
Oh no, 27 silver. Probably buy some gold at some point. So, levensverdubbelen.
Fantastic.
See, I don't know why my fucking Look at the stream. Why do I have an empty fucking... Like 25% of the bar is empty. What the fuck is that shit?
Yeah, it's the new. I'm still on the old LCY, but it's the new one and they changed things. I didn't like it at all.
How the fuck do I change it though? Like, what?
I work with Domino's.
I don't even know which it is, because it's not under... That's not the nameplates. That's something else. The raid nameplates change when you go into a dungeon. / raid.
So yeah, I'm still on the old one. I was like, fuck this. I don't want to fuck around with it.
According to grid, you're all nicely topped off, just the way it should be. Yeah, you're the main puller and...
Ooh.
Yeah, then...
Oh wow.
Okay.
We can take our time.
Risky.
But yeah, I'm a mage, so I will have to drink once in a while.
Maybe I can help run around with Holy Nova.
Yeah.
Just not so much damage, but the problem is when I'm home, and it goes fast. I've got 3, 4, and 1 is 520. I can do like 6. No, I can't do that. I can do 6 Holy Novas. It's too little.
I really want to play that Carbot animation again that I showed you last time.
Well, 1/3 cleared. 2/3 to go.
You guys ever see that Carbot animation of the Draenei mage running through Scarlet Monastery, naked and laughing?
I don't think so.
No.
I'll show it to you after the stockade and tell me it's not exactly what we were doing right now.
But we're dressed.
It's absolutely hilarious.
And it's just that I cannot dispel. That one, really? I'm not following along. Tot 2 jaar. Tot hier.
I did something, Kappa.
So it's the Ralph. I'm helping.
Yeah. Wow.
Accurate. I thought I helped a little bit.
Inventory is full. I can't carry anymore.
Mass murder.
It's fantastic.
Always fun. Always fun. Genocide of the Defias.
Alright.
But only the prisoners we have in custody, right?
The rioting ones.
Stop resisting!
I'm gonna try to pull the other two.
Okay.
Let me here.
I'll go to the left one. You'll take the right one, okay? I'll get mine. Maybe I'll shield you first. Yeah, felt like the shield was better placed than continuing and nuking.
Oh damn, I'm really neat on that one.
Oh, which one was it?
The ring.
Who won it? You won it.
Yeah, I need it. Like I literally didn't have a ring yet, so. That's pure bonus, baby.
You can need all the greenies and blues.
I only need on what I need, right? If it's for selling, I don't give a shit.
I took the right chamber.
Whoa.
There, that should be it.
Indeed.
Damn, that would have been nice when I was here.
I need
Sorry.
Basil to... Oh, here he is. Never mind. Alright.
All quest complete.
Indeed.
Enough bandanas. Most people like bandanas, but yeah, you get all the loot, so probably got enough.
Yeah, I got everything.
I run this dungeon like at least 10 times. If not more. If not more. I run them all at least 10 times. No, that's a lie. I didn't do Marauding yet. And I don't want to do it either.
I remember that. That's the dungeon that made me rage out.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
I'm not sure if Noah was in the group, but Tana was.
Everybody just loses his way in it. It's like really too annoying.
I don't remember at least. Okay, so you're all set?
Yep, I'm gonna log back in on the mage. Let me show you the animation I was talking about.
Yeah.
That's something you can farm, Noah. You can farm the clot in there and sell it.
Yeah, I guess. I think my time is better spent just questing and getting the culture.
True.
Yeah, no,
A little bit of tailoring and I'm gonna laugh.
I saw it on your stream.
You saw what on my screen?
The animation that's currently playing.
Ah, okay.
I remember. What the hell is that creature really concentrating?
Tell me that's not exactly what we just did. That guy never misses, dude. He's hilarious.
Okay. Zeddy, do you need a portal?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna do some tailoring and then I'm gonna log.
Be good. Very good.
It's like I'm wondering if I'm gonna continue doing Zul'Farrak for another level. Or I'm gonna switch to Sunken Temple. I don't know yet. Gonna need my quests anyway, so...
You want out?
Are you gonna run BRD like 10 times?
Do you know?
That's
Probably not. I don't think so.
It takes too long, doesn't it?
But I don't know if BRD is really in the list of leveling dungeons. I think BRD is more like a pre-raiding dungeon, not really a leveling one.
Maybe.
Isn't that like level 60?
I think you can go there.
I think 58, I think it's the earliest you can.
Oh, it's academic then.
You should be able to level 2 levels in there, but I think Sholo and Strat are better to level those two last levels. Just run spell stuff. Plus Sholo are all dead, undead, so it's easy for a priest. Get aggro your shakelet.
I get a lot of whispers for mana and food.
Yeah.
I wonder if they whisper every mage or just me.
I just gave some to someone.
And they open trade, and I have no idea what you are, so I give them food and water. I think I gave a lot of water to like rogues and shit. I have no idea what you are. So. It's the trade window, it says your name, but it's like, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Bro, sometimes they just open trade window and expect me to give them shit. I'm like, bitch, who the fuck do you think you are? You don't talk to me, you don't get nothing, dude. Like, fuck off.
I really did not know that was a thing.
For mages? Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's like we're just vending machines.
I had a rogue that gave me a gold during questing. I was like, okay, yeah, that's you can trade me. Hey,
yeah, anytime.
Yeah, anytime. No problem. Oh, that was a rogue, I guess. That was a warlord.
I also get like messages for portals.
Yeah, sometimes I had to do that one. They gave me 2 gold for it. So like, yeah, I tried to like invite people in trade for portals, but I found out that everyone's using an add-on that does auto invite, so you can't win against an add-on. So yeah, that's so unless I start using that add-on, it's not gonna happen. Unless people invite whisper you like directly.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen a lot. Well, back in TBC when I played, that wasn't a thing. All these portals selling shit. I had people that I'm pretty sure friended me because I gave them portals. I think like back in the day, like mages were allergic to that shit for some reason. I made a pretty penny then back in the day.
Apparently it's 1 gold now. It's like the standard rate.
Yeah. But they're like advertising themselves like shameless whores in trade.
Yeah, yeah.
Like Jesus.
Yeah, I don't really do that.
Yeah, it's like a lawyer, right? You don't advertise.
I should have traded you the wool. Don't need wool anymore.
I'll forgive you if you send me some silk.
I still need silk.
I need a little bit. I'm kind of stuck in tailoring because I just ran out of silk. I should.
Yeah.
It's called the auction house.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the prices are. Yeah.
I kind of skipped mage weave. I have very little mage weave. It feels like I
But
went.
mage weave comes after silk.
Yeah, but I feel like I went straight into runecloth, and I kind of skipped
Okay.
for some. I have very little, like 2 stacks or something. Like, I don't know.
Well, that's good to know.
I had a ton of mage
already
weave on
up.
the mage when the first aid. For me, I don't do tailoring, right? It's first aid for me, but
Tailor makes me sick.
I have like 5 stacks of mage weave. It's like what, 100?
Till now I've got 120 stacks of 120 mage weave, and I sold them all off for donations. It was like at least 10k experience, so worth it. Worth it. Leveled me twice, to be honest.
I really gotta
Twice,
remember
just-
that's a thing. The bull and gold donations.
Yeah, you can do that 3 times. 2 times in Iron Force and one time in
Stormwind.
Stormwind.
Yeah.
For the Gnomeran faction, and I suppose you can do it in Darnassus as well, but I'm not sure.
Oh shit.
I think you can, because the speedrun goes through it. But I didn't have any at the time because I didn't know that was coming up. So I was selling all of my thing on the auction house.
Yeah, at level wise, that's really good if you do the wall when you're low level. The silk when you've got it in the mage weave, that's really good XP. It's crazy good XP, but yeah. For what you have to do at least.
Someone's very obviously rolling.
Then again, you can also farm rep with buying cloth and just do that quest over and over again. That will go. The roof is on fire. Sorry. Stupid humor.
Not just yet, but soon.
finally made it. It's felt quite bad. Those dots hurt.
I usually dispel them, but
Help me take out the. There's an NPC lift. He's gone. I got him.
no rook opening lockboxes here. I'm gonna be happy when your rogue is leveled.
Well, we're getting there.
28. 5 lockboxes already. And no rogue.
Yeah, my mages also has like 4 or 5 in the bank.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the other tower. There's one guy there. Oh, wow. Should have checked the timer, I guess. Go time. The damn warlock is in here.
Yeah, he's dead now. Ow.
Get my gold back. Found a lock to open them all. I found a rogue to open them all. Paid him 1 gold. Got
Easy money.
Got a weapon that's 1 gold 13. One that's 81 silver. 18 silver. 45 silver, so I've got my money back.
Safe travel.
A little bit more. Five empty spots in my bags, yes.
I've got so many marks for Alterac Valley.
Yeah.
I showed you what you can do with that.
Yeah, but we never win wars on culture or Ratibassin, so I've got like 46 AV marks and like 3 Ratibassin marks. 0 wars on culture. Because you can't just hand them in, right? You have to hand them in as a group, 1 of each.
Oh, I thought you could hand them in 3 of 1.
No, it's 1 each.
Okay, didn't know. I really thought it was 3 of 1. Anyway, I'm gonna call in the cat, be right back.
Crisis down on the southern border. Record numbers will across the English Channel, predominantly from France. Since the start of 2025,
mages
on
and
previous years,
paladins.
Cummins is saying smash the gangs. He hasn't done that at all. Nearly the same amount arrive legally.
1 druid.
Or on a work or study visa.
Oh, no, 2
and then go on
druids.
to claim asylum. over 100,000 people
And one priest.
currently live in asylum accommodation.
This might get
and asylum
rough.
claims in Britain are a record high, with 111,000 applications in the year to June 2025.
Oh, it's been working,
with a
though, yeah.
backlog in the appeal system of more than 50,000 people and a waiting time of at least a year. And what causes the agitation is over half of refugees remain on benefits 8 years after they've arrived. There are, for example, 700 Albanian families living in taxpayer-funded accommodation having failed their asylum claim because the UK currently doesn't remove family groups and so on. So this has been a badly handled thing for a long time under successive governments, Conservative and Labour, in my opinion. And I do think it should be able to be scrutinised without everyone who raises a complaining eye or a concerned eye immediately being branded racist. So
Welcome back.
to the debate. What do you think is going on here? Why has
He
it
was
got out of
waiting at the
control?
door.
Why can't we run a better asylum
He
system?
wanted to be
What do we do about
inside.
this?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Piers. I think
Oh, he's got
calling
the
people
tiger.
racists basically is not a productive way to conduct this conversation. In my mind, what's going on here is a complete failure of state capacity. Whether it's to process asylum claims, whether it's to build adequate housing and infrastructure for people that do arrive in the UK, top to bottom, it is a story of state failure. In terms of addressing the small boats crisis, my proposal for addressing that is quite simple. I think you should put a processing centre in France. I think people should be able to make their asylum claim there. The French have offered it to us. We declined the opportunity to do so. We can assess whether or not they have a valid asylum claim, and if they do, we can admit them to the UK. They can get on, they can get a job, they can contribute to society, which I think is the ideal that all of us would like. Additionally, if we had that processing centre in France, you've got a pretty good idea then that if someone doesn't want to submit an asylum application and tries to cross the channel in a dinghy, you've got a pretty good idea of whether or not they're trying to get here with a legitimate claim to asylum or not. So that'd be my approach to resolving it.
Check Hugo, in America, it's been very interesting watching what's happened under the Trump administration. So the big tick in the box that most people can, I think, sign up to with approval.
But by the time it comes back, my rogue's higher than his druid.
Probably.
Is he
Yeah,
pretty well
it's
shut
not
the southern
probably, it's
border?
just, it's a given.
Yeah.
'Cause he's,
He's still gone for a week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He came back on Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know. That's one boat. I think it was Tuesday.
I thought it was the third because he like moved the vacation, right? So.
Yeah, he came back on Saturday for a bit, but then he's gone till Tuesday again. I think it was like that. Just a second, I'll check the chat.
Do you have carrot on a stick? Why are you always like a little bit faster?
100%. Yeah.
I was wondering, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Best streak of the whole game. I just get it today as well. Yeah, he's back on Saturday for a while, and then he's back away till Tuesday, and then Tuesday he's back.
Mijn event goede leven.
Yeah.
Human resources. Not wanting to say something, but I think most.
I am live. Dial it back.
Can I not say something bad about human resources? Okay.
I'm just saying. Kalmate.
I'm not really the biggest fan of human resources.
I don't know. My last job's human resources chick was like super cute, so that works.
I'm not saying that the people that work in human resources are bad. I'm just saying I'm not a fan of human resources because they plan meetings for when they are going to plan meetings.
Gotta act busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Human resources is like...
Gotta have something to do.
The one branch in work that looks busy but isn't.
Yeah, half the job is just pretending your job is needed. Right?
and making problems where there are none. And also, one thing I hate about human resources are usually, for some reason I always see the popular girls in school in human resources. Like, they were not smart enough to get points, they just really got through school using their beauty. And yeah, it's not really the kind of person I want to judge whether I can do a job, yes or no. Anyway.
Yeah, we try not to talk politics on this stream.
That was a good one.
Sorry. My bad. I tried to read it in.
No, the German government's fucking him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought, yeah.
Have you ever captured a mine in Ultric Valley?
Yes.
Is that a big deal?
No, but I wouldn't recommend doing it alone.
I have a quest for it.
Yeah, I had one too. I did earlier. In one of those 30-minute defense.
Yeah, I thought I'm gonna do it then.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have the time to do it now. Not really. Because you gotta go like into the deepest point of the mine. I don't even know how the fuck we capped it. I think just killing enough stuff and then it flipped over. I have no idea. Because there's like 3 of us or 4 of us in there.
Alright.
Well, I was looking at this TBC main character sheet on the Discord chat, and I noticed it looks like we don't have paladins. One paladin.
There's a bunch of guys leveling paladins, but yeah.
Do you remember Paladin tank was good in TBC, or am I so wrong?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Fuck shit! Oh shit! Fuck! Oh, I almost died. Oh, damn! Damn, they were quick.
Yeah.
Watching the stream now. Now it's happening.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, if you're on Discord, you have the advantage of knowing things in advance when it goes wrong. Like, oh, let me pay attention. If we get a win, I can get my next piece probably. The actual chest should be like a nice improvement. I go from 58 armor to 158 armor. Or like 170 actually.
Can help.
Yeah.
This is the capture the flag one, right?
No.
No. Okay.
No. No, that's one. That one. Oh, you don't want to do that one as Alliance. Oh.
No. Doesn't matter which one.
Oh, Aldrake Valley is like hit or miss. We just won 3 and then we lost 1 just now.
Down to illegal immigrants.
I
coming
did some PvP
from,
when
you know,
in the early days, but fuck it.
The arena is what I'm here for. I love arena. You can do it now, but it doesn't do anything besides, you know, play arena. Comes out fully with TBC. I don't know. I just,
Arena and bed as well. So.
2v2, 3v3, it's just cooler, you know?
Yeah, it's a little bit cooler, that's true, but sucked in it.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna suck too. Just that's all. That's life. You gotta get good at it. You know, get good. Literally.
Yeah, get good, but if you're a healer, you're the first target in arena, so.
Yeah, bro, I'm a mage. Do you think I'm not the first target? Like.
No, the healer is the first one.
Whichever cloth they can get their hands on. Because a mage is a good with Risto Druid, for example, and you don't want to attack the Risto Druid. Not first, at least.
Yeah, maybe. Resto Pala, maybe. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys. I'm gonna see something. I'm going to bed.
Thanks for the run.
Yeah, I'll keep on lurking, but probably not looking really much. But
alright, bro. Good night.
A view is a view, I guess.
Indeed.
See ya.
Peace.
Yeah.
Bro, this guy, IDDQD, that's a fucking cheat code for Doom.
Okay.
It's, God mode.
Hey, you never know.
The other one was IDKFQ. That was like all weapons, all keys. The fact I still know that.
I only know the Age of Wonders. No, Age of Empires 2 ones.
Wait, don't do pepperoni pizza.
I think that's the first one.
Oh, is it?
Because the second one's different.
Big Daddy?
No.
Yeah, Age of Empires 2, Big Daddy. That's the fucking the car with the rocket launcher on top of it.
Okay, yeah, it's just the resource ones. That's the one I know. The food.
Pepperoni pizza was for Warcraft.
Yeah, it's cheesesteak genies.
Oh yeah.
And then Robin Hood, Rock On. I actually don't remember the wood one. Yeah, and 2 smithereens, you get those guys that blow up.
Oh, yeah. I remember that one.
Okay, I'm gonna Google the wood one because I want to know that.
It's probably Woodstock. Was it Woodstock?
It's possible.
That might also be Warcraft.
Oh, it's just Lumberjack.
Oh. I swear Woodstock is... It's probably Warcraft as well then. I also remember Sally Shears. I think that's also Warcraft.
Yeah, never really played that.
Oh, it's fantastic. You know how in this game you can keep clicking on a guy and like eventually he'll get like annoyed and stuff? That's from Warcraft originally. I remember in Warcraft 2, one of the Navy vessels, you could click on it and you keep clicking on it, and at the end you'd be like, "Stop it! You're making me seasick!" And if you click again it goes blur. That's the best one, dude.
You have those dryads, right? So the deer girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you keep clicking, eventually they say, "I'll distract you with my human call. I'm so wasted, I'm so wasted." They removed that.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, indeed. It's so lame.
Of course.
I don't know, somehow we survived the 2000s. I mean,
Yeah.
according to these people, we're like emotionally scarred for life or something.
Apparently. I'm like, I did alright, man. Like, I got a really thick skin.
Yeah, I think these people, they just, I don't know, man. They're not ready for the real world.
No, not even close.
Various reports, it is estimated
You
that
know
as many
anything
as
about
10...
them resetting your honor when
No idea.
actually releases? Because I've heard like people they know the PTR prices of the first PvP set, and so people have been like farming honor and the marks required. So the moment they hit 70, they can just get the 70 tier.
Yeah,
So
I
want to
assume
check-
that would work.
Yeah, or unless Blizzard does something about it.
Oh, fuck off.
How is it go?
Oh my god, Jesus.
What can I do for you?
Well, one more and then I got it.
I had an Eldritch Valley earlier that they ignored Gelf. They just went straight to the end.
The fuck?
Yeah, it was like me and 2 other guys were like, Gelf's like, what?
Is that even possible?
Yeah, I guess so. We won that one. And I think it was a pre-made or something, or like a 90% pre-made, and it was. Yeah, that was weird. I guess it's some kind of a strat. Maybe that's what the Horde is doing sometimes. I don't know. I have no idea, but that was interesting.
Warcraft. Sally Shears. Disable Fog of War. Let's see, Woodstock. Woodstock. It's Age of Empires, the first one. It's Woodstock. Give yourself 1,000 wood. And steroids was for like, so you clicked it and then it would be immediately done. Like no build queue. Or time. Pepperoni pizza, that was for AoE 1 as well. Where's time gone?
Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Look at us.
Yeah.
Back to TBC.
Yeah, but it's back when gaming was still good. Like,
yeah.
Things changed, but it didn't really stay the same on that front.
No. Well, they did introduce microtransactions.
Yeah, into this game as well. Apparently, if you run a little bit further and then blink, you blink like a lot further. I think the stone on the ground before you have to get over the little underneath the gate, past the gate, and then blink. Because I was almost like halfway down the hill already.
But I think it's a lot of people have the mount, and I think even more have the boost. Because I was saying some people in the guild have like 4 or 5 boosts or something. It's like crazy, or it's a bunch at least. And from our little friends group, you know, the 4 of us, 50% have the mount. So you know, take that for what it's worth.
But only 25% have the boost.
Yeah, true. Meta was tempted. I don't think he did it in the end. Probably because
he's 46. It'd be a fucking waste.
Like, really annoyed we were going to catch up to him because he's been playing for like half a year. And like a week we all get caught up to him and surpassed him.
Dude, I'm gonna get there with the rogue as well. So poor bastard. When I hit 30, I'm gonna like screenshot it and send it to him. Be like, yo, when you home? Question mark.
Resist, goddamn.
Now you know how American police feel.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm on good old games, right? And I click on games by era. And I was like, oh, 2010, let's see. I click on it. Shadow of Mordor, Fallout New Vegas, Dragon Age, The Witcher 2. God, we're so fucking old.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh yeah, I remember old games. Like, it's damn. Like, I didn't think it would be these games.
Yeah, I get that when they consider like PlayStation 3 to be retro, it's like, oh, really?
Yeah, I've seen that video, Marvin. Not sure. Regardless, it's irrelevant to the actual shooting. Legally. Yeah. When you said that, you were lying to yourself. Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. Golden oldie. Or Arcanum. I'm not actually sure.
You ever played Dungeon Keeper?
Of course.
You played the... God, I forgot the name.
Team Hospital?
Yeah, no, the like dungeons, right?
Oh yeah, the Dutch one.
Is it Dutch? Oh.
It's made by Dutch people. Yeah, I think it's made by Dutch people. Or is that Overlord?
Yeah, I thought it was Overlord.
Yeah, it's Overlord. Okay. No, Dungeons is
no,
Russian, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Or like Eastern European.
Yeah, I really like the third and the fourth one. I haven't played 1 and 2, but 3 and 4. It's pretty nice. Also
Yeah, the graphics are like, whoa. But in your mind, they look fantastic still.
It has a certain charm to it. We also played Populous the beginning. Populous?
Black and white.
I've only seen I had a friend that played it.
Smack the shit out of your monster to make it evil.
And total annihilation.
Yeah. You ever play Star Control?
I still once in a while. They're always installed, and once in a while just play a game.
Dungeon Keeper?
Yeah, and Populous,
Yeah,
and Annihilation, and Age of Wonders, and it's like, oh, it's just nostalgia. It's like, bitch, I never stopped playing those games.
Yeah.
So how is nostalgia?
It's like Diablo 2.
Yeah.
We're playing that for 25 years. 28 actually.
I actually played more of Diablo 1 than 2.
You should really try Project Diablo 2.
I had it installed at one time, and then something came up. I don't know.
Nice, we
I
won
think
one again.
I meant to start playing Diablo 4 before the last expansion.
Yeah, I played this expansion. The Paladin's pretty fun.
It was the season before. Well, I don't know what season's wrong now. Maybe there was the one season that Hydra Wizard or Source was like very good, and I actually had fun playing the game.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed the Paladin. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it's insanely overpowered because it's a new class.
Yeah, yeah, it was, yeah.
Works because it's always by accident. Oh, we didn't foresee it.
Yeah.
Happened to make so shit tons of money.
And then they nerf it into the ground.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's probably a decent game. I don't know what it's about for. It just I don't know. It's fine, but it doesn't like.
Yeah, it's. I know. Yeah. I know what you feel. It misses that feeling.
Yeah. You played a lot of Path of Exile too, right?
Yeah.
But was that I like it any good? This one.
It's like it's combined with Dark Souls. The bosses are brutal, bro. Like actually brutal.
Yeah, it's fine that it exists for people that want it, but I don't know. I like the almost brain dead. Watch something on my second screen while playing, or Diablo or whatever. I don't know. I like that. So you actually have to pay attention.
Yeah, you definitely have to pay attention with the bosses.
So I'll probably play it once it goes actual free to play. So.
Bro, I spent like 200 euros on it. I bought like one of the big packs. I got my money out of it. That's way more than 200 hours already.
Well, it is their business model, so they without support it wouldn't exist.
True. It still has its problems, obviously, right? I feel like the bosses are a little bit too much overtuned, but yeah. Ooh, Neverwinter Nights, Jesus, that's an old one.
I have it on Steam, but I haven't played it yet. Like 60% of my library, if not more.
X-Wing Special Edition.
Well met. Keep your feet on the ground.
Well, back down to $600. 13k to go for the next one.
We have first purple gear-wise, at least.
It was quite the upgrade as well.
Yeah, I'm just sticking with the blues, like fuck it. I don't wanna burn out, because I'll just grind too much.
If I can get 3 pieces of the Field Marshal set, my blink reduces the cooldown of your blink by 2 seconds. So it's 8 instead of 10.
Yeah, the blue has the same set bonus as it seems. It's nice, but I usually don't like these things because you get used to it, and then when you lose the bonuses, it's like, back to the
Yeah. Worms United. Holy shit. Incoming! Bro, Rise of the Triads. Holy fuck. That's like a really old shooter, like Doom old.
I think not too long ago, I bought like the oldest game that I could remember. It's like Wacky Wheels.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Like a card clone. And I was like 8 or something, I think. Played it over at a neighbor's house. It's like, holy shit, I remember this.
One of the first games I can remember is Ricky Dangerous on the Amiga.
Okay, they got me, dude.
Yeah. Game's hilarious. So run a little further and then blink.
That mount is really big.
Yeah, I know. It's not very stealthy. Yeah, not just that. It's just... It was also like the first time you'd ever see something, right? Like... Now it's like they're just improving graphics, but back then they were like developing graphics, so to speak.
Yeah, and you have these channels on YouTube that go over like all these old games and how they're like coded, and they really had to do like wizard shit to get those things running.
Yeah.
Nowadays it's like optimization. Oh, what is that? Just get a better computer, man.
I remember back in 2000 when Half-Life 2 was like leaked, right? The source code was leaked on it, and you could compile it into like a working tech demo, basically. And me and Harry Nose had it downloaded, and there was this tech demo part of it where you could blow up a barrel, and then the barrels would like, but it would hit a bunch of other barrels that would then fall down like a plinko thing, you know, with the things like with the. Ah, fuck, I don't even know how to say it. Like, it's like on a wall, and there's like stakes sticking out, so the barrels would fall onto the stakes, and then left or right, and then there's like a bunch of stakes, and it would fall to the bottom. But that was like unheard and unseen back then, right? But it blew our fucking minds, bro. Like, it's basically ragdoll physics, right? But that shit didn't exist yet, so it was like, oh my fucking god, this is groundbreaking. And it was, right?
Yeah, now it just... I feel like we're actually going backwards in many cases.
Yeah, we are.
With Assassin's Creed Shadows, that was a really good example of when they compared it to Black Flags from like 10 years before. Like the enemy AI. It's like, what the fuck, man? That was pathetic. Those comparison videos.
There's a reason Ubisoft is bankrupt.
Yeah, they did some. I don't know what they're doing. They have a second, like a subsidiary, and they're doing some shady shit, but they're still kicking in a way. Unfortunately.
Not for long.
Yeah.
Even with Tencent's injection.
Okay. Even with the new company, because
they literally just like this week, actually last week, shut down a bunch of studios and cancelled like 7 franchises.
Okay.
Including Watch Dogs. And then they posted, like after that, they posted a meme about Watch Dogs. They got destroyed over that, obviously.
Oh. Too soon, guys.
The balls on these people.
Have you been following Highguard?
Yeah. Hilarious disaster. Concord died, so Highguard could die as well.
Yeah, Concord too. I almost want these games to come out and fail, because it's like way more entertaining. Because if they were like, they'll never be. If they're good, I don't play them, so that's like really, I don't care. But if you're like mediocre, then nobody remembers them.
Yeah.
If you're like really bad, then it's like.
Yeah, it's content for days.
I had a lot of fun with Concord, man. Never played it, but it was so much fun. All the memes and everybody shitting on it. Highly entertaining.
The way the characters looked as well, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's so generic, so bad. What were you thinking? Remember Septeracor?
Yes. Well, it's a couple of years ago now. Started playing on Steam, but it's really, you have to get like a patch and shit to get it running.
Yeah.
I eventually got it running. I never finished it and I still haven't, but I do intend to one day.
It's so fucking hard though.
Yeah, it has several difficulty spikes, yeah. And you have a lot of patience because you miss a lot.
That's why it's so hard.
Yeah, you're charging up 3 bars and then miss, like, fuck off. And then the enemies keep hitting you. Yeah, something about that game, I do want to finish it. It's like Silver, I don't know if that says anything to you, or... That was a game I had back, on my Packard Bell, whatever you fucking pronounce it, Packard Bell. But it crashed at a certain level.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
never got beyond that until I got it on Steam, and I was able to finish it like 20 years later.
Is it me? Is there nobody here?
Yeah. They seem to be on their way, or they're fighting in the middle, maybe. As long as there are no hordes, I guess it's fine. Did you ever completed it?
Fuck no.
Okay.
That game is brutal, dude.
Yeah.
I got pretty far though. I remember getting pretty far.
I do like the voice acting in it. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's just a good game, yeah. And it looks great. I like the fucking the art style is fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm out of range.
Yeah, I think some games they just hold up. I think Age of Wonders 1 has an incredible art style. I still haven't played the 4th game.
Be good.
I have, I think.
Yeah, you have it. You played the other ones as well, or?
Yeah.
I don't really, yeah.
Yeah, we used to play the old ones online, right?
Okay.
Or at least in LAN. I remember playing the old ones. What's that other one called? Lords of Magic or something?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Lords of Magic.
I remember playing that one too. That one was cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a bit jank though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like 1996 or something.
Yeah, I also have that on Steam now.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I haven't bought it, but I've seen it. Come, pass me by in my queues, you know, the discovery thingies. Oh, there's a special edition. What's the difference? Yeah, it still looks fantastic, dude. There's something about old games, the way they drew them, that just
Yeah.
that I like.
Yeah, I think Diablo 1 looks great. I really love the art style. The sprites, something about it.
It's like home,
Yeah,
right? Heroes of Might and Magic.
And you
Just
never played
looks-
those. Okay, we have someone who wants something.
There's a new one coming out soon.
You want to just take the shit. Yeah.
It looks like the old ones. Like in terms of like how it plays. Looks good.
I have the third one, which I think everyone says is the best one.
Yeah. We
It
could
looks
play a
great.
game for that if you want, because that works online still.
It really looks great. I really like the art style. I just haven't gotten around to it.
Yeah, it's basically Age of Wonders.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same thing. Age of Wonders is a little bit more complicated, so you'll get it easily.
Well, I guess it depends on the version. But 1 and 2 are pretty simple. Well, I think 3 starts with. I think 4 is has the most.
Just
those
the building alone, you don't have to choose. I mean, you do have to choose, but you have 8 buildings you can build, and it's always those 8 buildings, right? You don't have to like, I want to build this here in this city and this here in this city because then I can do this and this and this. You just get like, you know, you go one by one, right? Get the mage guild now, then you get the fucking barracks, and you get the etc. It's always the barracks, the mage guild. It's always the same. The difference there is mostly because of the races, right? Like undead obviously is gonna play different than human, than angel, than whatever.
Oh, did you play the Sacred 2 remaster make whatever?
No, because apparently it was garbage.
Well, I played. I totally legitimate downloaded it somewhere. I just got the GOG version, and it's jank as fuck and it's buggy, but I had a great time with it. I don't know. I was actually playing with a controller, and it was
What?
heresy. It worked fucking great. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just like I was playing it and it's like, man, this is fucking jank. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try a controller, and it was, I don't know, it just works. And
Okay.
you can zoom in on your character, like third person view, right? And it's like really intuitive. I don't know, man. I had a fucking great time with it, despite the bugs, despite the jank.
No, maybe I should pick it up on sale then.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I just played it for like a few evenings.
I mean, I remember playing Sacred 2 back in the day, right? That was great.
Yeah.
Was I Vampirus, I think? I don't remember. I think I was Vampirus.
It's not often I play a game. It's like, oh, it's 2 a.m. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah. It's 2 AM right now.
Yeah. Well, WoW is an exception to everything. Usually, I can't play games during the day.
World of Warcraft.
Except it's WoW. I can play WoW whenever. It's just, I don't know.
I got leveling to do.
Yeah. Just WoW is a special case. It's like sometimes, like, you know, you have these things like, okay, what's the greatest game ever made, or personally, I think I would have to say WoW. Even though I might have like more personal favorites, I think just the sheer amount of.
Oh, like
WoW.
objectively, you mean? Like
Well,
not on a personal level, but like the greatest game ever made, objectively. Because personal level, that for me is that Fallout 2. That'll never change, right? But
Well,
I can safely say like as a better game in terms of like reach and money and etc. WoW beats that shit out of it, right?
Yeah. It's certainly not perfect, but it's.
I do maintain still that while WoW is one of the best things to happen to the MMO field, is also one of the worst.
Yeah.
Because it destroyed what an MMO was at the time, right?
I should have been paying attention.
Oh yeah, we're fucked.
Okay, all the way back. I'm at Dun Baldar. I think I'll be AFKing this one. There was, I think it was last year, there was this list of the most recognizable video game character. So who would you put as number one?
I don't know, probably Mario, I guess?
Yeah, okay, that's, he was number 2.
Ah, close.
I don't think you'll ever guess who they put as number 1. If you want, you can go at it.
Link?
Yeah, I think it was number 5.
Sonic?
He was on the list. It was like a top 20. It was like 6 or something. I don't really remember, but he was not number 1. Another good guess would be Pac-Man, but also on the list. But
Donkey Kong?
Wasn't even on the list, even though he should be.
What? I give up. Who was number 1?
Lara Croft.
I can see why.
She's a woman. That's why she was number 1, of course. But there's no way she's more recognizable than Mario. There's just no way.
Yeah. I can see why they do that, right?
Argue that she's top 20 for sure, but not number 1.
But wait, which Lara Croft? The one with the nice tits or the one with the flat chest?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because if it's the first one with the, like, you know, the polygons, I can understand.
There were 2 characters from Baldur's Gate 3, and it's a great game, but there's no way it should be in the top 20.
From Baldur's Gate 3?
Yeah, there was
What?
Shadowheart and
Bro, that's way too new. How you could make that? No. You gotta take into account veterancy, right? I mean.
Yeah, and everyone should be able to recognize the characters. Like your mom should be. Oh yeah, your mom knows Mario, right?
Yeah, of course.
So I think that's also. It shouldn't just be like gamers, quote unquote. And it's like Pac-Man, and well, Sonic. Less now maybe, but you know, was bigger in the 90s and stuff. So yeah, there was like Snakey was on there. That's fair. There was like Agent, like the Hitman guy was like number 3. I think that's like what the fuck. Sure, it's recognizable to a degree, but like, way too high.
Agent 47 Hitman's a really big fucking cult hit though.
Yeah, but cult following.
Yeah, you're right. Although cult, these days.
Yeah. Well, I'm all the way north, I guess.
I didn't die. I ran back inside. I managed to escape with like 500 HP. I'm standing here waiting now.
Well, we're holding on to one bunker. Whatever that's worth.
It's good because we've got boat soon here, hopefully. Maybe we can get it done. There's a good 10 people here.
And Ellie was also in the list from.
Oh bullshit. Well, I guess with the fucking TV show and shit, even though it was
Well,
garbage.
I think Joel should be instead. Then, if you're gonna put a character from The Last of Us in there, I think Joel is, especially from the first game. I think it's more his game.
I need to get closer.
No, I haven't played it. Now I'm going by what I hear from it. So I could be very wrong. But I think should have been Joel. Actually, I think it should have been Abby. Should be number 1. I mean, if that's not a legendary character, I don't know who is.
I think a lot of people would have been very mad.
For the memes, man. Well, we got both bunkers. So, do you get more honor if you have some of the bunkers?
I have no idea.
Let's hope so.
Ugh, but nobody's here. These guys run in, you fucks. There's like idiots.
Okay, they're not even fighting. They're not here. So. There's a lot of us down here, I think. About half, maybe. Jeez.
Let me smash. Could be you, Dodo. Oh, they picked up. They still have the graveyard here. That's kind of bad.
My mana is low. It's too far away.
We're not actually attacking the boss, though. No one's attacking the boss.
Not enough people, or what's going on?
I have no idea. There's only like 8 guys here, and we're fighting words.
Yeah, it turned into a bit of a defense. Dude, I think you guys are. There seems to be quite a decent number of people there.
We gotta get this fucking graveyard. I'm out of mana. Ah. Bullocks.
Million, maybe more, came over that border in the 4 years under Joe Biden. We don't know the exact number, but broadly speaking, most Americans I've talked to approve of that, of Trump stopping that happening. They also approve of people who are in the country undocumented. If they commit a crime unconnected to their status, to their immigration status, then they should be deported. most Americans agree with that. The flashpoint in America has been the extra step through these ICE agents going around places like Los Angeles, picking up undocumented people, seemingly often on a whim or a suspicion, and those people being removed from the country, even if in some cases they've built a family there, they've had kids there, they contribute to society, they're paying taxes and so on. So I think there's been some big wins for Trump on this issue of illegal immigration in America, comparative to his previous administration under Biden, but also this contentious point as to whether if you're in a country illegally,
we almost got the
whatever
graveyard.
life you built for yourself.
The bus heals, right? Yeah.
Yeah. We got it.
And they are running out of resources as well.
I got 48 kills.
However long you've been there, the state should still have the right to just pick you up and throw you out. Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural.
Yeah, first of all, you're all racist and I can't solve. Okay, so no, nobody's talking about that anymore. Okay. So listen, there's two different issues on immigration in America. First is, are we allowing too many immigrants in? So let me give you some context on that. For the first time since the 1960s, the number of foreign-born people in America has gone down by a million people.
Took a while, but we got there.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna call it.
Okay. How do I leave the queue?
I'll just leave. Maybe that'll. Yeah, your team is left. Your team is.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I'm still. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get my boots. I'm gonna call it a day.
All right.
Yeah. I guess still later today.
Yeah, indeed. Have a good one.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
You. All right. Do I want to go on the rogue still? It's 2 in the morning. Maybe a bit hunter. What are we doing on the rogue? Okay, let me hand in the stuff.
And by the way, you can say, hey, you know, the American people kind of like that. That's why they like that Trump, you know, stopped the people coming in from the border. And that's a fair point, right? But are we in some sort of immigrant emergency here in America? No, the number of immigrants are going down, not up. And further context, so about 15% of Americans are foreign born. If that seems like a high number to you, it's much higher in other countries. 22% in Canada, 29% in Switzerland, 30% in Australia. So we don't have some sort of immigration emergency in that sense here. So that context is super important. Nevertheless, I understand that people are wary of change, and sometimes change doesn't bring positive things, right? Or it might bring a lot of positive stuff, but has some negative consequences. So we have to make rational decisions here. Part of the problem, Piers, is that it leads to the second issue, which is that people want you to look at immigrants and say that's the real problem.
So close to a mount.
And the reason they're doing that is because they don't want you to look up. So the guy coming in across the border in America, just across the Rio Grande, doesn't have any money, doesn't have any power. He didn't rig the system against you. the donor class in America did. And they
Wait, where are we going?
desperately don't want you to know that, so they want you to get angry at immigrants instead. So I think the number one source of discontent here in the U.S., and I would bet that it's the same in the U.K., is not the raw numbers. It's that we feel that our government isn't delivering for us. So, you know, the right wing says America first. These days on the Young Turks, we say Americans first. It's because we never get anything. And you see, like, it's not like these immigrants that are, for example, in Chicago, where people were complaining about it, including, by the way, black and brown communities in Chicago, right?
Yeah, it's
and they were
definitely
getting
about
a
the
certain
numbers.
Stipend, and the stipend's not huge or anything.
That's why I said I got something that probably makes you mad.
But as a resident of Chicago, they were looking at that and thinking, I'm not getting anything. And now all of a sudden, these guys are getting something. It's not much, but it's something. So why do I never get anything? And the real answer to that, of course, has nothing to do with immigrants. It has to do with the richest people in the country and mainly corporate rule that has decided that they're going to extract all of our wealth in the form of like $35 billion in oil subsidies, endless wars that enrich the defense contractors, and by the way, create waves of new immigrants as unrest in those countries occur. So if you really want to fix these problems, you have to look at the donors and the people in power, the people setting the rules, rather than just hating on new immigrants that came in.
Officer Tatum, you know, one of the big flashpoints in the UK, as I mentioned, these small boats just coming in all the time on the southern border with illegal immigrants pouring in. And then once they get there, the government in the UK feeling obliged to house them, and they're putting them up often in rather nice hotels. And the flashpoint there is, why are these asylum seekers, many of them, they all claim to be, but they're not all legitimate asylum seekers. For example, a year and a half ago, they discovered 15,000 of the year total number who come in on the small boats actually turned out to be young, economic, male Albanians from Albania, which is not a war-torn country. So they weren't genuine asylum seekers, they were economic migrants seeking a better life for themselves. Nothing wrong with that, but they needed a proper process of going through the legal way of getting in. So there's a lot of anger that's been building up by people living through a cost of living crisis, can't afford to feed their kids, real problem with public services as the UK population continues to rise, 50 million back in the 50s, nearly 70 million now, crumbling health service because you can't cope with the extra volume of people, education, all the public services creaking at the seams. And then they have this constant flashpoint of these people coming in illegally and seemingly in many cases being treated better than people already in the country who are there perfectly legally. That's been causing a lot of the anger, which is now erupting in places around the country.
Yeah, it's the same thing that's happening in the United States of America. It's a lot to unpack here. The government is a fraudulent organization when it comes to this illegal immigration stuff, and most of it is from the Democrat Party. They legitimately, or I wasn't legitimate, but they literally opened up the border and allowed every illegal person that they can possibly find to allow them to come into our country, to flood our cities so they can win elections forever. This is exactly what they did. They don't give a flying flip.
And explain, Officer Tatum, just explain why that would help the Democrats win elections.
Well, when you get an influx of people into certain areas and then you give them amnesty, which is the ultimate plan, now you have more electoral college votes. Now you have more Congress representation. All of those things they can leverage. Now,
why would you assume they don't want to vote Democrat though?
Well, let me explain. If you get a bunch of people who have no hope from the country that they came from, and they're believing they come to America, which is utopia, they get all this free stuff, they get all the government funding, and then when you give them amnesty, when you say you are a citizen, you can now stay here, we support you, who do you think they're gonna vote for? The party that does that for them. They've done the same thing to black people in this country. They manipulated the black vote by giving them handouts and different things like that, and now they secured the black vote. That's why black people vote unanimously for Democrats, even though Democrats have done nothing for black people in this country. They plan to do the same thing for illegal aliens. They're losing some of the minority votes, so now they have a new demographic. And also, they don't give a F about these people coming over here. Because if they did, they would shut the border down and have them come through a legal process. Because people are getting raped, children are getting sex trafficked. These people, the cartel, are making money. Coyotes are escorting these people through the desert and leaving them to die. So it's a shame that our government is doing this. And it's not just a minor inconvenience for the American people. We're talking billions of taxpayer dollars spent on housing these people. And they're not just coming over here for a better life. They're unassimilated. They do not want to be a part of America. They want to do their own thing. Their culture is very different than American culture. They're raping people and doing a lot of other things. Now, let me clarify this because I don't want people to take it out of context. It's not every illegal alien that's doing this, but it is enough to be an issue. And we shouldn't even have an issue with this because if you came here illegally, you shouldn't be here in the first place. I don't care if your grandma, nana, whoever it is,
I don't have one.
Built a life here. You built it on illegal terms. That's like me breaking in your house, Pierce, and I'm living there, and all of a sudden I start cooking in your house, and I have a kid, and now my kid live in your house. Somehow I'm afforded all of the amenities that you've built. No, that don't work like that. You got to go home. You got to get out of here. You should have never been here in the first place.
All right, Constantine, you wanted to get in there.
Well, there's a few things that both Cenk and Brandon, the few points that they made, I think are relevant but different in the UK, in particular this Crowborough protest that I spoke to people at. One of the things they were very keen to emphasize is there are hundreds of Ukrainians living in the town or have been living in the town over the last 2 or 3 years, within families, within homes that people welcome them in. But what they're saying is there's a big difference between women and children fleeing war and people who get on a boat in France, throw their passport or their ID in the sea, and then get here and a single man being housed, unvetted, unchecked, etc. So, well, again, I think it's very important. The conversation's been about immigration. This is not about immigration. Both the United States, where I spent a lot of time, Brandon and Cenk have both been on my show when we've been over there, right? You guys both know this. America is the most pro-immigrant country in the world that I've ever been to. UK, probably second or third in terms of some other places that you might compare it to. These are welcoming countries that we live in. We welcome people to come here, start businesses, be contributors. But when you come to this country and you are someone who's deliberately broken the rules in order to get in here, we're right to be suspicious of you, and we should be keeping these people under lock and key so they can't go out into the local community and threaten and menace women, children, and residents, elderly residents. And in Crowborough, the place I filmed, do you know that you probably know this, Piers? The police station there is unmanned because it's such a safe place. Now, what happens when you've got hundreds of people running around who you don't know what they are and they've got nothing to do? You've got big problems building up because of that. Just another of the fact, yeah, we've got the same problem that Brandon mentions in the UK, where at one point we were spending £1 million a day on hotels for illegal immigrants. And the cost of housing on these military bases is basically the same.
ExpressVPN. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, although it is an illegal immigration issue, what we're talking about here, there's also been a massive legal immigration issue, Constantine, in the UK, where a year or so ago they worked out nearly 1 million people in terms of net migration for the year had come into the UK. A lot of it was obviously Ukraine and a lot from Hong Kong and places like that, but a huge number of people, like I say, into a country already creaking at the seams in terms of its ability for the public services to serve the current population. Again, all that does is create a lot of tension. And it turned out the biggest problem was not bringing in like highly skilled people who can contribute well to society and so on, who you want to bring to a country, any country. But they were allowed to bring a huge number of dependents with them. You know, families of 5, 6, 7 people were coming in with each of the people allowed in. That was actually the big problem. But, you know, if you start rising the population of the UK by 1 million a year, very, very quickly, you're going to see the problems we've been seeing massively exacerbated.
Well, let me make just a very brief bit of context, give a very brief bit of context that I think sets the UK situation in a very clear light. We had the Blair government and 13 years of the Labour government then, and then it got worse under the Conservatives thereafter, as you made the point. Under one government, we had more people come into this country than had come to Britain in its entire history. Since the Battle of Hastings in 1066 up until 1950, the number of people that came in under Blair and Brown was higher than the total over 1,000 years.
And that was mainly from Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Right? So this wasn't a question. This is why when the genuine racists get into this debate, which is always an unfortunate side effect of it, they often come at it from a skin color perspective. It's the brown and black people that are the problem. Actually, as Constantine just rightly said, in the first part of this century, it was opening the floodgates, quite literally, to a lot of people from Eastern Europe who were white. But that was what caused the initial big problem, I think.
I agree, and I think you then add on top of that the subsequent conservative governments, which then opened the floodgates to the rest of the world, and so we've got this cumulative problem. And look, it's very important to say, I mean, there are differences between different groups of people, and so you mentioned the racism point. Well, we've had tens of thousands of Hong Kongers come in. Do you hear a lot of anti-Hong Konger rhetoric in this country? We've had hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians fleeing the war come in. Are you hearing lots of anti-Ukrainian sentiment? No, because ultimately this is a cultural problem, and this point that Brandon made very well. When you have people coming from certain places where, let's be honest, women are considered second-class citizens, if not cattle, then of course you're going to be expecting that some of the incidents we've seen, whether it's grooming gangs, whether there's lots of other problems that we've had up and down the country. So we also have to be reasonable and actually delineate between immigration, legal immigration, and what we basically have is people coming illegally against the wishes of the British public. And the final point I'll make is this: both in the United States and here, nobody, and I mean nobody, voted for this. Nobody voted for this. Nobody signed up to this. And I'm glad we're sitting here with the four of us from different political perspectives. And all of us now today agree it's not racist to bring this up. But also, let's be honest, Piers. 5 years ago, bringing these points up would have got you demonized.
We wouldn't have had the debate.
Correct.
Right? Because people would have said, if you're raising any concerns about this, obviously you're a racist.
And that's one of the benefits of this problem getting so bad. At least we're finally allowed to talk about it.
Ollie, what do we do about the fact that it does, unfortunately, always bring out the genuine racists, right? There are genuine racists. They're sort of more easily identifiable now because of things like social media, and we can see them in the marches or whatever. But there is a racist element who don't want any foreigners coming into the country, and that tends to turn the debate into something rather different. What do we do? How do we have this debate and sort things out without that element exploiting it?
Great question, Piers. I would also clarify as well this point about sort of the racism that black and brown people experience and the racism that people of Eastern European descent experience as well. I used to work in a McDonald's with 50% of the staff was from Poland, and I assure you there is plenty of anti-Polish racism amongst the British public, even though they're white people as well. Yeah, of course there is. And I remember at the time as well, there was plenty. But look, how do you confront racism? Multi-pronged approach. Education being the primary one. I think a strong functioning economy, a functioning state is a second one. I think the debate we've been having, like for example that police station in Crowborough that Konstantin mentioned. Yeah, I'm sure Crowborough is a pretty safe place. Police stations and police officer numbers over the last 14 years were cut. Every touchstone in this conversation, sort of the failure of the state, whether it's in the planning of skills and training, medicine is a great example, Piers. You spoke about the NHS, right? Huge number of foreign-born doctors in the NHS. Huge number of British-trained doctors. The British state is invested in training, going abroad to practice medicine in other countries. These don't seem like sort of intractable problems for us to solve. And I think that I would commend the tenor of the debate so far on this program. I think it's perfectly reasonable to have a conversation about sort of the costs and the benefits. Costs and benefits of 1 million people coming in, costs and benefits of net zero people coming in. There's clearly a middle ground between the two. Both involve trade-offs. Where, probably at the extreme end of one, you're talking about social cohesion. At the extreme end of the other, you're talking about some pretty significant macro effects to the economy. There is a balance between those two things that we should strike. But primarily in terms of confronting the far right, absolutely, it's education, it's a strong economy, and in extremis, it's confronting them face to face.
Well, we could just deal with the problem. I mean, this is the other problem, right? Is if you didn't have illegal immigration, there wouldn't be any racists getting any support at all because the British public is overwhelmingly not of that world.
Well, that's why it's interesting. Like Tommy Robinson regularly goes on American Airways, and he sells them a bit of a dummy story about himself. He's like this, picked upon, poor, oppressed guy who's just preaching the truth and so on. There's a lot more complicated than that. But the reason he's getting more and more support from people who I would certainly not categorize as far right or racist is because he's exposing very loudly genuine problems. I mean, Cenk, this is the thing, isn't it? You're always going to attract the far right for this stuff, and that's a very unsavory aspect of it. But I do think that the governments in America and the UK have brought this all on themselves. They fermented a lot of this anger amongst ordinary people. And what you're seeing now is a lot of ordinary people who are not on the far right or the far left. I know Crowborough, this town, well. They're just regular people. You know, near my village, they like want to go to the pub, play a bit of sport at the weekend. You know, have local schools. They all know each other. It's very genteel down there. And suddenly they've got 600 male asylum seekers from all parts of the world. No one knows much about them. They're very concerned about how they're going to be able to move around. And you don't need many. As Officer Tatum highlighted there, obviously they're not all criminals. For all we know, none of them might be criminally minded. But it wouldn't take much in terms of one or two of those people in there to commit some heinous crime in Crowborough for that to become a real powder keg. And then people would attack the people of Crowborough. And I'd be like, well, hang on. Just hang on a second. You know, this was inflicted on them as a society. And if it blows up in their face in an ugly way, it's going to cause a lot of unrest.
Yeah. So let me address both sides of that. So first of all, for the folks who are worried about race and all that, and is it anti-immigrant mentality is by definition racist? No, because I can give you examples from other countries again. And for example, in Turkey, they took in a ton of Syrian immigrants and Afghan immigrants because of the wars there. And a lot of the native Turks were pissed. They didn't want it either, right?
Well,
So,
Germany. I mean, in Germany, it cost Angela Merkel her job. She let 1 million in, mainly from Syria. And
We're
ultimately,
schaffen
that
das.
was one of the main reasons she got kicked out. Where I'm from, chips are called crisps, and our chips are actually what Americans call French fries, but that's not really my biggest problem. Have you ever actually read the label on a bag of chips? It sounds like a sign.
And look, it's a natural thing that happens that, number one, people are used to their way of life, and when things change a little bit, they get discomforted by it. So I understand it. It's a natural reaction. And at the same time, especially when your government doesn't deliver for you, as is happening in both Turkey and the UK and America, people get frustrated and go, why doesn't our government ever represent us? And now we've got these new folks in, and they might be getting a nickel and a dime, but it's a nickel and a dime more than I'm getting. So that's why that frustration happens, and I understand. And I'm an immigrant, and what I would say to the immigrant community is, and most of us are overwhelmingly grateful, right? And so look, for example, we talk about all the Eastern Europeans that came in the biggest wave of immigration to the UK. My guess is that Constantine's family came from Eastern Europe at some point into the UK, right? But Constantine's grateful from what I've seen. I'm grateful for America, right? And I would tell those immigrants, especially in the UK where they're, for some magical reason, not allowed to work for a year, go to the local church, go to the local community and volunteer. Say, how can we help? Right? And get to know people and get them to know you so that people are less alarmed, right? Now, at the same time, I want to say to the folks who are non-immigrants, don't do the demagoguing, right? So on crime, for example, here in America, unfortunately, natural-born citizens are twice as likely to commit crime as undocumented immigrants and 4 times more likely to commit crime than legal immigrants like myself and my family, right? So that doesn't mean that natural-born Americans are somehow worse. It's just these are all different geopolitical, social, and cultural contexts that leads to those numbers. But are immigrants in the U.S. more likely to do crime? No, they're actually less likely to do crime. So let's be honest about that, and let's be clear about that. So we don't need to demagogue over that. And then in terms of what Tatum said earlier, look, there is no amnesty here. There is no plan for amnesty. If there was a plan for amnesty, why didn't Obama do it? Why didn't Biden do it? The last time we had amnesty was actually under Ronald Reagan. Right? No, they didn't, actually, brother. And so,
the DACA
and right now,
was
the mass
a path to
deportations, no. And they don't vote. There's all these demagoguing about, oh my God, they're all going to vote. They're all coming. No, they don't have citizenship and they can't vote. So, look, last thing on this is that,
bro, I'm running all over this fucking city. Jesus.
So far in America, you were right in your beginning, Piers. No question that people like the closing of the border and they like kicking out the criminals who are undocumented, and that's super rational. Now almost no one on the left objects to that, right? So the part where we begin to disagree is the mass deportations. Right. Not begin, we definitely disagree. And by the way, their independents are on our side, saying, don't do the mass deportations. They're ugly. They're not the right way to go. As we see with so many immigrants in other countries, as I said before, Canada, Switzerland, etc., it isn't the number of immigrants you have, it's the system you have. Do you have the right system? Do you assimilate them well? Do they assimilate well? Are they contributing to this society? So while Syrians might be a problem in some perceived ways because of the crowding issues and the economic issues in Germany and in Turkey, Steve Jobs' dad was a Muslim Syrian immigrant, and it led to Steve Jobs, which led to Apple. Elon Musk is an immigrant. So obviously immigrants can make massive, massive contributions, and that is why America is the #1 country in the world, because we're the most open to immigrants.
I mean, let me just repeat my favorite comment at this stage of these debates, which is that the biggest deporter in American presidential history per year that he was in office was Barack
Was he?
Obama,
I don't think he was talking about
who
Canada.
deported over 3 million people in 8 years. He was known as deporter-in-chief in Mexico.
I didn't hear him say
the
Canada.
biggest mass deporter of them all. The only difference is the liberal world didn't care. If I asked any of my liberal friends in the last few years how many people did Obama deport, they had no idea. It never crossed their mind he might be a mass deporter. Everybody in Mexico knew how many he was
I didn't hear the Canada
because it was on an industrial scale. So there's been a lot of hypocrisy politically
It's getting late,
about this. And I would say
in my
in the
defense.
UK, that the cross-party reality is they've all cocked this up. All of them. None of them have worked out how to stop 60,000 or so people coming over illegally on the small boats. They've tried everything from threatening to send them to Rwanda to all sorts of different ploys. None of them have worked. We've now got this gigantic backlog, which is ridiculous. Obviously, a lot of the people claiming asylum are not actually asylum seekers. We know that. Most of them are young male economic migrants trying it on. But, you know, as obviously Ronald Reagan said so rightly, if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. That's the whole point of a border is to protect your border so you are a country. And I do think one of the issues we haven't really touched on, but if you look at Europe, for example, in the last decade, because of various wars led by Syria and others, the number of people that have come across the European continent has been, I think, 7-8 million was the last number I read in just a few years. It's an enormous number of people. You've not really seen this since the end of the Second World War. And that has, and this is the other part of the debate I think we should just touch on, that has a real-time sea change effect on the social fabric of a country, right? So if you look at someone like the UK, for example, if you look at the demographic of what we were like back in the start of last century, predominantly white Christian country, vast majority of people. Now it's a far less white country by comparison. It's a far less Christian country. A lot of that down to actually people not having any religious beliefs. But also we have a lot of Muslims in the UK, 4 million, about the same as they have in America. In America, you have about the same number of Jews, for example. In the UK, we have just 250,000 Jews, which is why I think there's been more of a flashpoint between the Muslim community and the Jewish community, because the Muslim community outnumbers the Jewish community many, many times comparative to America. Now, the point of saying this is just that these are statistical facts. And I was having a debate with Tucker Carlson, which is going on his show later today, in which we were talking about it. He thinks this is a really bad thing. I was defending it, saying the UK in particular, like America, has always been an extraordinary melting pot of cultures and faiths and skin colours and everything else. And I like that. You know, I live in a high street in West London. I walk down pretty much every store, every service place, every hotel, every restaurant has a multicultural staff. I like it. Right? I've got no problem with it. But are we creating a problem in 20 years' time if we carry on down this route? Does it matter? You know, do you stop being England, for example? This is what Tucker Carlson was arguing. I argue strenuously, no, we don't. But there's no doubt the country will look very different in 50 years' time to what it did 50 years ago.
Yeah, Pierce, I think there's a big difference, and we got to delineate between the two.
Yes,
there's
you
a
do.
difference between immigration
I was thinking
and
it too.
illegal immigration. You know, the people that are coming out to our country illegally are committing a crime. If you come into our country and you sneak past the port of entry and you go up under a fence, you committed a crime. You should be prosecuted for that crime. The fact that we let it go on so long is the reason why it's been exacerbated. And if a person comes into this country and they seek asylum and they lied or they didn't show up to court, they should be deported. That's according to the law that we have on the books. And let's go beyond that. I do push back on this idea that because America is less white, somehow it's going to be less American. America is not a race; it's an idea. So the people that come over here,
that's what I believe. Just to be clear,
but
Tucker Carlson and
person,
people like him, they get very nationalistic about this, right? And they say that that culturally, if you invite too many people from other cultures into your country, that you lose your own identity and culture as a country. What do you say to that argument?
Well, Pierce, I think that same people understand that it's not about color, it's about assimilation. There is no difference between an American that is black and an American that is white because we both believe in American values. What happens is when you start getting people into this country that do not make a vow to assimilate to American values and our Constitution and our way of life, that's where the problem happens. And unfortunately, one of the closest countries to us is Mexico and South America. And so a lot of people are coming over that just so happen to be of that demographic, and they're not abiding by the American values, and that's why you see a color change. But if everybody that we allow to come over here, like many immigrants that have come over here and that have contributed tremendously to the success of America, Elon Musk being one of them and a lot of others, because they do what? Assimilate. They believe in American values. They believe in the capitalism. They're not coming over here to be socialists and communists. They're not coming over here to weaponize empathy to try to create the world to be a new way of life. Like we see these mind-dead congressmen or congresswomen that have literally said that they want to rewrite American values. They want to get rid of the Constitution. I mean, these things are an apparel or are negative to the American
the
culture
Constitution.
and our way forward.
Constitution. It's interesting as we approach Thanksgiving, but the Constitution, I think there's often a misunderstanding about it. It's not some sacrosanct, untouchable document. There are 27 amendments to the Constitution. It's been amended many times. There's no reason. In fact, the Founding Fathers made it crystal clear it was a document for the people, right? And they implied there should be natural evolution, that the people of the moment should determine the way the country is run. And I do feel sometimes that some Americans get very strict about the absolute tiny wording of the Constitution to explain and justify whatever it is they want to do. Without any sense it can ever evolve. I mean, all documents like that should be living documents, shouldn't they?
Pierce, that could be true, but we have never gotten rid of the Constitution. We've made amendments to the Constitution. Yes. That means we've improved upon.
That's what I mean.
We don't get rid of it, and I think it's right. Of course, the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment were all valuable amendments, right? To eliminate slavery, to get and actually for the citizenship of black people. It wasn't the anchor baby stuff that they're doing today. It was actually the citizenship of black people and the right for black people to vote. So the amendments, as we grow and evolve as a nation, and you know what I'm saying, we fulfill the promises that our founding fathers had in their intent with the document, is something that I support. But to say we need to rewrite the whole thing,
I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I do think there's a good argument.
In our country that feel that way.
I don't think that at all. But I do think the founding fathers made it clear that Americans in any given moment they could evolve the Constitution. Hence the fact there have been 27 amendments. In other words, nothing should stay still forever. If the country changes, if the way of life changes, they wanted the ethos of the Constitution to continue, but the exact way it gets framed and how it is utilized could evolve. Hence the amendments.
There's a democratic way of doing that, though, and this is kind of the point in terms of everything that we've been discussing in this conversation, right? The way you amend the US Constitution is by having a democratic process to do that. Illegal immigration, in the way that we've been talking about it today, as I made the point earlier, is something nobody voted for. Nobody voted to have an open border. Nobody voted. And you've got to understand what has happened in this country in the time that I've lived here. I came here 1996. 55,000 people came here net legally in 1996. Today, the number of people coming here illegally is greater than that. And nobody ever voted for this. And
the number coming in legally under the Labour budget announced today is predicted for the rest of their tenure, which is 4 more years, to average about 360,000 a year, I think, and actually goes up in the next few years. So massively different to what it was like when you first came. Because on that wider point that Tucker Carlson and many like him have started talking about, which is countries losing their identity culturally. What do you think about that?
I think that America is unique in that way, in that it seems to me as a visitor, and look, it's up to Americans to decide how they see their country, of course, but as someone who loves the country and visits there frequently and spends a lot of time there, I do think the idea that America is an idea seems to me to be how Americans behave. I think that is not true in Europe. I think that European countries do have a national identity, a cultural identity, a religious identity, and I think that if Britain was filled with people who were of a completely different religion and a completely different ethnic background, I don't think it would be England and Britain in the way that it has been in history. So I think that doesn't necessarily preclude us from welcoming people in and assimilating them into our country, and that has been happening for decades and even centuries. But I think Brandon is right. The assimilation is the point. If you want to come to our country, you want to apply for a visa, you want to follow the rules, you want to adopt our culture, you want to teach your children to love this country, to speak English, to integrate, to contribute, as Cenk was saying, go out and actually contribute to the country you've just arrived in. That's great. But that is not what we have in Europe. We have large ghettos of non-integrating populations who do not want to participate, who do not want to contribute, who do not want to speak our language. And look, I lived in Tower Hamlets for some time. I went to the doctor's surgery. The leaflet is in 100 languages. I don't understand why. This is an English-speaking country, and you either speak English or you find a country with a language you prefer.
Ollie.
Well, unlike Constantine, I think people that speak other languages are also entitled to healthcare. I would just
I didn't say that they're not entitled to healthcare. I said they should learn English if they want to live here.
Please, I'd like to speak. So I think this idea that your sort of culture, your national
Please, I'd like to
identity
speak.
can potentially be diluted by people of a different skin tone or indeed religious background is a pretty pathetic argument. It's a patriotism that's grounded in weakness and fragility. My patriotism is grounded in strength. I believe the ideas of English national identity, British national identity are pretty strong, and I'm not that worried about people that come to the UK with a different idea of what that could be coming over here and diluting it. From Magna Carta through to now, a sense of fair play unless the English are invading your country. I think we've got a pretty good solid idea of what English values and identity are.
What are they?
I just said. I gave you a couple a sense of civil liberty, a pride and a sense of fair play.
So people
honesty.
who believe in Sharia law, which a large number of the Muslim community in this country do believe in and want to impose, do they believe in civil liberty?
I would say the people that want to impose Sharia law,
do they comply with English values or British values as you define them?
No, I think if you want to come over and sort of overhaul the system of government in Britain, I think there's a pretty valid argument for us to say that you're probably not welcome in the country.
So what should we do? Should we deport you for having a disagreement about civil liberty?
If you're an insurrectionist, if you're literally saying that we should introduce corporal and capital punishment in Britain,
what if you just want to vote for it? That 33% of the Muslim community, according to some estimates, believe in Sharia law, want Sharia law in Britain. Should they be able to elect people who will advocate for that?
Constantine, you keep asking me the same question.
No, it's a different question.
I'm going to keep giving you the same answer. My idea of what I've just told you.
Should we deport people who want Sharia law? That's what I'm asking.
If you want to overthrow the system of government, i.e. impose Sharia law instead of secular democracy, yes, I have a ginormous problem with that. Additionally, I have a ginormous problem with the British head of state being a religious figure in King Charles. I have a ginormous problem with a permanent fixture in our legislature being religious representatives. There are only two countries. There are only two countries in the world where that's the case. One is the UK, the other is Iran. I have problems with both of those things. I want us to live in a secular democracy. What happens between you and the man that you think exists in the sky is your business.
Still, the vast majority of people in the UK identify as Christian, just under 50%. The next highest in terms of faith is actually non-believers completely, about 35%, I think. And then you're down to like sort of 5% Muslim and then down to the other religions. So, it's still a predominantly Christian. Of those who have a faith, we are predominantly a Christian country. So there shouldn't be intrinsically, by that criteria,
but it's not just that
too much of an issue of the head of the church being the king.
It's not just that. We'll just walk around London. The entire architecture of this city is Christian in its every definition. Everything about this country has roots in Christianity. Now, that is not to say that everybody must be Christian, and I certainly haven't been Christian for most of my life, and I don't even know if I'm Christian now. My point is, Even when I was an atheist, I still thought it was a Christian country, because it is, because that's a fact, because you can see it with your own eyes.
Exactly.
So I don't understand the
We're
squeamishness
built-
about saying
we were
it is a
built on
Christian
Christian
country.
morals and values.
In my view, should remain so.
It's called the Enlightenment.
Well, what I would
I'm
like-
a fan of secular liberal democracy.
Well, as we approach Thanksgiving, we've got to wrap things up. But Cenk,
Ironically, something Islam hasn't had yet. So why should we let them in our enlightened country when they're not enlightened?
and Brandon, you're over there in America. I just feel like the one thing you could do with immigration in the United States
Just
is have a
saying.
massively higher influx of British people, because ultimately you all speak English over there. You all are jealous of our accents, and if it hadn't been for Mad King George, who was useless, then we would still have a monarchy in America, and we could well have King Piers. And I think that would enrich your society immeasurably. That was designed to achieve the unthinkable of bringing Cenk Uygur and Oliver Tatum together.
In silence. Okay. Well, Piers, you don't turn me anti-immigrant by threatening us by threatening us with more British folks. Look, I do want to say the last couple of things real quick. So look, America is different than the other countries. I get it if France or Germany or even Britain says, hey, we got to determine what it means to be French, what it means to be German. But in America, as we all agree, America is an idea. It's not a race, a nationality, ethnicity, or religion, right? So, but at the same time, it's fair to ask people to buy into that idea. We all agree, of course, the Constitution can be and should be amended from time to time. In fact, we should get money out of politics, and the best way to do that is an amendment. But if somebody comes over here and says, I just don't even believe in your Constitution.
It was built on immigration. Yeah, that's true, but you should play Victoria 3. You get so many immigrants from all over the place, right? It's like the new world rush to become Americans, but they became Americans. That's the point, right? Like, yeah, it's built on immigrants, but those immigrants became American. Key part, integration.
Well, it's okay to say that no,
Mostly
that
European,
this
yeah.
is not the country for you. But that almost
But also lots of
never
Chinese,
happens, guys.
for example.
And so for the folks who
Like,
say,
they literally
well,
came from
how
all
about
over.
Sharia law, etc., I interviewed Pastor Wilson, who's a well-known Christian nationalist. So he wants to turn America into something it isn't today. He wants it to be ruled by a religion. And when we say Christian nation, if you say America is majority Christian, that's obviously true, right? If you say America should be ruled by Christianity, that's a different comment, right? Then if you mean that by Christian nation, then I don't agree at all, right? But by the way, Pastor Wilson is a Christian nationalist, which is not what we are here in America. But I would say to that, so...
Yeah, but it's still evolved into an American culture, right? Like on a mass scale.
What? So a guy believes in Sharia law and a guy believes in Christian nationalism. And by the way, some people believe in white nationalism, right? But it's a big country.
I
Let
think
them
the
believe
issue,
whatever they believe
the
as
issue
long
on,
as they follow
well, yeah,
the
but look,
law.
I think the issue on Sharia law is you can't have a rival set of laws operating within a country that has its own laws. I don't think, right? If you try to go to the Middle East,
Yeah, that's why everybody has
if
to
you try
follow
to go to
the
the
law,
Middle
that's
East and
right.
have your own courts running your own kind of legal system, they wouldn't tolerate it. And we should have the same.
And can we admit that illegal immigration is not adhering to our laws and the founding of our country?
100%.
You come here illegally, you are not abiding.
100%.
You
And
do
by the
not
way, as I
respect
would
our
say,
country.
Oliver Tatum, I do things the legal way to live and work a lot of the time in America. It is painstaking. It involves a lot of form filling, paying lawyers, all the rest of it, then immigration interviews and so on. And then hopefully you get your visa and you're allowed in legally for another 2-3 years, whatever it may be. And so it pisses me off when people just waltz in over the border illegally. And that's why I think in the end, Trump, he won for a few reasons. I think, the economy certainly and the woke stuff definitely. But immigration was a massive part of it. That's why he had the younger Latino vote. I mean, more Latinos voted for Trump than voted for Kamala Harris. Pretty well. I mean, none of us could have predicted that. But one of the reasons was I think a lot of those Latinos get pissed off with people just gaming the system and coming in illegally. So I think that unusually, this panel has been one of the more civilized debates that's probably ever been heard about this issue, which is a really good thing because it means we've got to a place where we can have a rational debate about it all and hopefully get to rational solutions without everyone screaming racist at each other or fascist or Nazi or whatever else it may be. So I'd like to congratulate my panel on really we've reached a great point between
That's why
us.
they start off as criminals.
Well, thanks for having us, Piers. Can I just make one very quick point on this healthy solutions thing? The citizens of Crowborough, they've organised a group called Crowborough Shield. They've raised a lot of money. They've raised even more money since our documentary came out. I'd encourage everybody to go and donate and support their attempt to put a judicial review to the government, because what that will do is it will create more difficulties, and that really is what needs to happen. The government has to be told this isn't going to happen. So Crowborough Shield, go over there and donate.
And I would endorse that, despite the fact that for many years, 20 years, as a cricketer in East Sussex, Crowborough were the sworn enemy of my village, and I would do everything in my power to ruin their lives on a cricket field. So despite that, I'm prepared to join, and I support them. I understand completely.
How much are you donating, Piers?
I'll make a donation in private as usual, but I will donate because a lot of people in Crowborough have asked me to as well. So I shall do that. Guys, thank you all very much. Much appreciated. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing.
We'll never find out. Oh. Zeddy, if you're still awake, this one's for you.
God, it's cold out here.
I still haven't.
0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now, but
Is this guy crying? Why is he crying right now? Legal Eagle, what is wrong with you? Why are you standing outside in the cold, crying into camera, talking about this case, rather than giving us, you know, the legal analysis and the legal
It's like, can I even watch that on stream? I'm not sure I'm allowed to watch that on stream.
basis for your conclusions, as your channel would indicate is your job to do. I mean, this is ridiculous. Every aspect of this video, including the fact that he opens it up by saying you don't need to be a lawyer, you don't need to actually analyze the footage to know what happened. We all can see what happened in this particular scenario.
I know all of us have seen the videos of what is basically the execution of Alex Preddy. I've seen it from more angles and more times than I care to repeat. I'm not going to give an in-depth frame-by-frame analysis. You don't need a lawyer to tell you what you can see with your own eyes, which is that it was an
especially because they don't enforce them equally.
murder. There is no excuse.
Yeah, look, while it is true that you don't need to be a lawyer to break down this case, in fact, I'm not a lawyer, I did a breakdown of this particular case. The fact is, when your channel's called Legal Eagle and you're expecting, you know, a legal analysis of this particular instance, maybe going out and looking into the camera all sad-faced with your nose super red from being out in the cold and crying and saying, you know, your gut instincts, no, we're not even going to discuss anything related to law, those are absolutely stellar and perfect, and you should never question your initial judgments, and it's not like I have a channel that is based on the premise of giving you a legal rationale so that you don't rely on those initial judgments and gut instincts. You see, this is what happens, and we see this a lot when people allow politics to absolutely overwhelm every aspect of their analysis to the point where this guy's not even doing legal analysis, he's just emoting into camera, he's standing outside for no reason. Again, let me give you the clip where he explains why he's shooting this outside so you can understand that the answer to the question why he's shooting this outside is for no reason.
As you can tell, I'm not in my studio. I was on a plane yesterday. Oh God, it's cold out here. It's 0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now, but in some sense I do this for a living.
Bro, who cares that you got on a plane? You have a camera, you have your microphone, just find a spot to shoot inside. Take your ass inside the house instead of talking about how cold it is outside, and then shoot your video and
Imagine
actually
if that's
give
your
us a
lawyer
legal
for
analysis
something.
of this particular situation.
Oh
And
no,
by the
I
way,
hired a
I just want
pussy.
to point out
Shit.
to everybody out there in the audience that you can come to a different legal conclusion than I did in my previous video, which was that this was an overwhelmingly tragic shooting, but based on the way that the gun emerged in this particular altercation, the officers are likely to be found legally justified, even though, again, it was not deserved. But the idea that this guy is going to say that it's an ICE execution when ICE wasn't involved in this at all whatsoever, and it definitely was not an execution. Again, it was a response to possibly an accidental or inadvertent discharge from a potentially defective firearm, and that ended up leading to this tragic shooting, is absurd in every possible way, and this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Analyze the videos that are out there and think about things from a legal perspective. And, you know, I saw the first video when it came out. It was pretty clear. But, you know, with any video taken from across the street, there's some ambiguity. And but I think the second video came out. In the second video, you can hear that
Interesting.
Alex Pretty's last words were, "Are you okay?"
Be seeing you.
Which he said to...
What is this performative bullshit?
The woman that was next to him.
What the hell am I watching right now? What am I listening to? He's like, his last words, he's shivering out in the cold because, again, he can't go inside because it's too dramatic for him to be outside and he wants to amp the drama. He's like, his last words in this scenario were, are you okay? He said, are you okay? And then some things happened that we're not going to talk about, and then he was shot and killed. What a sad, sad tale. Again, this is absurd and ridiculous. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. I don't know if you guys have heard the rumors about a guy called Ted Bundy, but he was actually described as quite friendly.
That would be mine. Don't look at the browser history. 100%.
What's on your mind? Very good.
I have maces already though, so bugger off.
By many people. He in fact talked women into his car consensually before he ended up murdering them, but according to Legal Eagle, had a police officer stopped him after he offered a woman a ride like a nice guy, and then some things happened that may have presented a danger to those officers, and then Ted Bundy was shot and killed. We should ignore all of those things and focus on the fact that the last thing he did was offer a woman a ride. Again, this is absurd, asinine, non-legal analysis from Legal Eagle. It's just him emoting for 12 minutes, and again, his video is not even accurate. He's not even aware, even though it was disclosed very early, that this was CBP, not ICE, involved in this particular instance.
Who had been pushed down by the ICE or CBP officer who was acting unhinged, where Alex Pretty just has his phone out and his left arm is free. I think those were his last words, and I think those were his last acts, was trying to help the woman that was pushed down.
Shut the fuck up.
But the thing is, if you pander to the left, you don't need to have any facts on your side. All you have to do is emote the proper amount. And to be clear,
You didn't even know the fucking guy.
I'm not saying you can't get emotional about a case that you're covering. I often get emotional about cases where people are doing the right thing and then some criminal, some thug that is released over and over again gets out and ends their life, or when there's some kind of actual injustice at play. That tends to happen. But I actually pause and give you guys the facts of the case. I tell you what actually factually happened before I rant and rave or cry, which does not happen on this channel, especially in comparison to this emotional mess of a display right here from Legal Eagle, because I want you guys to know the information, and I try to get beyond my own personal feelings on a situation so you can make your own decision based on the facts of the case.
By the man in the green sweatshirt, who I think eventually was the first agent who shot him. And like I said, I'm not gonna go frame by frame, but to my eyes, you know, the last thing that Alex Pretty did was to
I know,
to
right?
help others. And
but it's the lift, man. They're all weak. They're weaklings.
my legal analysis doesn't change when the victim is, you know, a bank robber or a saint. Everyone deserves this.
Like, bro, man the fuck up. First of all, you didn't know him, so don't cry over that guy. Like, you wanna get mad? Fine. I get mad a lot, right? It's called passion. But don't cry like a little bitch. It's like your dad got shot, dude. You cry over that, I get it. But some rando you never knew? The fuck is this performative bullshit?
The same rights. And it doesn't justify or justify
He's pulling a Kevin Smith right now.
less the actions of what happened, but it does heighten the loss of what happened and the people whose rights are being taken away and their lives are being taken away. So look,
Legal Eagle already is a propagandist. Make no mistake about it, he has been fully captured by leftism. Everything about this video is particularly embarrassing. However, what he's putting up on screen right here are 4 alleged victims of ICE. One of them, by the way, was shot by Customs and Border Patrol. That happens to be the Alex Preddy case. We'll talk about a good rationale from an attorney that's actually
Bro, I have enough quests in my inventory for an entire level. Like enough quests here.
trustworthy.
It's kinda
and
nuts.
does fact-based analysis called Nate the Lawyer that actually makes the case that one of the Border Patrol agents could be guilty of felony murder in just a little bit. So let's set that aside. Also, we're gonna cross off Renee Good because we've talked about it multiple times on this channel, and I'm certain if I dug into Legal Eagle's backlog, I would find that he's lying about that. But what I want to focus on right here is Porter Jr., because we've actually talked about this case on this channel, and even though this person was shot by an ICE officer, make no mistake about it, this is in no way, shape, or form an ICE shooting, because what happened in that particular case, again, as described by the LAPD, as described by the agent that was at issue right there, was that Porter Jr. was celebrating New Year's.
If you're still here, Zeddy, this is the part I want you to pay attention to and why you cannot trust any Legal Eagle videos at all.
Eve. And if you guys will remember, the way that he decided to celebrate New Year's Eve was by firing a semi-automatic rifle into the air in celebration at an apartment complex. Now, the ICE agent who was off duty that actually lived in that apartment complex heard the gunshots in the apartment complex that he lived in, decided to dress up in his uniform so he was identifiable as a police officer and so that he had a bulletproof vest, and he ran toward the threat, toward the person who was acting insanely, by the way, by firing off shots into the air in order to stop what he thought was a mass shooter. Now, according to the agent in this particular case who was off duty, this guy decided to respond to his call for him to, you know, put down his gun, stop shooting it out into the air, which could hurt or kill someone, and Porter Jr. either pointed the firearm at him or fired upon him. The ICE agent says that he fired upon him, but we're waiting on the LAPD investigation in order to confirm that, and then he was shot in that particular case. So that ICE agent wasn't doing any kind of immigration enforcement. He heard gunshots at his apartment complex on New Year's Eve. He went toward the threat, which was Porter Jr., who was firing his gun off in celebration, which we're pretending is a complete non-issue. There's nothing wrong with that. They're not even going to pretend like that's illegal according to Legal Eagle or presents a threat. He ends up trying to stop this guy. He's all decked out in police gear so that he knows he's being stopped by a cop, and Porter Jr. either points the firearm at him, bare minimum, or in this particular telling that is being reported by the agent, fires shots in his direction, and then he's shot and killed as a consequence of his own action. This is being compared to the Alex Preddy case, which, by the way, seems like it's an unfortunate, tragic shooting, as I talked about before, because it appears that the gun that Preddy had on him after it was removed from him, and you could hear all the agents yelling gun, 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 may have inadvertently discharged according to another angle of the video, and that led people to think that Preddy might have been firing at the agents, and thus they ended up shooting and killing him in an absolutely tragic scenario for a guy that, by the way, while he was a leftist, while he was definitely a part of a group that was intended on protesting / obstructing ICE, while he obviously got in between an ICE agent and a woman that he shoved to the ground, was somebody who was an ICU nurse at the VA. There's clips of him reading like a last salute to people who have died, people who have served this country.
Lee Randolph March 30th, 1947, December 10th, 2024. Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom. So in this moment, we remember and give thanks for their dedication and selfless service to our nation in the cause of our freedom. In this solemn honor, we hold them our honor and our gratitude.
And again, even with all the mistakes that I think Preddy made in this particular scenario, the thing that ultimately led to him being shot looks like it was an inadvertent discharge, something that wasn't communicated among all the officers, an error in the fact that they heard a gunshot, likely, and they responded to said gunshot thinking he was armed, and that makes his death an absolute tragedy, and it 100% bare minimum gives his family recourse for a civil suit, not only against the federal government, but possibly against the firearm manufacturer if the incidental discharge is what actually caused this shooting to occur. Now, by the way, even though I do believe that this SIG P320 accidental discharge or improper discharge, which is a noted manufacturing defect of this firearm, is supported by the video, it's very important for you guys to understand that as of right now, this is not even alleged by the federal government. So there's a chance that this inadvertent discharge did not actually happen. And if that is the case, because a lot of my theory of the case is based on the fact that you make assumptions based on somebody yelling gun, 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 and then hearing a gun get discharged right in that scenario. While in a chaotic scene, this actually could go from something that's negligence, which is not necessarily criminal, which is the inadvertent discharge, to recklessness, which would in fact be criminal. So make no mistake about it, we base our conclusions on the evidence as presented in the case, and if it is the case that this discharge did not happen, then you have a better argument, in my opinion, for criminal charges, and for this not only becoming a tragic shoot and a morally sad and terrible shoot, but a legally bad shoot. Again, politics should never supersede analysis. If that SIG malfunction thing did not happen, that definitely changes the math on the case, and that is why we have to change our minds if we're under the belief that this was a reasonable thing due to an inadvertent discharge versus this was a reckless action, thus making it criminal. Now, also interesting, during the course of me editing this video, we have some footage that is allegedly Preddy, even though they're saying 97% certainty, and it looks like him. It's not confirmed yet. Preddy, where he's wearing the exact same clothes, although this is reportedly at least a week prior to this, kicking a vehicle that is moving and showing that he's not just a regular, ordinary person who happened to be videotaping and not intervening. He was prone to intervene.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at them
I just realized.
to walk back to their vehicles. When they started
That's
driving
elite.
away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground. The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
But I will say, even though this video absolutely 100% debunks a left-wing narrative about Alex Preddy and exactly who he is and what he was there to do, it's important to understand that unless he engaged in some kind of similar behavior at this moment in time, this actually can't be used in order to support a use of force or escalation of force against Preddy, unless, of course, the agents knew him from that previous incident, like him specifically. Because much in the same way that you can't go outside what was known at the time to the officers in order to make them guilty, you also can't introduce new information that is outside of the knowledge of the officers at the time of the shooting in order to make them innocent, if you get what I mean. But do you get any of that information from Legal Eagle? No, absolutely not. Instead, you get him out in the snow, crying, talking about how sad it is, talking about how you don't even need to legally break this down to know that this Border Patrol shooting is somehow an ICE execution. And in addition to that, he tries to combine that with the Renee Good case, which, by the way, is definitely more defensible than the Preddy case. And then he adds in this shooting on the top left of an illegal alien who is fleeing law enforcement. Again, more details on that. I'll probably break it down in a future case if that case is in fact compelling. And then we get the Porter Jr. case. Again, a guy who is firing shots into the air at an apartment complex. An officer heroically, while he was not even assigned to address that kind of situation, not only calls 911, but goes to stop who he presumes is the mass shooter, waits for the LAPD to arrive, gives them a statement, they assess that he did nothing wrong, and yet Legal Eagle puts him up here and he's like, oh, these are ICE executions, let me cry in the snow.
I'm gonna try and gather some thoughts, which I'm only going to do because I think a lot of people are, thinking the same thing. Whether you're a lawyer or a layperson, I think we're all absolutely enraged, not only by, the loss of Alex Preddy, but Renee Good and everyone else who has been, pushed aside and has been caught in this web.
No, we should be enraged by you lying, by you misleading people, whether you're a lawyer or a layperson. I'm just like you guys. I mean, I'm out here in my perfectly somehow lit outdoor set right now. I'm filming it and I'm so cold. It's so cold, but it's not as cold as Minneapolis, where the brave protesters are out there protesting against legal immigration enforcement. I could go inside. In fact, I probably have this camera mounted on the porch, but I chose to be out here so my nose got red and I could be really emotional. And I'm gonna try to gather my thoughts right here in this situation, but we're all feeling the same thing. This is what it's all about for Legal Eagle, how he feels about a particular scenario, how his politics align, and it's absolutely embarrassing. Now again, I told you guys that you could make a solid legal case, and in fact, Nate the lawyer made a solid legal case that the initial altercation initiated by the officers may have in fact not been legal, and thus been an assault, and thus not been a legitimate...
Marvin, do you remember the crocodile hunter? Steve Irving? The crocodile hunter, Steve Irving, the Australian. Crikey! Oh, what? It's gone now. Damn it. Yeah. Somebody on Twitter posted like, oh, this streamer is swimming with stingrays, and I was like, crikey, better watch out, mate. And then a picture of Donald Trump going, too soon? Oh, here we go. Yeah.
arrest, and
Couldn't
thus
resist.
making the whole sequence of events actually the fault of CPD, which, by the way, I'll link Nate's video in the description of this video. And essentially what Nate makes the case of throughout the course of that video is that the officers...
Just for clarification, right? That guy was amazing. Just, yeah, watch out for the stingrays. Please.
That that pulled the trigger might not necessarily be guilty of any crime based on their good faith assessment of them hearing somebody shout gun, 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 and then a bullet being discharged, and then within a couple of seconds they're firing on the suspect that they had no reason to believe was not a suspect. But essentially Nate makes the case that the first officer that was first engaged with him and the women, the one who did the pepper spraying, is actually the person at fault because he was committing an assault. And even though the other officers had no reason to know that this arrest was not legitimate, that he was attempting to effectuate on Alex Preddy, in reality his first initiation was a crime, thus that guy would be guilty of felony murder even if the shooters could not be prosecuted. Now look, whether you agree or disagree with Nate's assessment that the people that were in the road were not actually obstructing the Border Patrol operation, thus there was no legal grounds for them to confront them, use physical force against them, or you disagree with that, Nate the lawyer's video is actual legal analysis. He's actually breaking down this case not only using the Tennessee v. Gardner standard, which of course is the most important standard when assessing the reasonableness of an officer's force, but he's also incorporating Eighth Circuit rulings which cover the area that contains Minneapolis where the shooting occurred in order to make a solid case. He's not crying out in the cold,
actually, I need
he's
to do
not
this outside
whinging throughout the whole course of his video, and he's not throwing up people, including Porter Jr., who is firing shots at an apartment on New Year's Eve and happened to be shot by an off-duty ICE agent who again ran toward the threat, ran to confront this man who was creating a threat in an apartment building that he assumed to be a mass shooter, and he allegedly pointed the gun at the agent and allegedly fired a shot at the agent. Legal Eagle's like, no, this is the same thing as the tragic case of Alex Preddy, which again, even if you believe the shooting was legally justified, even if you're making that argument, you shouldn't make the case that Preddy was like a mass shooter or any of the absurd things that Kristi Noem asserted in her initial statement, because that's just not the case. It's not supported by the evidence. But you also shouldn't cry like a little bitch like Legal Eagle, talk about all these cases and how they're all the same even though they're all completely different. They're completely different circumstances. Maybe you could make the case like Nate the lawyer did that the initial aggressing CBP officer was the one who would be charged with anything if anyone in that group, but other than that, almost all these cases seem to be legit. Again, giving the asterisk that the person on the top left in this image right here, I have not looked into that case fully. I know he's an illegal alien, I know he was fleeing a traffic stop, but that doesn't mean that his shooting was particularly justified. But the point is, all these scenarios are completely different, and for this guy to pretend to be a lawyer, to wear the mask of a lawyer because he's actually an attorney when he's actually just delivering leftist politics, is absurd, asinine, and ridiculous.
Of what is clearly illegal action from our federal government. Like I said, it doesn't change the legal analysis, but it does say something that Alex Preddy and Renee Good before him seem to be the best of us. And there's a reason why they were gunned down.
Definitely not.
Because they put themselves out there.
Legal Eagle, go inside, sit by the fireplace, get yourself a glass of milk, wrap yourself in a blanket, and let the adults handle this situation. And if you want to come back and give an actual legal analysis, you can just copy paste everything Nate the lawyer said, because he already did all the work for you, although you won't do that because Nate the lawyer actually has nuance on the shooters and what information they knew.
Well, not even that, right? She only did it halfway.
At the time, again, as per the legal standard to which we judge police officer force, versus the guy who actually initiated initially with Alex Preddy and with the other people, those two women that he ended up pushing prior to that particular encounter. That would actually be, you know, fact-based. You wouldn't have to just go out in the cold and cry and talk about how, oh, it's cold here, but not as cold as Minneapolis. And honestly, it's just really sad that I have to stand out here in the cold when, you know, you don't even need a lawyer to break this down. Ignore the fact that I am actually a lawyer, and it's my job to break these things down. Again, embarrassing, ridiculous. Again, Porter Jr. counting as an ICE shooting. Are you kidding me? What an embarrassment. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think about all this down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Legal Eagle, throwing a little fit, throwing a little cry session for himself, standing out in the cold and pretending like somebody forced him out in the cold. Till next time. Get this guy a glass of milk. Get him some hot chocolate. You want a recipe, Legal Eagle?
Alright. It's 3 in the goddamn morning. Get the fuck out of here. Go to sleep. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.